I stick to a 2-hour format on Sunday nights. I only am getting away with it because it's slightly interactive. Anything more than that is just you're overstaying your welcome. Eckride shortening up his shows definitely helps me digest some of the things easier. I like Catch-22 being a set couple hours, and I like Eric and Midget being a set couple hours, which is wildly hilarious.
Before these podcasts, like 2.5 hours, it seems about right. When it comes in at 90 minutes, it seems like not long enough. And about 3 hours, it's getting long in the tooth. So, yeah, just the 4-hour format in general. Usually not a fan of in this format. And thank you, Johnny Blaze, following the rally. We stole your rally, Aaron, with a $1.99. Poor guy Chuck play here. Poor guy Chunk play here. Val Venus was his favorite wrestler. Val Venus, I wish he would release some more content. He is a crazy person. And when I covered him on co-host auditions, I agreed with him scarily way too often.
We'll reload. We'll try to do our best tomorrow. Hopefully.
I had fun.
I'm gonna do my stuff. Baby, I'm a nerd.
Okay, since I love this.
This was 4.5 minutes from So Thorough Joe Burrow. So this will be the last one of the day as we see sex guys talking sex. I did have one more of Matt's last show. I think I have a timestamp on that one. I do have a timestamp on that one. So let's dabble in sex guys talking sex, and then we'll end with Matt's last show.
I got throat cancer from eating pussy. Now, that's either one of two things. That's either a crazy flex, like, bro, I'm elderly and I eat so much fucking pussy I gave myself a tumor, or it can be perceived by the public as you kind of just called your woman, old cancer crotch, or a pharyngeal cancer.
Oh,
It have been rising since the
drinking cancer? But that's an alien race in Deep Space Nine.
2000, and its main cause is a sexually transmitted disease, the old HPV. Yeah,
You're losing points between left and right, Matt.
I think Matt lost everything with Aaron's audience. I think he's devastated.
Sorry, that was stuck up on me.
but a lot of these broads, aren't they supposed to be getting that shot where they don't get HPV? All right, pussy, for God's sake. So, there's nothing in our dick that'll give you cancer. But us eating your pussy is rotting our throats out. We don't know if Indian men eat pussy or not. It's not something we're going to be researching. However, I will say this. I think in India, in many parts of India, I don't want to know.
I'm gonna say in India, because it's all dirty and shitty, nobody's eating pussy there. Now, if an Indian man lives in America,
Wait. Let me stop you. Let me stop you for a second.
go to India. Go fucking
Maybe,
do that.
wait a minute, even in the dirty villages, they might still eat pussy because they don't know anything different. They don't know, like, dirty pussy is just pussy to them,
I guess.
right? But
Yeah.
you don't think people ate pussy when it was those giant fur burgers in the Middle Ages and shit, the Dark Ages? You don't think that a farmer, after working, 17-hour days out in the field, hauling and planting and harvesting and all that, you don't think he came back and just munched down on a sweaty,
No,
hairy
because
box?
you know how bad that sweaty, hairy box tasted and smelled.
All right, and I think
You
we're
couldn't
good.
get near it.
Nothing like cock, huh, Matt? Nothing like a
Hello, hello.
Steven says, Steven.
I had enough of sex talk from sex guys. Jump into 405 here of Matt's last show.
Before you hit play, this is why I don't talk to dudes at work. I've worked with guys like this who come in with their weekend war stories. They're like, oh man,
Go
I
drop
was
Dylan a
crushing so
like.
much
He's
puss." I'm like, "Dude,
doing the St. Cloud
this
Moron
is a
Show,
bakery.
episode 16 right now.
We cook here. I don't need to hear about your
That's what we're checking
I
out.
don't know. Some guys just like to divulge without any. It's not like I said, hey man, how was your weekend? It's not even that. It's like they just come, guess what I did? It's like, calm down, buddy. You know what I mean?
I
Like,
never really got into sex talk at work, sex talk at bar.
And
at
we're
the
also
bar. That
listening
seems
to this
fun.
coding working
right,
productivity.
and that's the other
by
comment. I
Vizzy
would be
Guns.
sitting 2 stools down from these 2 retards. Artards? Leotards? I need to check my
Well, the
language.
Clippers have been letting the hard R fly, so it doesn't seem to be as much of a problem as the bundle of sticks words over here on YouTube.
Which is a little bit also more fun. But like, you know, I would just be like, you know who you're sitting next to when you see these guys. You know what I mean? It's like there's not a lot going on upstairs.
Dabble videos. They didn't feel like the same old
All right,
great
let's
bits
get
you did on radio.
started. We're
Just
continuing
another
our new game
reaction
plus
channel.
run.
Yeah, I guess, you know, that
We're
could
just
be
gonna
it, too. I
kind of
gotta
just
take
walk through with the
responsibility
force gun
for
and
that.
the
I
foam
could-
finger and
I
kind of just
think about that
trivialize it.
sometimes, you know, like when we miss or like
Yeah.
Johnny's not interested or whatever, I'm like, maybe I've
Currently,
lost
we're on the
my
mining
ability.
deck.
Johnny's not interested
I already cleared the
most of
first
time.
descent down into the
see
mining
it on
deck
his
last
face.
time, so I don't have to do
Yeah,
this.
he's another.
For now.
He's in the same spot that Corey Adam was before Corey got sick of Aaron's show. It would literally be this. Like, you would watch Corey's top
Does
of
the
his
quality
head
look
because
good,
he's doing
and does everything
oh
sound
shit all
okay?
the time.
But he's still
Johnny's
getting a
starting to do the
paycheck,
same thing.
and it's a variant of what he wants to do for a living. He doesn't want to do this exactly, did Corey Adam, but it was a variant until he was able to step out on his own.
Yep, now he's the Hallris. Give Corey Adam a second look if you haven't. He's funnier than Johnny, that's for sure. And at least is more open to having fun.
To really do this
Fantastic.
in the way maybe I'm past my prime.
I was
And then
just
there's times
elevator
where I
had
do
an
solo
overdrive
shows
mode.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
there are times I do solo shows and I'm just like 4.5 hours went by like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's just so yeah. It's I
Oh,
think that it's like police.
let me make sure I have my keyboard
Where
and
it's
mouse
like
set for my Dead
teachers.
Space controls.
It's one of those things where if you spend too much time doing a show with somebody,
Yeah.
you spend enough time working with somebody, there starts to be that friction. You know, it without
So
fail.
it works out good
There
then.
we go.
Leave and come back and leave and come back.
You probably do it the healthiest out of anybody. And this internet shit, you know, it's not for everybody.
Yeah.
You know, this internet shit is different.
Such as you, who is currently speaking. Not for you, Aaron.
Oh no,
Yeah, we
he's
both
dead.
did the
same radio.
Oh.
Shit, so some
Excuse
and
me,
Corey,
I got-
as we know,
excuse me.
was not always the best at leaving it alone.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so
I can't help
I
you,
don't-
buddy.
All I know is it's we got Matt's last day. We're gonna have some fun. I hate to be a businessman, but we need donations and need to make some money because we got killed
Let's
last.
throw it in.
And I want to make Matt some money tonight. I feel pressure to make Matt a bunch of money.
You
tonight.
shouldn't feel that. I just need you to make money.
But
What am I going to listen to when I'm done
That's
here?
That's very sweet.
Yes.
That's very sweet.
Another highlight of why Matt is leaving. He wants to make some money, but it's when he comes to work, he's not guaranteed to make the money that he's hoping.
Isn't that
to.
silly? Imagine not
Yeah, I
being
wonder what
paid
he's
for the
doing.
job you do.
He gets his minimum, and then he sounds like a WWE wrestler. I got my minimum, but then I made some more shots. But it doesn't matter how many shots I make. The audience isn't there.
I want you to make money, sir.
Hey, you and I have that in common.
I hate it.
Both want me to make money.
So I have somewhere to come back to once in a while and hang out and tell some stupid jokes.
Oh,
These
Poe's
are
a
like
good
the only
idea.
things
Matt,
that
what is
get
your
some
personal
chunk damage
PayPal and
on me.
Venmo? I bet if you shared
should have
that,
been ready with the
you
force
beat
gun.
the goal on your own. Spiteful donations can be lucrative. Yeah, if we ran like a money laundering scheme where we
Yeah.
gave out yours and you just throw it back at me after we're done,
Oh, there we go.
that's a really good idea.
Yeah.
That's something. Look at those eyes. Like that's an idea that he's half joking, half serious about. Of like, yeah, we get some hate donations, but you gotta throw me back a percentage of those, because you wouldn't be getting those donations if they weren't hate donating to someone that isn't me.
Right. Yeah. No. The gears are turning. He's like, oh, I can actually make more money.
This is a half bad idea.
Yeah, see, but I don't know it though because my
Sure,
phone's across
maybe.
the fucking room. Maybe I'll go get it when I piss.
Rod Saul's dog with $5 says, how much do you think Gino is seething right now since his former co-host Aaron Berg is on Tim Pool being funny?
Can you unlock this door?
Gino's never experienced being funny. He's experienced being loud. So this is something that he's just really jealous of. Someone being funny.
Gino is the most jealous compound guy. If anybody gets
Somebody's trying to stalk
Gino,
me.
He's like, oh man, fuck them.
Okay.
Shit. I didn't know that Aaron Berg was on Tim Pool. That's kind of big. I don't know if Gino's seething over it. I don't. And I will say this. I said this morning about Keanu, and I want to say the same thing about Gino to the audience. I think we can leave them.
Yeah, okay, I'll go.
I think the past is the past, guys. I don't think we need to.
Oh, thank goodness. The past is the past. So you won't be talking about April's omnibus court appearance this morning. There's probably clips out right now. I was refreshing the clippers to see if any of them had them. And just like the past is in the past with Ricada. We didn't have 10 minutes of you talking
Oh
about
yeah, not a big deal. I've already beaten the game in Impossible mode once. Now I'm on Impossible New Game Plus.
Fuck.
That's
With
why I have the
Gino
foam
or
finger.
Keanu.
Until they back.
I think what's done is done. The past is the past, and we move on. $1 from Clopogram says, Matt, once you leave the show, you could go on MLC and earn an easy $250. MLC is a fun show. KB does a good job.
Yeah, if I don't want to go on there.
Yeah,
and talk
yeah,
about
maybe.
Aaron now, why would I want to go on there and talk about Aaron tomorrow?
Well, because you won't be working here anymore. So I can't. If you don't work for me, and you talk about whatever, that can't impact me. The only thing I'm worried about is someone who works for me.
You could go and talk about April on MLC. You can't, or Ashley, rather. The protective order isn't against April, it's against Ashley LaRue, which Matt can't talk about her here on the Steel Toe Show. He can talk about her over on MLC. Well, he can talk about her both places, but it violates Aaron's protective order.
Yeah, and I think
Talking about
he's getting ready to say, like, I don't care if people that don't work for me talk about me, that he does care if his employees talk about him. Which, with the money he's paying, they're going to talk about him no matter what. I think Johnny's the only one left with any type of fake respect, even. And again, I think that's a standoff. Johnny's quit already, but still wants the money. Aaron's been buying his...
Somebody almost got hit on
I
me.
wouldn't say it's respect that he has for Aaron.
Ooh, like you. Sneaky little boy.
Grudging acceptance that he
Yeah.
has for Aaron.
Which is strange, because I guess they were all friends prior to Aaron being on the radio. I mean,
Sneaky
Johnny's
little
not
feller.
an employee. It's not somebody he hired. It's somebody he knew. Same with April. He doesn't... Like, it's like I can't be a co-host, or you can't be a co-host, because Aaron can't take the chance of not being able to beat one of us down if he needed to. You
Yeah,
know,
he doesn't want
comment
anyone that
wise.
actually would improve his show with their wit. That would make Aaron look bad.
Yeah, that,
He needs to
exactly.
be the Opie, actually, as we're talking about this. Run the show, be the Opie, be the guy who pisses people off, and you need the wit there on the second mic.
Yeah, very much so. And over the last 16 episodes of the St. Cloud Moron Show, we've seen how much more Aaron...
I like how
is
they slowly introduce enemies like this. Like,
That
that's the
is
first time
idol,
you
yeah.
come across these guys.
Dwayne.
With the upgraded
No,
legs.
Corey. He's never used Dwayne. So
Like, even the finger doesn't saw those
I don't
off.
want to be a shitty friend.
well, what? I mean, you can't talk about me and not be a
No,
shitty friend.
maybe I don't care enough about going out there and publicly, like,
The past is a magic landfill. It doesn't count.
What
That's
strong
the
armor.
putting your shit out there. Like, if you want to put your shit out there, you will.
Well, if you
Go
want to
talk about what you want.
But
I'm
like,
just,
you can talk about me
I don't know.
and still be a good friend. I just, while you were working on
Shut
the show,
up,
I didn't want you
Aaron.
going on there because I didn't want you saying something stupid that could come back at me and get me in trouble.
Also, I kind of like
Really good
just
armor.
wanna
Why
break
can't I get
that.
that armor?
It's understandable.
Yeah.
$180 in Matt's pocket right now. That's $10 away
$10.
from
All right,
the
who wants
Mist
to fight?
Morning Show.
Oh shit.
So we've got 1 minute left.
Oh, now going back and retroactively, the goals count. You're making up for the goal, which those dirty, filthy morning people didn't hit. Thank you,
They just-
guys, night people. You're giving Matt money and making up for those freeloaders in the morning.
For Matt to make 10 more bucks and make and be even.
If we want Matt to make 10 more bucks, so send me 100 more bucks, and Matt will get 10.
I wish he would just
With
do
the
that.
morning show today.
Just be honest.
Yeah.
That would be kind of cool. We're gonna get out of here though.
Yeah,
You ended up $10 short,
it's been fun.
but that's a nice little chunk for coming in here for 4 hours a week or so. I love doing a show with you. It's always a different dynamic.
A retarded one.
It's so retarded, and I have so much
What did
fun.
you call it when I scratched my back with a hammer? What was that?
I almost died in this room on
Yeah,
Impossible.
redneck
It was
shit.
close.
You need some redneck shit every now and then.
And
That
absolutely.
song.
And you'll stop by and do some redneck shit from time to
Yeah.
time. But I'm very happy that you've moved onward and upward in the world. I think it's great. I think it's wonderful. So
Yeah, things are going good. I got things I have to do, and it's that's
you,
life, man.
If you moving on up in the world and doing better for you
To the east side?
and your family and everything else.
Yeah. Because
Anymore, I
after
think
you
that's a
activate the
small price to
platforms, I forgot about how many enemies were in
So
here.
Thank you very much, and of course we'll hang out. We're friends.
Okay.
And you'll be on the show every once in a while. But thank you for
Like, this part gets a little sweaty right now.
Friends. I think you were friends, and then did the show with you. I think that R turned into a were.
Yeah, I think
feeling.
I'm debating. Is Matt fed up with Aaron, or is Aaron fed up with Matt? I think Matt might be fed up with the comment section.
Matt is just such a. He's got nothing to add. I can't quite tell. He's always got that look on his face.
Yes, dude.
Filling a spot on this show that needed to be filled at a very tough time.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to say you had big shoes to fill, like in terms of talent. I'm not saying they weren't that April wasn't talented.
I understand.
But
what
you were filling a spot that was difficult for me,
Yeah.
and you stepped in and you did a great job, and you were the co-host we needed at the time.
Yeah, the Trump. It wasn't the president you wanted. Or no, wait. How does that go?
Wasn't the president you
I
wanted?
think you're quoting Spider-Man, actually, not a campaign slogan.
Yeah.
I think it's the Dark Knight, actually.
Yeah, that was me. That was just there.
Scott Richard Sass.
Am I quoting the wrong superhero movie? Some fucking superhero movie.
Yes, I think it's
Farewell
Batman.
No.
Not the hero we wanted, the hero we needed. Some fucking superhero movie.
The hero we deserve. Yes, I know what quote you're trying to. He screwed it up too, and yeah, it's from one of those Marvel movies.
No, it's from Batman.
Here we go.
Oh.
Easy Money's wife with $9.99 says, boom,
Ugh, you
and
boys are
Husky
so nerdy,
Pops
but not
goes
nerdy
up.
enough.
We take $7.50 out of each one of those. That means Matt got to $195 tonight.
Hell
This guy
yeah.
has a savage audio log.
$195 for Matt.
And that's how we end the clip with a little M-Hold math for Matt. $10 and $10 minus $3.50 a piece. Is it $7.50? Or no, that would be $2.50 that he's taken out there. So that's what's up in the world of Steel Toe. Over in the world of Hackeride, he's looking at suitcases. You get into a suitcase for a crazy woman, you get your just desserts. You gotta be careful with your kink partners. So thank you for covering that woman killing her boyfriend in her suitcase case. That is a fun one. That is the proper rating. The suitcase case.
Yes, that's two cases, one word. And I'm also laughing at Mr. Z. He's like, Batman, you idiots. I'm like, oh yeah, no shit. As soon as I read
Ow, what was that?
I'm like, oh no, duh. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Not even
I
fucking
also-
Marvel, you fucking idiots.
Yeah, yes, that's right. How do you... That's great. How do I know more about it? It's current. It's the current zeitgeist. That's why. And Mr. Z was the one I timed out last week for a thing, Gino's favorite word. So just, different chat over here. Get some things.
Yeah, I'm just conflating any movie that came out after the year 2000, 2001. I'm just not as good with my movie trivia. It's all just a pile.
Okay,
of quotes
weird,
where
confusing.
I know damn well what things came from. But there was a comedy Batman over on TikTok that didn't know the lore of Batman at all, and it was fun to ask him of Damian. Damian, who's Damian? Your son? Question mark, exclamation point. With your wife, Talia? He like knew the movie Batman, but not a single bit of lore that wasn't in those.
You're right, and most of my Batman lore stems from the animated series from the early to mid 90s. Like,
Oh, well.
That's the biggest chunk that was cemented in my brain, but I do know a bit of, well, I know a lot of the Adam West Batman. And there was a Batman before him that was like a 1940s Batman.
Oh, that came on Amazon. I don't know if it's still up there, but it was on Prime for a bit. The serials that came on, the short serials that came on before the feature presentation at the movies.
Yeah, those were really interesting to watch. And that's another one, Batman Beyond. What a great second chapter to the Batman story. Paul Dini's a really great writer, story creator, character creator, all that stuff.
I should have been tuning in live to Catch 22 last night. Mentioned a couple of times, apparently. Mentioned the one in which I was up for a position, and they decided to go in a different direction. And of course, with the suitcase killer, because keeping me in like a kennel, a cage while you're off at work, that's one thing. But in a suitcase, that's a whole nother thing from someone that you have
It'll be all right.
a physically abusive relationship with. Choose your kink partners very carefully. That dumb bitch never came up with the idea that, oh, we're just kinky people. Please give me accidental manslaughter, not first, second-degree murder.
She thought
I
she
don't
was
like
gonna
when it
talk her
talks
way
to
out
me.
of it. Like completely, oh, it was an accident. I'll just go home now. And then, nope. And that's one of the things. Did she shove him down the stairs in the suitcase? Because in the courtroom they say she may have clobbered him with a baseball bat while he was in the suitcase. You know, like she was gonna F this guy up pretty bad, and it's really interesting to me because, like you said, she had no excuse. We were playing hide and seek.
She kept to that too. We are two adults who were playing hide and seek. It's so easy to be, but she was trying to come up with something that would get her out of that jail sentence period. When she had to be like, all right, I'm going to jail. Maybe we can make it minimum if it's a crime of passion. If it's accidental manslaughter. Nope, never crossed her mind.
Well, and now she has a current attorney. She has a defender who volunteered and took the case after going through 7 or 8 public defenders on her own, almost having to represent herself. This guy is now saying it happened because she was abused by him.
That's
And
funny.
now she's trying to play the reverse victim. He lashed
What
out
a
and
silly
killed him
time.
because he had been hitting her.
Which is kind of, he's working with what he's got. In that footage that she didn't remember of filming, she had, oh, the times that you hit me. That's been right there the entire time. The abused now striking back. But,
Right.
That's what's happened over there in the.
I was ready for those
Remake.
little buggers.
It's a fun case to follow.
There, boom.
Who's now thank goodness for her not representing herself after running through so many lawyers.
Oh, dude, that's a handful of a person. There's no way. I feel bad for anybody that ever dated her. She has a kid in next level. I feel bad for them.
So we are going to go on and get the heck out of here.
I know the marker is responsible for the outbreak. I need to understand how.
Signal. And it pulses, that signal can trigger alterations in genetic code. Neural structure even.
Cool.
You've felt it, haven't you?
But how do I stop it?
Mercer must know. He's taken all his marker research up to his room on the crew deck and sealed... No.
Sealed it? Do you know how? Please, I need Mercer's data.
No, he'll kill you. I won't have more deaths on my conscience. Unitology was all I had after I lost Amelia. Look what it's come to.
Terrence,
Woo.
if it weren't for you, I never would have made it this far because you made me stick with it.
Well, just remember, I'm giving you up for 6 months so you can do this.
You loved Amelia as much as I love Isaac, but if I can't cure this outbreak, I'll never see him again. Please, help me.
39277. If you must get into Mercer's room, that code should still work.
Thank you. Here. Be a favor with you.
Dr. Brennan. Nicole. The only thing Mercer ever feared was death. Now, I doubt he's afraid of anything. Nicole?
Oh, God. I'm so sorry, Isaac. Look at the time difference. I'll call you back
it's
later.
Okay. It's okay. How you doing?
Good. You are
Is this from the second game?
The Ishimura is a great ship. I am so lucky to be serving aboard her.
We'll enjoy it while it lasts. You know they're gonna decommission her next year.
Isaac, thank you
For what?
for just pushing me to do this. I mean, if it weren't for you, I never would have made it this far because you made me stick with it.
Well, just remember, I'm giving you up for 6 months so you can do this.
You know what? We must be getting around to the
I miss you,
relay.
Nikki.
Isaac?
Nicole? Nicole? Hey, can you hear me? Hello, Nikki. Great.
That's like partially, I think that's like partially from the second game. That's interesting.
It's about 2 hours.
Gold, lucky strike means find a back gold.
Well, that's over now. And now what I'm going to do is look at the episode we did last year of Dead Space.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the show. I'm Annie.
And I am Dylan.
It's good to have you back, Dylan. On this show, we talk about games that we like, or maybe games that we don't like. We rant, rave, and ramble about them, and we always ask the question, what is this game?
And I was very happy to find out what this game was this week. This flew under my radar until this show, in which you had me play the game, and I absolutely adored.
Oh, I
getting
hate
into
this
Dead
fucking
Space this
hallway.
week.
And this is the
Good-
Dead
good thing
Space
I have a
from
one-shot
2008.
cannon.
It was remade, I think like last year, the year before. I should have pulled that, but that's not the one we're talking about, so that's not the important one. This week, we have a guest with us, Mondays Weekly. Thanks for joining us. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Hey, thanks for having me on, and happy Halloween, I guess. It's a horror game. Yeah, so I'm Mondays Weekly. I'm a streamer and kind of a shit poster on Twitter. People, and how can I put that? Dead Space is one of my favorite games, and when these guys so graciously asked me to be on their show, I had to decide between this and Resident Evil 4, and I thought, you know what? Dead Space is a little bit more Halloween-y, and I know a lot more about it because I think I've beaten Dead Space 1 8 times in my life, long before I even started streaming.
Oh, it's a game I've definitely beaten a couple times. Dead Space 1, not too many times. Dead Space 2, though, I've probably 13, 14 playthroughs. I've never beaten hardcore mode because that's just a little bit too much for me, but...
Hey, I've beaten Impossible now in this game.
Dead Space 2 actually might be my favorite game, if not, at least tied with Resident Evil 4, but I've only beaten it, I think, 3 times in my life, because that final boss is...
Hi, Nicole. Hi, nipples. Hey, will you come out this way?
I'll never see you again. I'm gonna get us home. There's an SOS beacon nearby. We call for help.
Right. They locked it in the workshop, but my parents can get us down this way.
Cool, cool. Let's do it. 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 Open the door. Open the door! Alright, let's do this.
I know. We'll have time. I promise. Let's get you that beacon. Everyone's counting on us. It's done. The workshop's open. I've never seen you at work. You're a surgeon with that thing.
A surgeon with the foam finger. Hell yeah!
No, focus on launching that SOS beacon. There's maintenance ducts everywhere. I'll catch up.
If you see any more, you hide. Okay?
Trust my heart. I love you, Isaac. You can do this. You'll put things back the way they were. And make us whole again.
Okay, bye. Talk to you later.
It's a complete pass in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. Just put it out there if you want to come back for Dead Space 2. I need a reason to play that again.
Oh, definitely, and I need an excuse to try to finally beat hardcore mode. 'Cause last time I played it, I got to the train segment, you know, the segment where you're upside down.
Mhm.
I got killed by a, what do they call it? What you call them, boomers. And then I was so mad 'cause I didn't save at that point that I haven't played it in like 2 years because of that.
Oh, just raged when you were so far into Impossible. The Impossible mode I unlocked by defeating Medium, and I was told in the new version you have to beat hard. Oh boy, I tried hard, and it took me quite a while to get my first death on Medium with Dead Space. On hard mode, it was like...
I'll have
early
to
on
correct that
chapter
in this
2, my
episode, but
first
that's
death.
okay.
So, for the listeners, Dead Space is a horror shooter game. It's a third-person, kind of over-the-camera, or over-the-shoulder camera. You are Isaac Clarke. You
Launch the beacon. You watch out for Nicole.
Assuming the system doesn't fizzle out again. Stay sharp.
You are an engineer who was sent to repair a ship called the USG Ishimura. It put out a distress signal saying, hey, you know, we have some problems, so you and your crew go to repair it. You also have ulterior motives because it turns out that your girlfriend was also stationed aboard the Ishimura as a medical officer. So you have 2 reasons to go there, one personal and one professional. So the game starts with you just coming in, and I like the way it kind of sets it up. It's very simple. It's just a nice little, I don't know, I guess cutscene. Although it's very silent. It's just, it shows you a schematic of the ship, and then it shows kind of you flying in to the Ishimura over I guess it's called a shock point drive, which is this version's like wormhole travel or light speed travel or whatever.
Or Mass Effect Relay, yeah.
Yeah, so the second the game actually starts, though, it starts with a video of your girlfriend, and it gives you a message, which is what leads you to come here. And for those listening, it's zooming out of a hologram playing. Of
So
Nicole
weirdly, this
talking.
part doesn't have sound. I must have I must have done this wrong right here. Whoops.
I don't know if our listeners are picking up on the sound. For some reason, that wasn't coming through with me, but it does set it up very well. Once you get there, the storytelling that they go through is another fantastic way. The eerie mood that they have all the time, just looking over your shoulder at every little sound. The introduction of new enemies. It's such a well-designed game. I can see why Mondays and you, Annie, are such a fan of it. And I heard that a lot of the stuff put in the remake of Dead Space was just quality of life from
Yeah,
that they
very nice.
put in Dead
Very,
Space
very
2,
nice.
with like the anti-gravity sections and such, of just getting it even with that even. Yeah, oh yes, this first cutscene where, like, every time we got in this room where we weren't able to do anything, I tried to get out and help, and I was just realized eventually, oh no, they're introducing us to new mechanics.
Yeah, the game does a very nice job of holding your hand at the beginning and walking you through the things. Like, even right here, it's horrifying and you're being chased by necromorphs, but even on the hardest difficulty, you can make it through here with ease. You can actually just walk through this hallway because they're scripted to try to miss you. It looks like panic-inducing and everything, but the game is really, at this point, just holding your hand, trying to get you through and teach you, okay, so enemies can bust out of walls, they can bust out of the ceiling, they can convert other enemies, so...
At that point, they haven't given you any type of attack option. So, yeah, I am scared running for my life at this point, with the body horror that is so well done throughout the game. On hard mode, he actually hit me once on my way to the elevator. In medium mode, yeah, I just went running and did not get hit at all.
Most people get hit once at least, but that's where I think the best tone setting comes from the game. Because like you guys said, it's very hand-holding in the beginning, but they instantly they just push you into the water. You lose your hand-holding instantly. And they do funnel you into the hallway to the elevator, which is the safe point. But it's that instant, like, you lose everything. You lose that safety blanket you were just now getting used to. And then you have to run from these horrifying monsters with no way to defend yourself, and you don't even know if this is a game where you can defend yourself if you're going in completely blind.
Right, because at this point, you're just an engineer. You're just a guy here to do some repairs. You don't have any tools. You just have this little spacesuit. So you're running to this elevator from this hallway full of monsters, and if you have played this game before, you know that it's not really threatening, and you can kind of just play with the AI, because the game did come out in 2008, and it is very antiquated. So you can just trick enemy AI by just walking through doorways sometimes, and they'll completely abandon all
They
thought
fixed
of
that
you
in the
and
remake, which is
stop
nice.
attacking you because you're in a safe area, and you can just troll AI.
Eventually was how safe going into a different room was. Like, at different points, I would get through the door and just run. The one enemy that regenerates itself, I kept running, and then at some point I realized, oh, you can't make it through that first door. You need to get through the door, and the clip you showed there, well, any clip you show, is another great game design of having your health bar incorporated into your attire. That's something that I really enjoyed, of being able to immerse yourself a little bit more.
Hell yeah, the rig is the best health bar in
with the
gaming.
health bar, just part of you.
This health bar system on the back is called the rig. It's like you said, it's just basically your health bar. It is a in-world and in-game representation of your health bar. So it'll tell like people in game, like, oh crap, that guy's low on health. I need to get him some medical attention. But it'll tell you, the player, oh crap, I've got 1 bar of health left. Let me eat a health pack real quick.
Yeah, and it's even it builds into the meta of the game as well, because we're not talking about Dead Space too much, but in the beginning of the game, you take a hit in a cutscene, and then essentially the character says, your rig is red, grab there's a health pack in the locker over there. So it's because it links up to the system where, at least in the first game, where everyone in your crew can see your system, your health bar, but you can't do this for everyone else, because, who cares about their health? It's all about you, Isaac. So I think it's this interesting combination of gameplay mechanics and
it's broken.
And then as time goes on, you realize there's no HUD whatsoever. Everything is on your back or on your gun. And then you can pull up stuff like this, as you see here, for your inventory.
What was that?
The inventory is my favorite.
Well, that's great. We can't just toss the beacon out a window.
Yeah, there's gotta be something.
How about that?
The one in the mining bay for smelting.
What about it?
If I attach the SOS beacon to that asteroid and then launch it away from the ship, we'd get a clean broadcast.
And you get yourself killed. The machinery in there is still running, Isaac.
Then it probably kept those things out too. This is our best shot, Kendra. I'm taking it.
UI in video gaming, period. Any video game you can compare, like, you can't compare to Dead Space, because there is no HUD, there is no, like, the only menu is like when you hit escape, so you can hit settings, resume, or quit. Like, regular game menu. But in world, there's no crosshairs, there's nothing on your screen. Everything is a projection from your engineering suit. And everyone in the world can see what you're projecting because it's a real hologram, so you can physically move.
In the remake, they even explain where the lasers are coming from. It's a software and hardware called Trigger Link, which is linked to your rig to help you get a finer cut. Measure twice, cut once.
Move around with the menu on and still run around with enemies chasing you and manage your inventory in real time. And I think it is so cool because
that was a big mistake.
It's also multi-layered. It's completely 3D. It's not just like a 2D thing that's being projected in front of you. It is multi-layered.
It feels like a real thing in the universe. And it's shown on the first cutscene in the game where Nicole's sending that message. Everyone else could see that as well. They could hear that. Isaac is just playing that for himself. But
yeah, he's just blasting it out. He's just, hey everyone, I'm just gonna watch this video of my girlfriend again.
But that scene, that recording didn't show, but that's the only time in the game you can see Isaac's face. Except for the
Are we clear?
So if you turn him around, he's just got like this depressed, like almost like dipshit face. He's like staring at the screen. Like, goddamn, dude. Like, you couldn't have given him a more focused face. But it goes alongside the fact that in the original Dead Space 1, Isaac is completely mute. He does not speak except for yelling, which when Dead Space 2 comes out, it makes it kind of weird because Isaac talks all the time. So they had to retcon it in the remake. Like, no, Isaac's going to talk. We brought back Gunner, right?
Hey, thanks for stopping by.
And now it makes sense in the timeline.
They also modeled Isaac's face in the remake to Gunny's instead of being like a kind of custom-made guy. It's more one-to-one to the voice actor.
I enjoyed that when reading about that of the remake. A lot of the characters were remade, redesigned to reflect their new voice actors, and just a little like quality of life upgrade is what I saw in the remake. Because like the tram system in between chapters that was implemented, intelligent game design, we need a load screen. So we're gonna work it in that you're in the tram.
Load screen / levels, yeah. Like
thanks for stopping by.
One chapter to the
if you wanna drop a like, I have a podcast that I'll be going live later. It's in the pinned comment.
So it like
here.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're listening to me twice. Thanks for stopping by. If you wanna drop a like, subscribe, that'd be great. I go live pretty often. I just wrapped up doing the Outer Worlds, and I will probably play a little bit more of that because the DLC is good. I'm finishing up my New Game Plus run of the Dead Space remake because I'm covering it tonight on my podcast, What's This Game? It's the pinned comment on this episode, so if you want to check out the podcast, it's going live 8:30 Eastern. Right now I'm listening to the episode I did last year of me, my co-host, and Mondays Weekly, the guest that's coming on this episode, doing the original Dead Space, not the remake. Yeah, it could be worse. Could be better, though. Could be better. Are we good? There he is. Alright, I think I'm good now. Ooh. That would have been stupid. Now I gotta go outside. I liked Dead Space 3. So many people didn't, but I really liked it. It was good for what it was. Bing, bong, bing, bang.
Caution. Gravity tether disengaged.
Yeah, I love Carver's parts. I've never played as him, but I've seen them in YouTube videos. When I eventually do the 3 remake with Grum TV, or not the 3 remake, sorry. When I do 3 again, I will make sure I play as Carver. Hey, nice try. Good shot. Next time, try to hit me and get your damage through. Might help you. Oh, is the mining machine just done? I'll just come on through then. Cool. Nice and easy. My only problem with 3 is when they turned Ellie into a damsel in distress, when in 2 she was such a badass. She was still a badass, yeah, but yeah, they put her as a sideline, which kind of disappointed me. I agree with you on that. Oh, how did I go the wrong way? Oh, because I didn't plant the SOS beacon. Dum 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 dum. Okay, cool. I gotta make sure to place it this time, silly me. Get out of the way, rock. There it is. 2 is so good. The sprawl is incredible. I love everything in 2. 2 is one of my favorite games just ever. I love Dead Space 2. Let's see real quick. When was the last time I played 2? According to Steam... According to Steam, I last played it in 2022. I like in the remake how Isaac handles the captain being taken over. He grabs a fire extinguisher off the wall and blasts it at it, like being like, "Get the fuck off me, you fucker." Because it's the first time he's watched one transform, so it's pretty horrifying. Ow! Ooh, I almost got burnt there. That would have been awkward. Alright, time to make a jillion money, because force gun ammo sells for so much. Okay, I'll take 13 nodes, please. I haven't played Callisto Protocol yet. I would like to play it. I would really like to play it. I just haven't had a reason to. So, that's a good reason for my podcast. It gives me a reason to expand and play games I normally wouldn't. So after I do all 3 of the Dead Spaces, I'll probably try Callisto Protocol and see it for myself. I heard negative things about it, but I'm not going to let that affect my opinion on it. I think they just wanted Dead Space and they're mad because it wasn't literally Dead Space. I don't know. People always want something to complain about. Okay, now the hunter's gonna come and jump me. Whee! We shot it.
It's working. The beacon's online, broadcasting wideband. I'll align the receiver. This will take a minute. Head on back to the tram station.
Okay, I would, but...
They needed to put in the tram, but it's nice that coming back, I mean, I haven't played it, but the entire ship is open up and connected, and you can literally walk from one end to the other.
Yeah, and then the tram system is tweaked in the remake. Here's the thing, I'm a big Dead Space fan, and I'm also a cynical, bastard. So going into this, I was upset. I was like, we don't get a remake of the game. Because you guys said it was going to be crazy. I can't disagree with that, but I think the game itself it still holds up to this day, especially visually. So I was like, you don't need a remake, just make the Steam port work because it doesn't work very well. But as biased and cynical as I am, the remake was fantastic, and they just do these little tweaks, like the tram system. It's no longer just a cutscene; it's now the loading screen, but you have to sit in the tram for about anywhere from like 15 to 40 seconds, depending on how far you're going. And they use that as a chance to also kind of pick out the player. I won't say how. They use tone and lighting to screw with you.
Hey!
That is a recurring theme throughout Dead Space, is the sound and the lighting. The more you play it, the more you realize which sounds are like active sounds and which ones are background sounds. But going through for like the first couple hours of the game, every single sound will scare the
that was
shit
interesting.
out of you. You hear like
up in place, look around. I wasn't able to differentiate that myself through by the end of the first playthrough. I was still very immersed between the sounds of like them. They're somewhere in the vents. They're coming down for me. Stop. Look. Oh, okay. That wasn't, as you said, that was a background sound. That wasn't an actual in-game sound.
Yeah, you really gotta start worrying whenever you hear yelling and screaming. Then you're like, okay, somebody's probably about to kill me.
But the best part is when nothing happens, because it's even in the end of the game, where it becomes much more action-based in the last second of the game. It's still the entire time it's like, is something behind me? Is something gonna come get me? And then when I play the game, even to this day, I memorized most of the jump scares, but there are times where I'm like, wait, is something here or not? I can't remember. Is this the part where this happens? And there's plenty of fake outs too, which anyone who's a fan of horror movies or games, a fake out is the most important thing to do, but it has to be just built up just right. It's gotta tease you, and then you're like, well, now I want to be scared, but I also don't want to be scared. It's a really fun dichotomy in your brain, I guess.
The jump scares feel earned, absolutely.
It is jump scare, like, not heavy, but they sprinkle them in exactly where they need to be. Because you'll be, like, safe for a couple of rooms. You'll be, like, walking along. You'll be like, okay, I'm backtracking through this room, going through this room. Okay, I need to go this way. And this clip I have here is a good example. I just walk into a room, I check my locator, I'm like, okay, I need to go that way. So I just start sprinting that way and come around the corner without even thinking. The guy immediately jumps up, so I just have to pump some bullets into him. You know, because you never know when they're gonna come.
Is that sometimes they will play
I haven't
dead
played
after
Alan
you
Wake
take
1
off a
or
few of their
2.
limbs.
I'm a fan of
So,
the
like,
setting and the
do
environment.
not just go over top of them. As I'm walking through and going over what appears to be dead, I will almost always give it a stomp.
As a veteran a veteran Dead Space player, that is, when I kill a necromorph, I either kinesis it with its own arm to confirm that it's dead, or I go and stomp on it. In Dead Space 2, that is reaffirmed, because whenever you kill a necromorph, you have to hit it again to make it drop loot. So you want to make sure that all of your kills are confirmed in Dead Space 2. So I just always do that in 1 anyway. I kill a necromorph and I go and stomp on it.
Well, that's one of the improvements they did with the remake, because in Dead Space 1, you can't use the necromorph claws to basis. Come on, it seems kind of obvious. Dead Space 2, they add that, and then in Dead Space OG remake, they make us like, no, you can use that, and because by doing that, they can tighten up the camera up to something more, as well as it also adds that melee element, which melee we talked about.
I have the first one on my
But you
Steam
can also
library.
stomp and punch enemies if you have no ammo or if you want to conserve it, and it's very satisfying, very visceral, and they make it extra bloody, and Isaac swears a lot, which it's pretty funny.
Yeah, he screams and yells, and he, despite not having any lines, is a very, very well fleshed out character. Like, they set up like his motivation silently, they set up his character silently, and they kind of let you, the player, decide how he feels in the moments, which is, I think, really good for the first time playing Dead Space. When you go to play Dead Space 2, like Monday said, Isaac is immediately talking, and he basically doesn't stop the entire game, which is a good thing, because you're like, oh, okay, I get to learn who this guy is, I get to feel what he's feeling, and, you know, connect with him more. So, if I ever go back to play the remake of this game, I am so excited to be able to see and...
Alright, I will have to hit the
what
be right
Isaac
back
would
once
have
I'm
been
done
like.
with the tram and I know I'm safe.
Where
I have to use the
obvious that
restroom.
he should have dialogue, where he's being straight up talked
Thanks
to
again.
and asked,
Is it
like,
Daniela?
Hey, oh, hey, how are you doing? And you just shrug. Like, come on, you can say some words.
You mentioned the kinesis. You have the guns that you pick up, and the kinesis and the stasis I underused for quite a while into the gameplay, and then trying hard mode out for a little bit. Like the enemies in medium mode, like they drop loot every time or damn near every time.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much in hard mode. So like I was really struggling for ammo. So there was a lot more stasis of like the crawlers, and then attempting to just stomp their arms off because I need to conserve this ammo. I know where there's and the stasis, you have to regenerate it either through packs, or if there's like a puzzle element, they very kindly put a free stasis regeneration area right before and after the...
That fast? a military ship doing way out here?
Whatever. Right now,
Dead Space 4 is definitely what we need.
Head for communications. Once
It would solve a lot of problems in my life.
all the answers we need.
Okay. Now that she's not talking while I'm paused.
The puzzles.
Be right back.
Those are your three major tools. Is you have your gun, which we'll get into right now. None of the guns in the game, except for one, are like an actual gun. Every gun in Dead Space is a multi-use tool. The first gun you get is just a plasma cutter. It's just a small little beam that's used to cut rocks and flesh, and well, it's just a cutting laser.
It was refurbished to cut flesh, because, like you said, the whole thing takes place on the Ishimura, and the Ishimura is a mining facility because little lore here is that in the future, Earth is basically dead, so they send planet crackers out to go crack open planets and take resources and materials back to the Earth. So almost everything in the game, every weapon in the game is a refurbished mining tool. There's a flamethrower, the line gun, which is usually chop down trees, as well as the chopper. Everything in that, but it just becomes like almost a slasher film with, almost like Evil Dead. Like you just would take what you have and turn it into a weapon.
Yes, I absolutely agree with you. The Ripper is a perfect example. It is just it's just a buzzsaw that's held in place by a localized kinesis field. So it's literally just a bandsaw.
And it also makes sure it's extra visceral as well.
I did the plasma, the flamethrower, and the pulse gun, which basically worked like an AK-47. It felt like. There was the ones I used on my playthrough. Is it the line gun that has the you have to wait, you gotta hold the button, there's a little delay. Contact beam. I actually stopped my gameplay. I had 2 save files. I think I was on chapter 8 when I realized I hate my life for having this contact beam and so much ammo. I'm going back to the previous save of chapter 5 and restarting it because I just wasn't working out for me.
Okay,
especially
there we
with
go.
the smaller enemies, like the babies with the 3 tentacles that come out.
Yeah,
I could not hit those at all with the contact beam.
It's every gun is very well thought out, and especially in the first game, is that it's a risk reward to it. Like the Ripper, for example, we talked about. It's arguably the best gun in the game, but it has 0 range.
Hey, Grum, thanks for stopping by. Grum TV will be joining us tonight to cover the remake of this
You have
game.
no range unless you use the alt attack, which shoots it out, but then you have to reload your gun. The flamethrower, I think, is the second highest, but it has 0 stopping power. Enemies will keep coming on you, but it burns through them. But everyone can agree that the best gun in Dead Space 1 and 2, by far, is the first gun, the plasma cutter.
Got 40
Dead
minutes
Space
before
1
work to
on,
hang.
Xbox, because I believe it came out on PlayStation as well, but there wasn't achievements at the time. So on Xbox, there was
Praying my
a
power
famous
doesn't go up.
achievement
Oh
called
no,
One Gun,
that would
where
suck.
the entire game, you don't use a single other gun. You don't put one in your hand. You only pick up that plasma cutter, you get off the desk, and you beat the whole game with that gun.
I'd do that one because it seems like it would be hard, but absolutely doable.
It's hard, but absolutely doable. Because once you get the hang of how to rotate the plasma cutter tip, depending on what enemies you're fighting, and if you can do that on the fly, the plasma cutter is the only thing you need, because it can cut limbs off in one hit on almost every difficulty with the max upgrade. So you can just shear legs off and then shear their arm off in basically 2-tap necromorphs.
Yeah, you could argue that it's designed to be challenging, but it might be the easiest achievement in that game, because I got that achievement at the same time I got the beat the game on the hardest difficulty. Now they cause you a pain in the ass, but in the end it's like, no, you're consolidating all your ammo and money into one gun. You have so many extra
Power nodes.
Power nodes. Every time you get extra ammo from another gun, you just sell that to me. That's free cash. And then, well, again, it's also, unlike every other gun in the game, you can change the angle from a horizontal to vertical, which is very important to this game. And then the only time in the game, in my opinion, that you really need another gun that becomes useful is the final boss, which, no spoilers to anyone. There's a short, maybe 30-second segment where they invert your controls. So a precise gun like a plasma cutter is more difficult, even though it also has ridiculous damage. But
Here, let me pull that up since you're talking about it. That exact clip.
I didn't want to spoil anything.
No, it's, I mean, we're gonna spoil the whole game, so I mean, who cares?
Just making sure.
But yeah, at the end of the game, you're fighting the Hive, which we'll get into why you're even there. But yeah, you get picked up, and then suddenly your controls are inverted, and if you're playing on a mouse, this part can be extremely difficult. You can see me missing almost every shot here. I'm panicking, I'm like, oh fuck, I'm gonna die. And luckily I get a lucky shot in, and I'm like, oh crap, I'm still not being let go, so I'm still just spamming all my bullets, hopefully not dying.
It's the one part of the game I kind of...
That happened in the impossible mode. Grum was there. I thought I was going to die.
Funny, Dylan, you said one of the main guns you had was the pulse rifle. It's not a bad gun, but I always think it's funny because first-time players always end up getting it because, you know, machine guns in a horror game are usually a safe bet, and it's something you're more familiar with compared to all these other weapons.
Right,
but
it's a gun.
The very first cuts in the game shows that all those armed guards that have the pulse rifle, they all get slaughtered. I think it's always funny. It's like, no, regular guns aren't necessarily good in this game. You have to be creative with how you fight.
The regular gun can be good if you're really pinpointed shooting off arms, or if you are just using it to kill the little, like, the babies with the tentacles.
Oh, that's we didn't mention that. This game is different than pretty much any other shooter, especially a horror shooter, whereas headshots actually do very little damage. Body shots and headshots are worthless. You want to cut off their limbs because canonically, you can't kill a necromorph. Every single cell has been mutated so that they're essentially immortal, unless you were to completely eviscerate them, which, you know, shout out to the Regenerator.
Visceral Studios.
Yeah, it's so in canon, all you can do is dismember them so that they can't move at you anymore. Like if you watch some of the spin-off movies, like no, they're still alive, but obviously that would break the game if every limb was still moving after you killed every enemy.
There is a enemy in the game that does do that. Let me see this one right here. This enemy is made up of other enemies, essentially. It's just a tall, horrifying necromorph, and whenever you kill it, its arms will still crawl at you, and its individual organs will still crawl at you, and its head. This is a really cool necromorph that, unfortunately, only is, like, in this game. There are parts of it in Dead Space 2, and there are the head in Dead Space 3, but this tall necromorph is only in Dead Space 1.
I feel like I'm wrong about that.
9, 10, and I think 12.
I don't want to be that guy, but I will say, I don't know how many times it is, but it's in Dead Space 2 at least once.
Yes.
Yes, he's in there at least once. In do you remember the hospital segment of the game in the very beginning that eventually you go back to in the second half?
Oh yeah, no, but you're right. Yeah. He's in there, like in the big atrium.
Because it has the most famous kill in the entire franchise, where it rips off your head and then puts its own head in place of it. So
yeah, right here. This is the best death. If you let this thing kill you, like Monday said, it will rip your head off, and it will become your head.
Oh, I did not experience this one. Oh, that is awesomely creepy. The clip you showed of the tall man, that's where the contact gun. I was like, fuck this. That in the next room, it was just doing me no good.
Just a little thing about me. I forgot most of the names in this, and I used to learn most of them. That tall one, I always just called the Scarecrow because it looked like one to me.
Yeah, and he's got like the raggedy like shirt on, and I think that's a pretty
coolest death
makes,
by
like,
far. Yeah, definitely.
Noise. I mean, all the necromorphs make horrifying noises, but you wouldn't expect something that deep, that loud, and that booming.
Okay, cool.
To come from
I remember how to
a
solve
tall,
this puzzle.
skinny guy made of like flesh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What also interesting me about that one specifically is that, again, it's made of a separate parts. It might have come from the same person because it's a lot of it's just bone and intestines, but that means it came together and put that shirt on by itself. I always thought that was like that's such a unique thing about it. Like most necromorphs don't care about if they're naked or not.
Well, I mean, I guess the head kept some intelligence and was like, man, I want to look fancy. I want to look terrifying as I run at you with my little dangly bits.
The body horror is just so well done in this game, and the fact that you don't know that these creatures are your former crew members at first, but it gives you plenty of hints that these were once people before you learn that, yeah, these are this bacteria is turning all these humans into itself.
That's one of the more interesting things about it, because the necromorphs are very interesting.
Who's making that sound?
Very intelligently designed. Where when you first see them, they look humanoid, but because of the fact, especially the Slash are the most common ones, you can't really see their forearms. They shrink and they curl up in their torso. You see their claws in their back. So he's like, oh, these look humanoid, but you're not really aware that they were humans at some point. And then as time goes on, you see, oh, something is turning them into turning corpses and live humans sometimes into these monsters, and I've been killing what was originally the people around me this entire time.
And yeah, this is where you first find out how the necromorphs are converted. Like, it's alluded to through text logs and audio logs up until, but you get your first, like, direct experience here when you finally find the captain.
I see.
You see one of these things straight up just in real time convert the captain right before your face. It's even more horrifying in Dead Space 2. That's actually the, like, opening, as soon as the, like, the prelude stops and you get control of Isaac, the first experience is one of those things turning a guy in your face into a necromorph. You can see all of his face exploding off of him, and the bones changing and stuff. It's pretty horrifying. It's a great opening.
Yeah, another little funny story about me is that for the longest time I was a huge pussy and scared of like horror stuff up until I was like 20. But I bought Dead Space 2 on a whim because I was at Walmart once. And I was like, oh, it's $5. I did not look at the back of the box. I just looked at it. It's like, oh, this looks like a kind of a dark sci-fi game. It's like, must be like Halo. 2 minutes into the game, again, you see an infector stab a guy in the brain and turn him into a necromorph with his face.
Yeah, it's a really good opening.
And I was like, oh, I made a mistake. And I could not finish that game for a long time because it was addictive. I kept playing it, but between the fear of jump scares at that time, as well as the game could be pretty difficult.
This is USM Valor, broadcasting on all frequencies to
Hey, what's up, boss?
in response to your SOS. We picked up your escape pod number 47 and are on.
Yeah, you shouldn't have done that.
This message will repeat every 30 seconds until you respond.
Well, you're dead.
Escape pod.
Oh, fuck. The pod Hammond jettisoned. It had Chip. That creature was inside.
No. USM Valor, come in. Come in, Valor. Oh, her signal isn't strong.
Can we deploy the long-range antenna?
No, something's blocking the blast doors over the comms array. The hell?
There'll be a manual release over at maintenance. I'll go. Keep trying to reach them.
But it became one of my favorite games, and then I went back and played 1, which arguably is a better game, but I prefer the second one. The psychological aspect a little bit differently.
I do enjoy the text logs and audio logs. Every time I found one, I would read it from front to back, or just sit still so I would not be interrupted by a possible necromorph coming out at me. And the story going even deeper with a lot of the crew being part of a cult that actually wanted these necromorphs. It was a fun little twist as you learn throughout the game.
Yeah, you're talking about the unitologists.
Sorry about that.
I love the I believe it was the second in command when you go to his room and find his diary. Half the fucking crew are unis. List of known unis.
Yeah, it's definitely not Scientology in the future. Definitely not. I don't know why you guys are using that. I think it's kind of offensive to Scientologists and Xenu, our Lord and Savior. But it's basically
not Xeno. Gosh darn it.
Basically, in the future, to break down unitologies, that there was. We're allowed to talk about like more endgame spoiler stuff, right?
Yeah, we're gonna cover the whole game, so it doesn't matter how we cover it. If you want to cover something, we'll talk about it.
Getting a little more.
Yeah,
spoilery,
Xenomorph. That's good.
Okay, we'll run back to this later, but essentially everything in the necromorphs are created by something called a marker, and about 200 years before the game takes place, roughly about I think 100 years. About 100 years after today, time period, a marker was found on Earth by a man named Michael Altman. We're not going to explain it in the universe because I've read all the books, but essentially he became the head of a new religion called Unitology, where they believe that these markers are being sent out by the aliens that created humanity to bring it to the next stage of evolution. Humans are all, I can't say Earthlings because most humans at this point aren't born on Earth anymore. Humans believe that somewhere out there is some kind of evidence of that evolution, and the marker is like equivalent to the cross in their universe. Time with a lot of these Unitologists, you'll see figures and models of the marker, and it's a symbol of fortune. So obviously,
only time in the whole game an enemy is in an elevator.
7, where the Yoshimura was, it becomes a pretty big deal to everyone, even non-worshippers.
Right, because it's confirmation of another one, despite the fact that it's not revealed until later on that that marker is man-made. It wasn't actually like an alien thing that was put there. Humans reverse engineered the black marker that was found on Earth and were able to rebuild it.
I'm getting a phone
and
call.
seed it different places throughout the galaxy, trying to do different experiments and seeing how the marker reacts.
One
and what
moment.
it can do. Which it can do a lot. I mean, apparently it's some sort of power source. So, I mean...
We do find out that the government was aware that the marker was wreaking havoc. This was an illegal mining operation that they were going after. So the government knew that we need to stay the fuck away from it. And the Unitologists were just like, this is what Altman foretold. This is what Altman was telling us about. That the government is suppressing the true religion.
Yeah,
Which the whole religion thing is kind of like a B plot, but the B plot in some cases is a lot bigger than what's actually going on. You repairing the ship and trying to get off of it is kind of like thrown to the wayside whenever you start getting into the text logs, the audio logs, and listening to all of this stuff that's going on and happening in the ship. And if you decide to get into the expanded stuff, there's comics, there's animated shows, there is
spin-off games,
a whole lot of books, spin-off games. Some of them are pretty bad, but I mean...
well, Extraction was fun. See, it's funny because you don't really get into it much in Dead Space 1 because Isaac doesn't talk. And he's kind of a blank slate because, mid-2000s, a lot of protagonists were silent.
Mm-hmm.
But Isaac personally hates Unitology. He hates Unitologists and hates them because when his father passed away when he was young, his mother, stricken with grief, joined the Church of Unitology and gave away all of their money and all of Isaac's college funds. So he had to work his way through college, even though he had saved up enough money to basically get through. And the moment he got out of college, he got a job on a ship as an engineer, and then never looked back. He has a very personal grudge against them, which they never go into too deeply in the games. But you kind of, especially when you get to 2, when he starts talking, you can just feel the contempt in his voice. But a lot of people misattribute that because of the events of the first game, because, another spoiler, Unitologists are dicks.
That's not really a spoiler. I think that could be said of any organized cult religion.
Okay, sorry about that. I had to pay my rent.
Doing
Whoops.
things and trying to genocide people to ascend them. So,
the way
yeah,
the game makes you have suspicion on your friends. I believe it's just Hammond and Kendra from the ship who are still there with you. And Kendra, she's like at the communications center or whatever. And Hammond is also out there. And the whole time there's suspicion thrown on Hammond by Kendra. And at some point, you as the player start suspecting everybody of being part of this bigger conspiracy.
You stupid little bitch. I'm gonna kill you so fast.
Even, your girlfriend, like, at some point I'm like, something's wrong. There's a twist coming. She's a uni too, isn't she? I'm not sure what's up with the girlfriend, but I think she's, like, at the end when you're putting the marker back where it belongs on the planet to keep it away from you, I'm like, somehow she's a unitologist, and we're going through with this to help her. She's gonna turn on us, make us whole again. Isaac, what does she mean?
The game does a great job of alluding the entire time of what's happening. And it is like a eureka moment at the end of the game when you can finally, in your head, put together all of the clues that have been floating around. And you finally are like, okay, everything makes sense now. The game alludes to, from the very beginning, that Nicole is dead. The game starts with Chapter 1, New Arrivals. And if you look at the chapter names of every chapter throughout the game, the first letter of every chapter spells out Nicole is dead.
And this is not a surprising thing because everyone that played the game, that blew my goddamn mind. I love, it's a perfect thing. I love when games or media, but you can't put it together because you're not looking for it. Going in further with Nicole's dead, is that first cutscene that we showed earlier with Isaac watching that video of Nicole, he doesn't watch the entire thing, that's a suicide video. It ends with Nicole committing suicide due to, because everyone's dying and she knows she's not going to die. That's her final goodbyes to Isaac. But either Isaac cuts it off there, or you as the player, as Isaac, he just mentally blocks
Come on.
It's implied that Isaac is being affected by the psychosis and schizophrenia that the marker provides by the time he's coming in. So Isaac may have known was going to either find Nicole, trying to look for her, or trying to recover her body.
Yeah, at the very end of the game, Kendra confronts you and is calling you out, being like, hey, you're just as crazy as everyone else. You need to look at yourself and finally watch that fucking video, like, to the end this time. So, you finally have to actually watch the whole video, and as Monday said, it's like a suicide note. She sends Isaac an apology, being like, I can't handle what's going on here, and I'm not gonna let what's happening here take me. So I'm gonna have what little power I have left, and I'm gonna KO myself. So she lethal injections herself, and Isaac finally realizes, oh shit.
But again, that's why I love this part, because it comes down to, again, as Isaac's developing schizophrenia from the marker. So it brings up the question, was Isaac aware of this the whole time and he's just now coming to terms with it? Or did he really not understand this and now he's just finally put it together?
This scene right here kind of alludes to the former. It alludes to that the entire time the marker has been fucking with you, at least since like chapter 3 or 4 when you first start getting messages from Nicole.
Yay!
Right here you can see all of the screens in this room being affected by like marker code, and the concordant symbol is like glitching all over the place. It kind of heavily hints right here that, hey Isaac, you're fucking hallucinating pretty hard right here, and you are it's like a Fight Club moment where he is Nicole.
Yeah, but as Dylan said, it's even near the end, it's like, well, is she a unitologist? And because at this point, you understand that there's some level of supernatural events occurring. So
I'm glad they answer that in the second one.
Doing this, you're constantly second guessing yourself because you're like,
or in the remake, I mean.
They give you everything, but you don't have. They give you all the puzzle pieces, but you're not sure how to put them together. So, when I played it first time, I was like, is this me or is this her? Either way, it's one of us, and I don't think it's me. But how is Nicole doing this? I never attributed it to the fact that it's like, oh no, this is everything is not real. Isaac basically is walking around in an empty room, because again he's going crazy as time goes on, which is one of my favorite aspects of the story.
You get the audio clues as well.
Oh, he got murdered.
To me, it was. I was just thinking, oh, this is kind of just creepy. I didn't put it together that the whispers that you start hearing
watch
along
out.
with the ambient noise and the sounds of the necromorphs.
Oh no!
Yeah, to me it's just more atmosphere that I wasn't looking too much into, but that's you going crazy. The whispers that start happening at different points throughout just walking around the game.
Daniels, what happened? Something shook the whole crew deck. What hit it? An asteroid?
Is that audio coming through?
It's pretty low.
Okay, I just want to make sure if it was even, because earlier you mentioned that it wasn't playing, so let me just rewind. Yeah.
By the time another ship hears the SOS beacon, we'll all be dead.
No, that's what I was telling you. I found an executive shuttle on the crew deck, intact.
Throughout the game, yeah, you start just getting straight up audio recordings from Nicole, and in between there, you can just hear the ship like intercom system come on, and at the beginning it was like real broadcast letting you know about like the tram schedule and, you know, hey, dinner's in the mess hall, stuff like that. But later on it just becomes creepy whispering, horrifying like ASMR whispering in the background, like chanting, sometimes reading numbers, sometimes just reading the regular old broadcast announcements, but just creepily whispering them as Isaac is just slowly losing it. And it's a psychological play for the player trying to decipher, am I hallucinating, or is this actually like the ship is fucked and there's somebody in the broadcast center whispering over? Is it Kendra doing that? Like, because she does mention that she starts seeing her brother, so she knows that she's also hallucinating.
Yeah, it's
Hooray! The hardest chapter in the game, probably.
The two most obvious is not even Alien.
The Valor is such a good chapter.
Ridley Scott's Alien. No, the two is John Carpenter's The Thing, and a much more divisive movie, Event Horizon, which is about a ship that goes to hell and then people on it that end up boarding it go crazy.
That's a fucking good movie.
It was so bizarre and weird. It's kind of a movie where nothing happens except for people are just going crazy. It's very good, and I think the very transparent, like, yeah, we know what this is, and we're also Resident Evil 4, but we're gonna do our own mishmash take of it, but with a new sci-fi universe, which is one of my favorite universes I've ever read, in my opinion.
Yeah, I love the Dead Space IP. It's so deep and horrific, but it doesn't expand out further than it needs to. You don't start asking random questions like, I wonder what the civilization on Mars is like. Well, that's not important at all to the story, even slightly, so they never touch on it, and unless it's directly important to a character, they don't even talk about that kind of crap. So the world is super expanded in the books and all of this stuff, but it's also very contained in its own space. It does a great job, I gotta be honest.
Yeah, it's very, I'm tripping over my words here. Everything basically, there's nothing really mentioned in the game that doesn't somehow relate back to Isaac or his situation. It talks about a character, it's talking about like what's going on with them, which relates back to what the hell is going on this ship. Why is these awful things happening to Isaac? He just wants to find his girlfriend. And I think that scope kind of helps keep it very tight in the story and makes it interesting, because if they wanted to, they could expand on everything, talk about like how long they've been out in space, mimicking different civilizations. But no, we're just kind of focus on what we have here and give you little nuggets of information just so that's like just enough so you're not really wondering. It's like, well, that doesn't make sense. It's like, okay, I have just enough and my brain will put the rest of the story together for myself.
I do have to thank the developers for that, because I became very invested in this whole world. So if they put more than just little nuggets, I totally would have been tracking down every teeny little bit of lore that was littered around this game. But yeah, as you said,
they add some like extra background lore in this game.
Oh, the alien language written on the wall after you defeat the game.
Speak with you. Who is this? Dr. Terrence Kine, the Ishimura's chief science officer. I studied.
Hi, Terrence.
I'm done talking to unitologists. But the planet won't rest until the marker is returned. You can't leave. Watch me.
Okay, bye. See you, nerd. Okay, this is the instant kill section. Time to focus real quick and we'll be okay. Where's the battery? I don't see it. Am I just blind? Oh, yep, I'm blind. Cool. That's taken care of.
Okay, the warhead's clear.
Damn it. This doesn't add up. If the Valor was just on patrol, why bring a nuke? And if they have a target, what's out here except us?
Yeah.
You know.
I'm downloading a munitions report.
Chen.
I'll clear your
You know, just in case they run across a wild Chen.
core and let's get out of here.
You know how dangerous he is. Cool, we did it.
It kind of gives you the cipher at the end to figure out what all the alien language was that was scribbled on the walls, in addition to the English words. That one of my favorite was "fuck this ship." When you first get the plasma cutter, it has sprawled on the wall, cut off their limbs. Fantastic, thank you. It makes sense in story that someone would sprawl that on the wall, and then sprawled on another wall. There's just another "fuck this ship." Nothing, no hints, but yeah, that makes sense, and I like that a bunch.
It's a lot like the graffiti you see in Left 4 Dead 2. It's like, we didn't deserve this. Yes, you did. It's like, I didn't. Fuck you, buddy. And again, it also goes into the meta where the game doesn't. The game eventually does tell you that you need to cut off their limbs, but it's not the first thing. The first thing you do is that you see that sign that cut off their limbs. It's telling you without the game holding your hand in that aspect, because eventually it's like, look, we need to tell them because they haven't figured it out, or maybe they missed that somehow.
Maybe they can't read. I don't know. Yeah.
It's like they will not be able to progress through the game. Like, you could probably do it. I've seen people, do melee on the game, but it's so difficult. Like, we want to make the game challenging, but that's what makes it possible.
And the bosses you couldn't melee. I was actually very happy. Like the way they build up the bosses too. The one boss, the Leviathan.
Okay, that was rude.
They're building that up through the whole chapter. There's something big in there. I was actually relieved, a little disappointed, but relieved I was able to kill the Leviathan on my second attempt. Took me out my first attempt, but yeah, just 2 attempts and goodbye Leviathan.
Yeah, the boss fights they're just challenging enough. Once you learn what they can do, it's really easy to just kind of walk out of the way of most of their attacks. But the first time, they set it up very well each time. The Leviathan is the first one. I believe it's in like food storage.
Ugh, I still don't want to do the shooting
one,
range.
You fight on the hull of the ship, which is like this big giant tick that's blocking the communications.
You got the giant cannon. That was a fun.
It's a lot
I
nicer.
like variety in gameplay. So.
Ugh, at least give it one shot.
Shooting range online. Caution. Live fire exercise.
That's stupid.
Out of service. Please contact maintenance.
Rude. I don't appreciate being jumped like that. Dirty tactic game. Shut up. Here, let me slow it down for you. I like this guy. I wish I could have that weapon. No, I don't work here. Silly guy. I guess he got confused.
Isaac, you hearing this? It's Chen. There, on the rig link. Is that locking in alive?
Chen's dead. You know that.
I know my own fucking corporal. Chen, come in.
Yeah, he got revived by the necromorphs. They unnecromorphed him. Dumb dummy. Oh no. I've run out of slots. First world problems. I'm pretty sure they took out my favorite guy.
So the little cannon with the variation of gameplay was fun.
Yeah, this is my unpopular opinion. I actually like the tick, or as I call it, the crab boss fight. Because yes, it's frustrating, but compared to the first gunner segment, which you get to shoot a bunch of meteors, it's much
way easier.
But if you play on, I will say, play on the hardest difficulty, that took me about an hour. Both of them took me about an hour to beat because you had to basically be as efficient as possible without firing even a wasted shot. But it also feels good to have that gun. Like, look, this is by far the strongest gun, probably in the franchise, frankly. And it's like, well, it's an actual gun. It's weird. I love all the weird shit in that game.
Oh, absolutely.
And frustrating was having to. You have the store where you can sell all the stuff that you're not using or ammo that you're never going to use. And I did like a complete, at least an hour of backtracking so I could pick up all those little pieces of loot that wouldn't fit in my suit level 2 or 3, whatever it was at the time. Eventually level 5, you've got many slots. Just so much backtracking, and then I started doing the little cheat of moving it with my telekinesis and putting it just on the inside of the door.
Yeah,
so
make it
then
easier.
I can mask rabbits.
What am I doing?
And sell it off. 'Cause I need that money. I need those power nodes
Ouch.
to upgrade my guns. I need more pulse rifle ammo.
Yeah, the money is more and more important on the harder difficulties. The game does not give you any leeway. It gives you just enough to get through.
It doesn't, but don't forget there's always Peng.
Yeah, you can't forget about Peng. Did you get Peng in your playthrough?
I didn't get Peng.
I'm so glad Andy picked up on that, because I was like, if neither of you said anything, I was like, oh, I brought this whole show to a standstill with my bad joke.
I thought I had a clip of it. Oh, right here. You finally go back to the shuttle bay, and if you come down here and look over the side, you can see a little statue of Peng, which is I believe she's an actor, singer, lady. She's some famous lady in lore.
It's a little in-game joke with the developers, where that thing does absolutely nothing for you, but it's always worth 30,000 credits. So it is very important that you find it. So if you don't get it at that point in the game, which is I think chapter 2, you can't get it until chapter 11. So, and early game is probably the most important because it lets you kind of set your character up a little bit stronger. But in late game, it is good to have. And I have no spare.
I died in this room on my impossible playthrough.
So
Technically, I save scummed
It's also
though.
in every single mainline game.
Something that I really like is that there's a New Game Plus, so if you decide to play again, you can carry over your upgrades and everything in your vault. So if you just are continuously playing the game, you can have so much stuff in your store that you don't ever need to worry about things. Like if I ever decide to play Dead Space 3 again, I have so much crap in my vault that I could give anyone like a whole set of stuff. Like here's 25 large health packs, go sell them and buy power nodes. Here's any ammo you need. The game incentivizes hoarding on repeat playthroughs.
Oh yeah, but this is more of a nostalgia aspect of it. Dead Space 1 has my favorite thing. Unlike most games, especially nowadays, it has cheat codes. It has a bunch of cheat codes. In the start title screen that I opened up my old my 360 copy the other day, just kind of. I found my old scribbled note sheet that I had. It's every cut everyone gives you like you get I think.
Stasis refill.
Stasis refills, a bunch of power nodes, a bunch of money, a bunch of oxygen tanks, which no one keeps. Sell those.
Fuck that, yeah, those are the. I only use those once in the entire game.
I used them the first time I played 2, but then you realize if you don't have to be efficient as long as you move quickly. And they usually put O2 tanks everywhere because if you don't, you die instantly. You run out of air. So that could be a soft block if you're not careful. The O2 tanks, they're like. It's one of those things where every time I see it now, I'm like, if I use that, I have to restart my run because clearly I'm not good this time. I need to practice more.
Right, you need to figure something out.
The O2 tanks are something, I always kept 1 or 2 in my storage because, you just need to get efficient at those segments where you're running out of oxygen. And I believe the meteor shower part where you're running on the ship was the one point where I absolutely needed to use one because I just
Oh, that part's cut from the game.
I don't think I found, and usually I think everywhere they have the like the stasis refill. They have the oxygen refill somewhere.
Somewhere, yeah. You have to find it, but yeah, it's usually out there because they don't want you to be like fucked. Well, something that I think is nice. I didn't take the opportunity to do it, but when you upgrade your rig, it only costs 1 power node right off the bat, and you can just get plus 20 seconds air. So if you're struggling, you can just save up 10k, buy a power node, and get 20 seconds of extra air capacity just for 1 power node. You don't even need like a junction node to connect the two things.
Yeah, but I'll just say that upgrading your air, unless it's the last thing, it's only for scrubs. You upgrade your O2 when you have nothing left to upgrade and you don't want to buy a new gun. So.
No, you only upgrade it when you have every other gun upgraded, because the O2 you don't need it.
Yeah, but again, I can understand why, because I'm sure that when they're playtesting the game, a lot of people either before they enter the O2, they're like, people get
Bye, Hamlet. Bye, Hamlet.
Someone get the door open. It's one of the only situations in the game where it's an insta kill. I think there's maybe 5 total. Everything else is like you have to just get stabbed to death by monsters, or bit, or eaten, or have your head ripped off by a baby head.
Yeah, everything gives you like a quick time event before it kills you, except for a couple of things. One of them is the big fat sacks of screaming goop on the wall that have tentacles. If you walk close to them, they'll shoot a scythe out at you and cut your head off instantly.
It took me a while to realize I didn't get too far up close to those ones against the wall. But
I'll
all
take
these
that.
little babies that they shoot out at you, it's such a pain in the ass. I think there's only one section where you encountered 2 of the wall monsters at once. Oh,
I think that's chapter 12.
Lives. Yes, yeah, it was right near the end when you're actually on the planet.
Yeah, and that's because that whole that last segment of the game is just a gauntlet. Especially, the one room.
I am
I don't
going.
know how to show. I just call it the room, where it's just, and it is probably about maybe like 15 minutes worth of non-stop fighting of waves and different necromorphs.
That was my favorite part, actually, was the room where it's just wave after wave of all the monsters, one by one. And you'd been introduced to the super fast ones at that point, right? At some point, the super fast ones came to the room too.
They come in at chapter 8, yeah.
They're one of the interesting ones because this could have been completely avoidable, where Hammond captures a necromorph early on in the game into an escape pod, and he's like, you know what? It's more of a risk to us if we just leave it here, so we'll launch it into space. And you're constantly saying, you start sending out a signal for people to help you. Like, hey, look, we need EarthGov to come save us. EarthGov is like the military and basically runs all of humanity. They're like, USGA Shimura, we got your distress call. We found your escape pod. And then Hammond's like, oh no,
Who went into here?
Don't open these settings, don't open it. And then the next video you get from them, the ship's on fire and people are getting slaughtered because it's going around killing people, causing the infection to spread. And a bunch of these soldiers are all armed with stasis, with the equipment you found, which slows down time. But because of that, for some reason, it gets inverted, so they become twitchy and very quick. They're the fastest enemy in the game for that reason.
Yeah, they can dodge bullets with their crazy sidesteps. They can backpedal super fast, and they can sprint faster than the crawling guys with the tails can even jump at you. They are unbelievably quick, and they don't do a ton of damage, but they do just as amount of damage as anyone else. So if you're playing on a hard difficulty, one hit from them, it's like, well, there went a medium-sized health pack.
Yeah, it's frustrating because basically to kill those things, you have to predict where they're going to land and shoot them preemptively, or you have to use a stasis. And then when you stasis them, their dodges are still pretty quick, so you could miss even if you hit them with stasis.
I always try to cut off their legs. Then they still, crawl at you super fast. But if you're quick on the draw, they're pretty easy to deal with. When you finally get on the ship, it comes in from the Valor is the ship that we're talking about. It picks up our escape pod and it opens it up, and then the necromorph just fucks up the whole ship and kills basically everyone, and then the ship comes on a collision course with the Ishimura and crashes into the side of it. So we have to go in there to get a singularity core, which is
I hope Hammond was right about that shuttle.
He said it was on the crew deck, along with every unitologist on the ship and their marker. You need to... Wait, someone's opened the door near the bridge atrium? It'll get you to the crew deck, but who's left with that kind of clearance? Isaac, something's up, but we have to get that shuttle. For God's sake, be careful. We're all that's left.
It'll be okay. I do have to be right back, though.
damage, but they do just as amount of damage as anyone else. So if you're playing on a hard difficulty, one hit from them, it's like, well, there went a medium-sized health pack.
Yeah, it's frustrating with those ones. It's like, basically, to kill those things, you have to predict where they're going to land and shoot them preemptively, or you have to use a stasis. And then when you stasis them, their dodges are still pretty quick, so you could miss even if you hit them with a stasis.
I always try to cut off their legs. Then they still, crawl at you super fast. But if you're quick on the draw, they're pretty easy to deal with. When you finally get on the ship, it comes in from the Valor is the ship that we're talking about. It picks up our escape pod and it opens it up, and then the Necromorph just fucks up the whole ship and kills basically everyone, and then the ship comes on a collision course with the Ishimura and crashes into the side of it. So we have to go in there to get a singularity core, which is essentially a piece of machinery that'll power up the shuttle that we found in a different part of the ship.
Yeah, and I misspoke earlier. The Necromorph's not spreading the infection, but at that point they're getting close enough to the marker for them to start mutating, even before they end up landing on the ship. So, and by the time they crash into the Ishimura, they're basically ground zero, that there's no chance their corpses won't be infected.
Yeah, they haven't had a chance to get infected, the corpses, because of the I don't know what they're called. They're like the little bat ones that infect them. There's not like any of them on the ship.
I call them infectors. They're the primary way of turning a corpse into a necromorph.
Alright, I am back.
A regular corpse, if you give it enough time, will eventually melt into goo and turn into an infector. And I believe in canon that some of them will just turn into random slashers, other ones, but they're the most uncommon. From straight mutation, it's the infectors, and the infectors' job is obviously to go around and make regular necromorphs by injecting them directly into the brain.
Yeah, they function like a disease, but they're not. They're like zombies. They're a really interesting, like, sci-fi enemy.
Oh yeah, they have a big. They shape like fleshy bats, but they also have what's called proboscis from things that butterflies have, and they shove them into its victims' skulls. Either it's usually a course, but if you see in Dead Space 2, they do go after living humans occasionally. And every time I see that, I keep getting weirded out. I think, oh yeah, that was a human at one point, and it just in one of the books it describes it as it starts melting, the flesh starts basically wriggling into goo, and then reforms itself after all the bones break and reassemble itself into that shape.
Yeah, it's not fun. It's like the ultimate level of body horror. This game does everything up to 11. Everything it does, it goes hard. With the body horror, with the sci-fi hologram elements of not having a HUD, literally everything in the game is like physical. Giant machinery, since everything in the game is a machine, since you're on the Ishimura. There's a part where you have to refuel you have to refuel the engines because they're out of fuel because somebody drained them because they didn't want the Ishimura to be able to leave. So you go in there and you just slide like a little old lever, and then you look in the distance and the engine is hundreds of feet big. It's in an entire room, and as soon as you switch the thing, the entire room starts rotating. The engines move. There's all this machinery going on. It's so cool to just stand there and just watch the things in the Ishimura do what they do.
Yeah.
One of the body horrors that really got to me were the ones that were poisoning the air, making the atmosphere more acclimate. You know what word I'm trying to say there, to the bacteria, because they're still looking very human. Like, to me, I'm like, I think they may still have consciousness, but they're the most easiest to kill. I just go over and stomp them, so that's a funny little thing of just, all right.
Oh yeah, no, there are several enemies in the game that, like you said, the guys that are stuck to the walls that can insta-kill you, and there's the weaker versions of them. I can't remember, but I believe it is confirmed that they're one of the rare necromorphs that do still have their consciousness, but they can't control their bodies anymore. So they are aware of everything and they feel everything as they're.
That came across to me. That was very well done. I felt like, yeah, those poisoning ones, I think they still have consciousness. So, yeah, confirmed.
Those ones are a great body horror one because they're like on their hands and knees because they're in pain and mutating, but their flesh is like melted together, so they're stuck in that pose. And then
on their back as well, and they're also designed to look like mushrooms and really spores.
Yeah, they have huge mutated lungs that are just like a giant hunchback.
I know exactly
and
where this guy
pulsates
is.
And undulates as it breathes in all of this poison. It's horrible, and they make horrible noises, and they're definitely conscious based on the sounds they make. The necromorphs are just like roaring, grunting, squelching noises, but then there's a couple of enemies that are like, ah! It's like, man, I'm so sorry for you.
Yeah, it's I like to think it's the worst case scenario for them. It's like, it's not even that they're conscious, but they still feel pain. So it's like, they don't even, it's like they're just suffering for suffering's sake. Like the marker's like, you know what? I'm gonna screw with just a specific subset of group just to be a dick about it.
I like the variety of enemies. There is so many. There's also like the elite variants of each of the enemies, and then some of them have armor and also armored elite versions. So there's like tiers of their own enemies too, and they throw them at you in just batches.
The elite version of the crawlers with the whipping tail, I hate those. Those got me quite a few times. I got used to the regular version of the crawlers. It's still kind of difficult for me to hit at times the way they move, but the elite version that are just much faster and more aggressive, they got me.
And they also have a lot more health. As Annie was mentioning earlier, that you can. There's two ways to deal with, especially the slashers. You can either chop off their claws, which prevents them from doing as much damage, because at that point all they can do is bite you. But the majority of people, myself included, prefer to shoot off their legs because they can still deal about the same amount of damage, but they're much slower. So the devs were like, well, shit, everyone's shooting off their legs. How do we deal with this? Well, a lot of these guys wear either military or guards on us. So their legs are actually generally similar, except, obviously their shoes get torn up with their claws.
Mm-hmm.
So in exchange, their legs their pants don't tear up, unlike their torso. So let's just give them body armor on their legs. So they make it more difficult to shoot their legs as opposed to their arms.
It's not impossible, but you do suddenly have to adapt on the fly. Do I want to dump a couple extra bullets into the legs to take them, or do I put them into the arms and take those out? I remember the first time. I haven't played Dead Space 1 in a long time, so coming back to this was a nice refresher. I remember the first time I saw one of the military leg guys. I'm just like clearing a room, I'm blasting everybody. I'm playing on easy because I'm just going through the first time, just sprint through the game. And I'm just like blasting, I'm killing the necromorphs in like 2 bullets, and then that guy comes around the corner and I just keep shooting in the leg and I'm like, oh fuck, he's armored.
Yeah, it's little things like that it's also because the lighting, it's not as dark as Dead Space 2, but sometimes it's just dark enough so you don't see these little changes immediately. So again, the armored legs is like sometimes even me, I consider myself a veteran, which is kind of snobby, but I'm cool like that. You shoot them in the leg, it's like, wait, how come they didn't blow off their leg? And then you look.
We've been playing this game for 15 years. I think we can qualify for it.
I know, but in my experience, the moment I talk highly about myself, I usually do something stupid. Anyone that watches my
that sucks. I hate walking in a door and getting hurt.
That's another reason why the elites, I call it the advanced necromorphs, I call them the elites, the ones that have like the burnt skin.
Yeah.
They are more difficult and they're much more aggressive and deal more damage. But in Dead Space 2 specifically, I kind of prefer them sometimes in specific locations because they're hard to see. But when lighting's really bad, that game is much darker, but you get light off your visor. But you can always see where they are because their eyes glow. So it's like you're trading off combat difficulty for better visibility, because a lot of times in Dead Space 2, some of the regular necromorphs, you don't see them until they're right up on you because the lighting is much horror, but not in a bad way.
And also sometimes the necromorphs have learned to stop screaming at you and start walking at you. So they'll like creep up behind you as you're like blasting regular ones. This guy will just creep up behind you and be like, or get you locked in one of the QTEs and suddenly grab you, and then now you're out of the combat and you have to spam your whatever button you have it assigned to.
Yeah, but they don't do that often. It's pretty rare for a necromorph to sneak up on you and then get the cheat bite. They're usually programmed to just attack you to get the one hit off.
Yeah.
It's very rare for them to bite you from behind unless it's during a big melee battle, a big brawl, whatever.
Where they're coming multiple directions. That's where the exploding ones got me a few times. When I'm aware that they're coming over here, but I need to focus on this section. Focused on that section a little too long, and bam, hit me with the giant exploding limb.
Yeah, if you're going to get
good thing there's a marker.
Exploded, it's generally your fault because again, the game is obviously heavily inspired by Resident Evil 4. If you're not looking in all directions as much as possible, and you're focused on one.
Wait, I didn't grab this one.
Well, that's on you. It's not on us. The exploders, though, they always make sure to make a note that it's usually a scripted event, and they have a very distinct shrill
I thought
scream.
I did.
So even if you don't see one, you know it's going to be there's one nearby.
Yeah, they have an audio cue whenever one spawns and targets you, and then there's like another audio cue when they're about to swing their arm to explode it. So they try to set you up to not get one hit killed by them. But it's not always that easy because they send them in packs. Sometimes though, you just get caught into a corner and you don't have the option anymore to run around or anything, and you just have to just open fires and start spamming
What are you
stasis.
hiding in here?
Getting bit because you're not planning ahead. So the game can get really difficult just out of nowhere.
Yeah, no, there are significant spikes. The most Dead Space 1. There are more noticeable in 2, but in 1, I
haven't slept right since they brought that marker on board. A little, The only thing I remember clearly is that engine inspection. I went into the chamber, and instead of the primary engine, there was a heart. A heart the size of
Entering zero gravity.
That help me sleep? If I can get close enough. Yeah. Go right inside, maybe, where it's warm and dark. Ooh, yeah. That makes sense.
Silly pants.
Exiting zero gravity.
I don't think that worked. You're not supposed to crawl inside stuff.
probably say the first difficulty spike is in what's it called, the sanitation room down in the past the medical wing, where you have to be in this room that they're delousing you, and it's basically a big steamy shower, and enemies keep breaking in, so it's taking away enough visibility, but it's not darkness, it's blurriness, which is again,
I went the wrong way.
Earlier, he likes that mix up in gameplay. This one is a little bit different than you're used to, so it's that mental change. It's like, oh, you're on higher alert than usual in a game where, if you're gonna get into it, oh, you can get stabbed in the spine at any point because you're constantly in danger from enemies that could be anywhere.
Even the safe rooms aren't always safe. You'll like walk in and you'll like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna walk up to the bench, and you'll open it up, and suddenly a necromorph will jump off the wall and start attacking you while you're like in a cutscene or whatever, and you're just like, I thought I was safe.
Yeah,
even when there's a save panel on the wall, you think, okay, there's a save in this room. It's got to be safe. Nope, there's a guy about to bust out of that window as soon as you go up to that save panel.
There's one bench, yeah. What is it, chapter 10, I think? Where after you put the nodes in, there was one right up on you as soon as you get out.
It's just the one. If they used it more than once, it would have been cheap, and then that pissed everyone off. But it's just the one. And if you're quick, you can actually prevent getting hit from that one. Because, especially me and Andy, because we played that so many times, we know whenever we see that bench, Andy, I'm assuming you and me are the same, it's like, all right, let's just do this one, get it over with, and just make sure it's safe for the future. But
right, yeah. Immediately you open the bench, close the bench, and backpedal, expecting that guy to hit you.
Yeah, in Remake, it's insidious because that same bench is there. It's moved slightly to a different part of the room, but I saw it. I'm like, that's the one. So I immediately walked over to it, pressed it, I turned around. It's like, oh, it's not here. It doesn't come after you until you leave that room and come back to it. It is set up so it's like the second or third time. It's like, because the game is built around, okay, well, people have been playing this game for 15 years. We need to find a new way to fuck with them because they're expecting everything. So everything's just slightly remixed to make you uncomfortable.
We've mentioned Resident Evil a little bit. A great example is, I think it's the Resident Evil 2, I don't know, 1 or 2. Whenever you're going through the hallway, in the original,
ass little
dogs
baby.
break in or bust in through the windows and scare you and attack you as the player because you're not ready for it. In the remake, you go through that hallway, and if you've played it before, you as the player are like, okay, I'm ready for this. I know you're gonna do this to me, devs. And you go through the room, nothing happens. And then eventually you come back, the second time you come through the room, then the dogs bust through. It's like a mix-up because they had to keep in the dog jump scare window section, but they wanted to shake up when it happened so you weren't expecting it. They do that in Dead Space 2. You come back to the Ishimura, and the delousing room, the first time you go through it, nothing happens. And you're like, oh, okay, well, I mean, I guess it's safe. The second time you come through it, everyone starts fucking with you.
the elevators are another place where you think you're safe most of the time, and the one like freight elevator where it's bigger, like I saw that one coming of like, this elevator is big enough to be attacked. There's a vent on the ceiling there. They use the vents, so the one elevator that you do have a battle with a few necromorphs, they do give you enough information to be like, they're coming this time.
It's the same thing as in the remake. Is that when I got to that freight elevator, they make sure to keep that there. Every time they make sure you have to jump on that thing like 8 or 9 times. Just if you're efficient, it's like 8 or 9 times to get through the whole segment. Every time I got on, it's like, when's it gonna happen? There's no way they put this thing here without using it. And I won't say what number it is, but it's just the point where you're like,
oh, it's not gonna happen.
No, you don't think it's not gonna happen. It's like, okay, they're gonna wait till the last time I have to walk through here, and that's when it pops on you. And it's also genius with the, like you said, they're.
Fine. Then we'll waste more time and record this. Satisfied?
No one wants satisfied. We have a dead miner. We can't sedate Grant Harris.
Wasn't Harris originally your patient? Could have warned us that we could berserk.
Captain, Harris is suffering from dementia that we don't fully understand. He was making progress until Dr. Mercer took his case over my objections.
Frankly, this vendetta against Dr. Mercer just sounds like more of your bigotry.
My what?
Do you deny that you've counseled members of our church in turning against unitology?
I'm telling you that Mercer's treatments are immoral and dangerous. And why does he keep taking Harris to hydroponics? Medical is a sanctuary, not Mercer's private. Stop covering me.
More accusations, still no proof. You know your way out.
He won't stop with Grant Harris, Captain. You know that.
Tracking related rig activity.
Okay, easy enough. Silly necromorphs. Tricks are for kids. Hydroponics. Can I huff this air for fun? No.
Now arriving at hydroponics.
Nope, somehow I got it wrong. Wow. Dirty trick, devs. Dirty trick. I'm gonna go in there and see what's in there.
The vents, because the vents are in every single room in the entire game, and there are entire sections of the game that's like, there are certain parts of the hallways like there's no enemies whatsoever. So you're constantly worried, like, is this gonna be a room or is this a safe place?
Yeah, you'd never know, because the safe rooms look safe, and the danger rooms sometimes are actually safe. You know, because the environmental hazards, like the room, like you're in a like a furnace, and there's fire shooting out of the walls and everything. Well, the room is dangerous, but there's not necromorphs coming to attack you, so it's safe to just kind of stand there and manage your inventory or whatever. But you always are on your toes, especially with the audio, because suddenly you'll just hear like something explode or like a pipe fall, and you're just, are we safe? Or is that a real thing, or is that scripted?
Look, I don't know about you guys. I'll say that leads into one of the best moments in the game. It's like in the, I think chapter 3 or 4. I won't spoil it because it's like the coolest moment. It's the long hallway, and you just hear the bong, bong. You just hear something smacking against a wall, and it's a hallway that you have to turn a corner on, and it's probably the coolest moment in the game, in my opinion, at least off the top of my head. And it's so cool. It's like, I don't even want to spoil it. Anyone who's never played this game should experience it. Dylan, this is your first time playing through. What did you think of that moment? I know you remember it.
Yeah, the moments of coming up with other crew members that are still with us. The one that actually stuck with me the most was the woman who's just laughing maniacally and then eventually shoots herself in the head. That one actually stuck with me even more than the repeated bongs.
Yeah.
This lady right here, I know exactly what you mean. I labeled this clip, seriously, why can't I have her gun though? She...
Toxic hazard cleared.
Green. There was places to work discreetly. They keep poisons here that would never be allowed near medical, and now you're invulnerable to all of them. Cellular regeneration. Will I kill you? If you try, Mr. Harris, I have options. The containment module, for example. Remember your last brain surgery? Stasis with consciousness? Quite useful. If only I hadn't wasted so much osmium on my last module design. And how do you feel now? Awake? Then perhaps it's time for your first real hunt.
Asshole.
Toxic hazard detected.
Ew, you sure me stinky.
Toxic hazard cleared.
Where are all the master access doors? Okay, I'm leaving.
You make your way through here, and you come across a room full of blood and a bunch of corpses, and you see this crazy lady.
Yeah, and it's one of those things like, I don't know if I want to get near them or not. And then it makes a choice for you.
I did very near. I got all up into her. Like anytime there was an actual human, I was trying to get into contact. Even as I said, when we're locked away and can't get to them, it took me a while to realize, oh, when it's set up like this, they're teaching us a new mechanic. Don't go around the side and try to help, even when they're yelling, help! 'Cause you can't.
Yeah, at the very beginning, there's a guy trying to get into the door whenever you get your plasma cutter, and you open the door by shooting a fuse, which is teaching you that you have to sometimes shoot fuses to open up certain things. You shoot the fuse, open up the door, and then the guy gets killed as soon as you open the door. He's like, ow.
Yeah,
You can't save anyone.
That's the interesting thing. Is you think in a big, scary ship like this that it'd just be empty. It's like, no, there are several NPCs that are still human. They're non-aggressive in any way. So, but every single way is a little bit different. A lot of them end up killing themselves, and there's just one where you just see a girl laughing while she just can't talk to her. She doesn't talk, and you just walk away. She never stops laughing maniacally.
That's right. I was getting those two, putting them together. The one that just laughed maniacally, and the one that just, ow. I just lost my train of thought. But yeah, the human interactions. The humans. You don't kill any humans. There are a few hostile humans, and it's actually even more satisfying.
Something I liked about Dead Space 3 is killing humans.
The hostile humans that you can't wait to get your hands on.
Exactly.
Are you referring specifically to Mercer?
Mercer and Kendra were the two. Yeah, I couldn't think of Mercer's name because Mercer, he sticks around for several chapters. He's that's one of the sections where he takes away your oxygen, where I actually did die due to oxygen deprivation because I couldn't make it through on the first run or few.
Yeah, that guy is basically your only direct antagonist the entire game. I mean, obviously the necromorphs and you going insane and the race against time and everything like that. But the only person that actually is like fucking with you is Mercer. He is trying to make you fail, stop you from doing what you're doing, and he even unleashes the regenerator guy on you. And it's such a pain in the ass. There's a section where in the game, the necromorphs, you cut off their limbs and, well, they die. But as Monday said, all of the necromorphs don't actually die because all of their cells are still alive. But the regenerator specifically, even after you cut off its limbs, it will grow them back and keep coming at you. There's almost nothing you can do to stop it other than just run.
The two different areas where you have to use the environment to get rid of the regenerators. The first one, it took me quite a while. The second time, I was like, oh, all right, there's some way to get rid of this regenerator, just like the first time with the environment. And they actually give you the tip of the hat to let you know the second time around of how to fire him up and get rid of him for good.
Nice pun.
I like that. Yeah, I like that. And he said it's basically unstoppable, and as I mentioned earlier, the only way to kill certain necromorphs, I believe there's only 5 in the entire series, because 3 they just throw a bunch of them at you, which is kind of annoying, is to kill them faster than they can regenerate, and that can include setting them on fire with a jet engine.
Yep, it's really hard to stand in front of a jet thruster and live through it, at least from personal experience. It didn't work well last Monday.
Shout out to me. I will say though, as many times as I've played this game, that segment is still stressful because you have to basically chop off all its limbs, stasis it, and then hope you can run back and activate the thrusters in time for the engine to kill it. But
if you have stasis on that part, in that room, unless I missed it, I ran around and I was running around and I couldn't find a stasis refill. So I had to get clever. I pulled out my force gun and I pushed him like into a corner, cut off all of his limbs, and then ran in there as fast as possible. As he's getting up and regenerating, he starts walking through it because I guess the the game hadn't registered the tick damage for the flames. And so he starts walking and makes like 2 steps before the like scripted death happens and all his limbs start melting off. I started panicking. I'm like, am I really just soft stuck because I don't have stasis?
Yeah, no, that game it's very easy to soft lock yourself. That's why they added all the O2 and stasis stations. The difference is that I'm a hoarder with a lot of these things. So stasis specifically.
Hey, we
like,
found it.
I can use stasis here, but I won't. I only ever use it if it's a puzzle and a puzzle that I have to do it, or there's a station on the wall, or if I'm using a fight so bad, it's like, oh, I have no choice. I can't swim my way out of this one. No gun will save me. I just stasis the floor and everything around me slows down. I prefer not to carry more than 1 recharge in me at all times because that could be used for more ammo or health, or I can use that for treasure, which is another aspect of inventory management, where all your guns.
Nice try, loser.
Starting plasma cutter, you have to find a schematic, bring it back to the shop, and then have it built by spending money. So,
Or it'll be awarded to way later on. Like, for example, you can find the line gun in Chapter 2, or it'll automatically be added to the store, like in Chapter 6. But that's way later than you really want to use it, so if you're not going around exploring all these nooks and crannies and managing able to carry these schematics back to the store, you won't get stuff for a long time. Like medium med kits, I don't think you get those until Chapter 4.
No, the mini med kits. Oh yeah, because I remember if you look in the bathroom in Chapter 1, there is a large med kit hidden in one of the stalls, and every time I play that, because the elevator in that one is specifically annoyingly long, because it's like a tone setter. Last time I played it, it's like, oh, my inventory's full because I was doing pretty well. So I ran all the way, went to the elevator, went to the store, and then had to go all the way back. Like, I'm not giving up a large health pack. That's worth its weight in gold, and I will never use it if I can help it.
Right, it's 5,000. It's 5,000 credits. If I don't use it, that's a lot of money. That's half a power node.
See, that makes sense, but for me, it's like, well, no, if I use it, I've wasted it, but I will never spend nail 7.
Still alive, Mr. Clark. I'm still denied convergence.
This pedophile.
Mercer, wait. Tell me. I want to understand. What is convergence?
But you already know. Dead or living, we all feel one purpose.
Aw, he was gonna be vague. You big butt munch. Not really. Those people stink.
Why not me? Mr. Temple has refused. But we're so close. Everything that has happened in this horror is just the beginning.
When you put it that way, you and your marker can go to hell.
Okay. Well, that sucks. Grrr. Hey, buddy. Good to see you. Okay, where am I supposed to go? That way? Ah, I gotta go upstairs, which I can't do yet. Alright, give me 2 seconds. No offense, I don't really want to talk to corpses, so I'm gonna keep going. Sorry. It just kind of cramps my style, you know? Are we done? Well, that's handy. There's a store right there. What you gonna do with all that cash? What you gonna do with all that cash? Buy another 7 power nodes. Thank you. What does the prototype stasis module do? Does it even do anything? Holler, holler. Dork. Imagine lunging all the way across the entire hallway and missing.
Because what if I do
Goofy.
need it? It's something what we like to call acute schizophrenia and paranoia in a video game that makes no difference on anyone's lives.
Well, I mean, I totally relate. That's what I was saying with my Dead Space 3 inventory. I have so much shit in that inventory for no reason.
And Dead Space 3. We can make an entire 3 episodes just about how I feel about Dead Space 3. It's a confusing one. But
my roommate was giving me a heads up. He's not a fan of Dead Space 3. He thinks 2 is the best one.
2 is the best one. I love Dead Space 3.
There are things about
if you compare Dead Space 3 to 2 or 1, then you're not gonna like it. But if you just take what it is alone and just enjoy the fact that it's another Dead Space game, it's a really fun game, and it's the only one that's co-op.
Yeah, no, I like the co-op aspect of it. Me and my buddy played it. And I won't go on too much. There are a lot of interesting things about that game, because you play as... First player plays as Ivy, second player plays as Harvard. And when you character is a military man, and the fact that I mentioned earlier, the marker causes people around it to develop schizophrenia and paranoia. They start seeing things that aren't there. Isaac is already used to it. He's had 3 games now that's where he's experienced with the markers effects on him. And he's still crazy, but
he's used to it. He's handling it.
Yeah, he's kind of used to it. But Carver is all new to this. So there are cutscenes in 3 where he plays Carver. You see things there.
Bye, loser.
You see all these caskets when he plays Isaac because, you know, people are dying. But in Carver's vision, you're seeing giant birthday presents because he lost his son previously before 3 takes place. You're seeing birthday presents, birthday parties, and stuff because it was like a couple of days after his birthday that he died. Which I'm like, that is so cool. You guys, when the team is allowed to do their thing, it's so interesting. But EA has to be EA, and they're I don't know if you guys know this. The reason Dead Space got shut down until the remake.
The Xeno Queen. What you mean?
Dead Space 1 came out. It had a very small budget because they're like, this team's like, hey, Visceral's like, we want to make a new IP for horror games. And EA's like, fine, just make it like Resident Evil 4 because it was the early 2000s and everything had to be Resident Evil 4.
Hey, welcome back.
So
Alien, Fireteam's Elite.
Incredibly well for a small-scale horror game. And they said, well, we want to make a sequel. They said, you're going to make a sequel, but here's some changes. We're going to have a multiplayer mode, online shooter mode, which no one played. And it's, you know what, in my opinion, I think the extra money and the case with EA sticking their finger in the pie, so to speak, it wasn't bad. And then they're like, you know what? This game sold. I think it sold a little.
Hi, Spurg Snake. Good to see ya.
I think it had less copies sold. I think the value went up. And then Dead Space 3 was coming around and said, we want you to sell Call of Duty numbers. That is impossible for any game other than Call of Duty and maybe FIFA. So
right, yeah.
They're like, well, you're gonna put online co-op. You're gonna have much more action-based. You can do roles now. You're gonna have the microtransactions. You're gonna have the Kinect setup where if you yell certain swear words, it does automatic reloads for your guns, which is probably the most edgy 2000
Me?
thing I've
A
ever
little
done.
bit, but I've been smoking.
It was cool. I liked it.
It was kind of.
I never used it. But it's cool.
No one ever used it. It's just like, oh, that's kind of cool because you had to unbox your Kinect. No one wants to do that. And then when the game came out, it sold pretty well, but EA looked at it and said, this doesn't sell Call of Duty numbers. This only sold, I think, 1.4 million. Maybe significantly. I might be completely wrong. This is my memory from like 10 years ago. And they said, you know what? Dead Space is a dead franchise. We're gonna kill you, and we're gonna kill off the franchise and Visceral. And now I hate them.
That's fuck
funny.
EA.
Like the studio interference, when it gets too much, it can ruin the experience, and then the studio heads, they can't blame themselves. So, of course, it's a dead franchise, because it's our fault for changing what this was going to be.
That's why I was so upset when they announced the remake, because all my friends know I'm a huge Dead Space fan. So when the game was announced, I was like, it was a Saturday, and I took my day off, so I was sleeping until noon, and I woke up to like 50 messages on Discord, like, dude, Mondays, look at this, and there was a trailer, and my first thought was, shit, I'm gonna play this. To full respect to the remake, I saved it here. Motive Studio, they did a fantastic job. I have no issue with them. I just hate EA.
Yeah, fuck EA. Motive did a great job though. They
did
nailed
great.
it.
When Dead Space 2 remake comes out, which it will be announced probably next year, I can promise you that, I'm gonna play that one too. I won't like it. I'll be a whiny little bitch the entire time, but I will play the hell out of that game.
I'll have to get a new computer just to play it, but there's no way I'm gonna miss out on Dead Space 2 remake. Dead Space 1, you know, whatever. I'll play it when I play it, but Dead Space 2, I'll buy a new computer for that.
Well, it's also cool because when if you pre-order Dead Space 1 Remake, I pre-ordered like an hour before it was released, you get a free copy of Dead Space 2 on Steam.
Yeah, I already have it on Steam and EA, but it is nice that they just give you a copy of it to be like, hey, you know, here's Dead Space 2, just in case.
I don't know about you guys, but until this year, I was a console-only kind of guy. I spent most of my money putting together a PC over the course of the year, so I've only been in a PC game for like the last 7-8 months or so.
Well, welcome to the family.
I'm really excited.
I only own a Switch, and my roommate, he's the big gamer. He's the one who has the current Xbox X and PS5. So I'm playing catch up. PS2 was the last one I kind of sort of got into, and yeah, now I'm playing catch up with all these fun experiences I missed out on. Yeah, Dead Space, fun gaming experience, fun storytelling. Absolutely great job by the studio. The devs, rather.
The dev will give EA a single compliment ever.
Yeah, fuck EA. I think I've made that clear. Before we wrap up for today, let's talk about our favorite part of this game. Dylan, why don't you go first?
My favorite part is, I think when Mercer gets it. Actually,
Blam!
I have to also mention Hammond's death is devastating because the whole time they're throwing suspicion on Hammond like he's the traitor, and Hammond's death is like the inverse of Mercer's death, where it's so satisfying. It's devastating. Of like, okay, I finally trust him. He's on my side. So I have to put both those, Mercer's death and Hammond's death, as two of my favorite parts, and neither one gameplay, all story.
I think that's a strong contender. I have the clip of Hammond's death, which I'll play here in a second. Mercer's death is great because he sets it up and he gets exactly what he wants, and he stands in front of one of the infectors, and it goes to start infecting him. And if you're fast enough, you can go into that room, and before the infector is able to actually convert him, you can kill the infector and blue ball the guy so he didn't get to ascend the way he wanted to. It's a nice way to just be like, fuck you, Mercer.
I hate Mercer so much the entire game. He's fucking with you. I make that like my priority in that chapter of the game. It's like, no, I don't care if I have to reset the entire chapter. I am not letting him transform into the next one. He does not get what he wants. I have burned so much ammo and health in that stupid regenerator that it made me go through my station. Like, no, he doesn't get what he wants. It's up to me. He would, I don't know. I make it a point of pride. Like, if I shoot him, I literally, like, I'm like, yes. I don't care if I die the next fight. I win.
Yeah, absolutely. Just preventing him from getting what he wants. That's the victory. I don't care that you're dead. In fact, that I'm glad. But you're not coming back as a necromorph. I'm going to clear every necromorph with this entire unitology wing, and nobody's getting you.
Yeah, idiot. You go to human now, not stupid.
But yeah, finally you meet up with Hammond after, I think the last time you saw him was in the food storage area whenever you're killing the big lung poisony guys.
I believe so, yeah. He's on the ground, he's in bad shape, and he wants to come help, but yeah, and once again, you're suspicious of him that he's going to betray you while he's coming to help, but he's in no form to actually help. He's hurting in the food storage.
Is this on the Valorant?
Yeah, it's on the Valor.
It's been a while since I played this because they do his death slightly different in, actually noticeably different in the remake, but not.
Yeah, it's way better in the remake. I really like it.
I think all the deaths in that game are done appropriately, like unexpectedly.
Hammond did not deserve this.
No, he was the only good guy, and he was the only non-psychopath that was in the game. Which I will not spoil anything for you, Annie and Dylan. The remake does address the fact that it's like, well, in the first game, Hammond's not affected by the marker schizophrenia, so they retconned that a little bit. I won't say how. It's always like, well, how come Hammond's normal, but Isaac, the non-talking guy...
Ooh, okay, good. I'm glad I could talk to Mondays about this part.
Well,
forgot he brought this up.
We talked about Dylan's. Mondays, what was your favorite part of Dead Space 1?
That is a hard question for me because it is one of my favorite games of all time, but it is kind of a cheap one. I think my favorite moment in the entire game is the very last cutscene, as you guys know, because it is such... No, I'm not going to say, look, you have the clip?
I do,
We're going to play, then I'll explain, I'll talk about it when it's over. It's also the only time in the game you can see Isaac's face, aside from the beginning.
Damn, I really wish I figured out how to capture the audio right for
Watching
this.
the end of your girlfriend's death.
And turning it off.
Security card required.
And roll credits.
that is like at the end of a TV season. It's like, well, we don't know if we're gonna get picked up again. We're gonna put a cliffhanger at the very end. That moment, it's such a good 1-2 in my opinion, because the entire game is like you're chasing after your girlfriend who you may or may not know is dead. So, and then the very end, he's watching the video one last time. So they bring it up 3 or 4 times, and he turns it off because he's like, well, I don't want to see this happen. And
Oh yeah, I like the Rizzo's one.
And then the quote-unquote ghost of his girlfriend is right there, and now she's on to him forever, which is Dylan, one of the better parts. It's like the main aspect of Dead Space 2.
Fuck.
Nicole, who we all know now is dead, becomes one of the most important parts of Dead Space 2 and one of the main characters.
Yep. Despite the fact that she's dead.
It's also, I call that a good jump scare because it's not, this one's no build-up. It's like the one in the game, it's like, there's no build-up, there's no implication to it. That is completely sidetracked. And I think every game that's a horror game gets one. They can have one jump scare that's completely out of nowhere. But even then, they kind of build up a little bit because Isaac gets that look on his face, like, and you feel like someone's watching me.
Yeah.
But you kind of expect, oh, is there another demon? No, it is a ghost which don't exist. It's such a good moment.
The ending of Dead Space 2 almost mirrors the end of this one. Not exactly, and I won't say why or what happens, but Isaac is on a ship very similar, and he looks around just to check, is there somebody on this ship?
We're not going to say how it is, but he has that exact same look, and when you watch it, you're like, oh no, what? And then look on the path.
1, 2, and 3 kind of end on a cliffhanger, because they didn't know whether they're going to get another game or not.
That's why I hate 3 the most, because 3 has that, and then they get the DLC, which was alright, but they just reused every point in the game. And it leaves the biggest cliffhanger where you, I can say this much, you go back to Earth, which is never even shown at any point in the entire franchise.
It's shown at the beginning of 3. You're on Earth.
Not on Earth, are you? No, you're on a planet. You're on another planet? No, because it's a big point, because they mentioned that,
you're right, yeah, I don't know the name of it. It starts with an A or something.
Yeah, there's necromorphs on there, and they make a point to say that necromorphs are not on Earth. That's the one, because if necromorphs get on the most populated planet in the galaxy, that's a big problem.
Yep, that was a slip up for me. Yeah, you're right. You're not on Earth at the beginning.
You caught me for a second. Oh man, did I just make a complete pass out of myself on that little rant?
I don't know what planet it is. I'll have to look it up, but I think it's like, it starts with an A. I think it's like Arcadia or something like that.
The only planets that matter are Aegis 7 from 1 and Avalanches from 3, which is not a great planet, but it's aesthetically the coolest one.
It is important, like lore-wise.
Yeah, but the lore in 3 is not as important, in my opinion. Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, no, you're right. Things get a little wacky. But, you know, whatever.
Like that. But I wouldn't say it's bad. It's just the whole game itself. If they make a Dead Space 3 remake, they need to basically put the whole story in overhaul there. But I like the snow.
You need to actually put an ending in that game.
Yeah, but I will say Dead Space 3 has my favorite suits in it. I love the winter, the environmental suits. It's so much cooler.
Yeah, the suits are really good in that. The suit is really cool in 2 and 3 because everything on it is mechanical, kind of like everything was in Dead Space 1. The helmet is like Iron Man's, where it kind of folds in on itself and comes off and comes in and out of your armor. It's really cool. The suit in 2 and 3 is really, really nice.
Well, yeah, it's different because in 1, you're only as an engineer on the Ishimura, you only have access to engineering suits based off your rig. So.
Damn, this doesn't seem like a good time for me.
Isaac. Sorry, late shift. How are you?
My mother, she's,
Octavia? How's she doing?
she's dead, Nicole. They both are.
Hooray!
She killed my dad and herself.
Damn.
Church. They took the bodies before I get up.
Oh, Isaac, I'm so sorry. Fucking Unitology brainwashing.
Stop it. Just stop talking.
Now come suck me. What? No, excuse me? Hold on, what?
She was herself again. You said she would be better at home. I trusted you. God. You might as well have killed him yourself.
She was better.
Damn.
You told me to leave for the Ishimura. You pushed me to... You know what? Go to hell, Isaac.
Nicole. Nicole! Nicole! I didn't... Oh God, no. Not her too.
Whoops.
Isaac. It's me.
I wish I could talk to you.
She wanted to talk. I didn't listen.
Sorry.
I can make it right.
I'm sorry
I can save us both.
about everything.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it'll be out. It'll all be fine, actually. Boop 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 a doop. Hey, Mercer. Ooh. Yay!
Log retrieved.
Is it recording? Can't miss anything. This is cruelty.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Kill Nicole.
Signal affects the brain. Oh my god.
Dr. Brennan, let me guess. Terrence Kine let you in. Shake.
Didn't understand how this tragedy represents a chance. These creatures, reanimated tissue, cellular immortality. I know we've never seen eye to eye, but I understand. There's so many I should have saved.
So you came to me.
Because you've learned how to communicate with the marker. I'm so close. I thought I must have the secrets that I need.
Yeah, probably.
You are a woman of science, not faith. Leave the marker to me. These are your autopsy notes. Very thorough. Peer-reviewed, of course. And poor Terrence isn't here to help you.
Yes. There's only one man I trust now.
Is it me, Stinkler Clark?
No related freak activity has been logged.
Well, that stinks. Creepy how that door is slow.
So all you're getting is just higher quality defensive suits because certain areas are more dangerous than others. That's why I get the scraps of copper all over them.
Yeah.
Dead Space 2, you have a variety of suits from security suits to, which one of my
I'll be right back.
Let me in. I need to destroy that cluster behind you.
Not yet. Escape on that shuttle and you'll kill us all. When they took the marker from Aegis 7, it woke the being in the core of the planet.
The hell is that?
Mercer calls it the hive mind. Nexus quickens which controls these necromorphs telepathically. If we leave while the hive mind is active, well, so Valor. If even a single necromorph escapes, humanity is finished. The marker.
I hate when humanity's finished.
She told me it would return the beast to its
Okay, so if we return the marker to Aegis 7, it'll stop the outbreak?
The remake is so fucking good. I really am excited to talk about it tonight.
If it'll end this for good, deal.
Excellent. I can distract Mercer, but not for long. Get the marker to the shuttle base quickly.
Let me in. Let me in.
My favorite things is that the first suit you get into is the best suit in one.
Yeah,
Because
right.
it's got the highest, it's more combat based. But there's like security suits. There's a hacker suit if you got the like GameStop pre-order, which I did not. And in 3, it becomes environmental suits. There's a couple of different ones, but when you're on top of Atlantis, the temperature and the climate is so different
Bang!
from all the climate controlled zones from the first 2 games. You need to have heavy weather suits, which I think looks cool.
Yeah, they're so bulky and big, and it just looks great. But my favorite part of Dead Space 1 is it's not story related, and it's not even like really gameplay related. It is just the theme. The theme of Dead Space it's incomparable. It sets itself up, and it constantly
I gotta pick a
builds
different
on
name or a different
everything
answer for
that
this
it sets
episode
up
then.
to you, and reaffirms exactly when it needs to. The number one thing for me out of everything is just the UI, the HUD. It's so cool. It's so sci-fi, and I love it.
Bang bang.
I think going along with the theme, it's Dead Space 1 probably does it the best, where they use the old adage, in space no one can hear you scream. And in the initial trailer, it's like they play that very slow, creepy rendition of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, is to show like, again, space is a horrible place, and that everything that concept is that
Ooh,
as a
okay,
child,
cool.
you look up to the stars, like,
That was a
oh, anything could be
that
out
one was
there,
a really
talk
good
about
hit.
exploration. Dead Space takes that childhood whimsy and light in your eyes and says, no, everywhere outside of your home is a terrible place, and you should be happy with where you were, but humanity got too greedy.
I think that's beautiful. Humanity got too greedy.
I love dark sci-fi, and almost all of them involve, well, humanity went too far. You should have been happy in your caves a million years ago, but you guys had to go outside.
All right, where are we at?
All the fire in the sky was.
Damn our hubris.
Yeah.
Head downstairs.
All right, well, we're gonna wrap up now. Dylan, why don't you plug anything you'd like?
My channel, Dylan from Somewhere. I'm doing TikTok around the clock, where we check out what was going on TikTok Live tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. Kinky Loco, a beloved chatter, I will be having an interview with in less than an hour. So looking forward to chatting with another beloved chatter.
All right, and Mondays Weekly. Where can everybody find you?
You can find me on Twitch and Twitter, my two main places. At Mondays Weekly, spelled exactly how you. I'm bad at this. And I also have a YouTube channel, which I've been working on, at also Mondays Weekly, where I have an upload of my interview with @Merlogic on Twitter, aka the infamous.
Merlogic.
the famous Wonder Bread guy, that man who's very famous for commissioning hundreds of artists to draw white women with chainsaws and Wonder Bread.
Well, I'm definitely gonna have to check that out. I
We
love
did it.
Merlogic.
Yeah, he's one of the most interesting people I've ever met. And on top of that, I am in the middle of writing
Scoop
my
it
first
up,
game
scoop
review.
it up.
I finally got the second draft done. I'm gonna get some people to review it for me.
I like when you
I'm
interact
reviewing
with the marker, it
Goodbye,
becomes
Volcano
marker
High,
text. It's
the game
nice.
that's a bit infamous on that PlayStation State of Play from 2019 about a bunch of teenage dinosaurs and their melodramatic bullshit. Spoiler alert, I went in. This is one of those rare moments where I tried going positive and give them a fair chance. It's not good. Do not buy this game. I will never say that unless it's real bad. I just check it out. I try to be direct, but also add some funny to it.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us Mondays. Dylan, I thank you for joining us as well. And to everyone out there, thank you. We'll see you next time.
Oh yeah, free stasis. Alright, gotta go plug in the device. Boom. Alright, core is installed. Ugh, I've already heard that. I don't know what to watch now. Boo hoo, boo hoo. I guess I can continue this.
For being nice.
He said it! He said it!
I pray that your boyfriend breaks up with you in the most brutal way, because it's what a bitch like you deserves. And good luck finding anyone after him. No guy would ever want disgusting used goods with a bad personality. Yes, dude, she's washed up. She's a roasty. Fuck! Yeah! Yes! 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 And this is how everyone should talk to girls. This is how everyone should talk to girls ever. This is good. You really missed out on the best relationship you could have had. You don't even deserve a goodbye. I'm gonna make a little guess here, and I could be totally wrong, but this individual, given that he's like ruminating on high school a lot, and there's a girl that he liked in high school who asked him out, I'm gonna guess that maybe he kind of peaked in high school, or he had a really good time in high school, and now that it's been 2 years, he's probably like 800 pounds. Maybe he has no friends.
That hurt.
He's just really in need of something, of anything to just squeeze himself into. He's thinking like, oh well, you know, there's no girls I know right now, but oh, that one girl in high school, I remember her. I mean, she asked me out. I didn't even like her, but you know, maybe that'll be enough. You know, maybe she'll supplement my need to goo. But then when he gets himself rejected, and perhaps like the realization dawns on him that he has no riz, he just has a full-on mental breakdown, and he literally prays for her and her boyfriend's downfall. It's kind of sad. There are a lot of cases like this that we'll see today, but it is kind of sad. I kind of feel bad for him. You know, I think that if you have a really, really amazing time in high school, like high school is like the fucking time of your life, after that, you may not develop into a really cool person, you know? Now, our next nice guy actually comes from medieval times, and as such, he actually speaks like he's from the 1400s. Hey, who's that girl in that one post? I can see how she's not smiling in that picture, and I'm kind of worried, to be honest. Perchance, you're not mistreating her, are you? If y'all are together, I'm sorry to say this, man to man, but
Whoa,
she does
why did
not
that-
want you.
why did that happen?
Just trying to save you some trouble in the future. Lamau. I mean, this is like words for advice of someone who's been in hella relationships with girls. Good thing you clarified here, you know, wouldn't want to think otherwise. And they do not want someone like you. Now, this is a very bold strategy here. here. You know, instead of messaging the girl directly, he's kind of going around her, trying to message her boyfriend to separate her from her connection so he can then swoop in and save the day. He's trying to scare the boyfriend
Oh,
away.
sweet.
So
I can make him all skinny now.
Dude, I am reading all that.
Cool. You look much better that way, buddy.
Okay. We're in a relationship. Yes, everything is okay. Goodbye. Now, it seems like this pesky boyfriend, this pesky chud, is not backing down, and therefore, I think doubling down and showing him your dark side would definitely have some benefits here. I know you know what I'm trying to say. Let's be real here. You don't deserve her at all. Compare me to you in anything, I guarantee I am better. So I will help you out. Either leave her, or I'll make her mine, and then make you depressed. To be honest, I'm being chill for warning people now. Someone like me is a wolf among sheep. I'm one of a kind. To be honest, I can tell in the pic she's unhappy. Lol. I promise I'll send you videos of us banging so you can jerk off to it. No! Bro! That's so fucking cool. That's so funny. Dude, I love these guys. This is truly an alpha dark wolf Sigma, okay? Personally, I think if I got any of these messages from this guy, I would be shivering in my boots, and I would. You know, I'd just back off and be like, look, just do it, okay? It is what it is. I respect that you are the alpha male and I'm the beta. He's a wolf among sheep. And me, well, I'm just a member of the herd for him to bite into. Girls just fall in love with me really quick. It's because most attractive guys are fuck boys, but I'm a good guy. Saying you're a good guy is a red flag, not gonna lie. I am. Like, we don't have to have sex when we go out. Oh, man. Yeah. Dates don't equal sex anyways. Right. Like, we can just get to know each other. I want a deep spiritual connection. We can go for a nice walk. This is just a cool dude, okay? He's just looking for a deep spiritual connection. He doesn't even want pussy, okay? He wouldn't even think about that. It wouldn't even be on his mind. Whether a girl's attractive or not, does that even matter to him? No, he's not trying to get his
Can I cook it one more time?
Okay? Now, if I were him personally, I wouldn't have this kind of approach. I would probably ask her to unfurl her cocoon like a butterfly. Hey, girl, I just want to unfurl your cocoon. Hey, girl, you may think you're cool now, but just wait till I get that cocoon off you. You'll finally spread your wings like the beautiful butterfly I knew you were all along. But honestly, I'm a good guy. I might ask you for head. You're just too hot. Yes! Yes! Fuck yes! Yes! Go, go, go! I'm more interested in a relationship. Yes, but if sex is good, we'll want more and have a relationship. Can't argue with that logic. I think that makes sense. It's scientifically backed. I prefer relationship than sex. I'm not gay. I love women. Yeah. Yes, yes. Didn't think you were gay, just think you wanted to have sex and not a relationship. It's so funny how girls think they're in control, when if the guy wants to be with them, then they're together. When are you free? Not sure. You're so tiny, I could throw you through a wall. Whoa, whoa, yeah. He's strong, he's an alpha male. This isn't even sexual, he sounds like a WWE wrestler. Sorry, I'm a good guy, I'm just horny sometimes. It's like his brain was in control for the majority of this, and then his dick just like took the cockpit for a little bit there. And then he finally regained control for the next message. He was like, sorry. I didn't mean to say that. I don't really want to throw you through a wall. I'm just horny sometimes, but I'm a good guy, I promise. I'm a good guy. This guy is fighting the real demons that we all...
Critical damage to internal systems. The marker just ripped right through the ship. Something pulled it down in the cargo bay.
Kind, pilot the shuttle to the hangar. We're going after the marker.
Of course. Amelia, quickly.
Wait, Dr. Kind. That guy's lost it. He killed the captain. We can't trust him near the marker.
Could be worse.
Is the only way to end this. We've got to try. I'm heading to cargo. You ping Nicole's rig and tell her where to go.
Leave it to me.
Thanks. When I get the marker, we're all getting out of here.
Assholes.
all as young men fight, okay? He's trying to keep the horny demon under control, but unfortunately, he's losing every few texts. I just want you to take care of me. Just be there for me emotionally. You can see here, he's definitely regained control, okay? Listen, next move, you gotta call her a beautiful butterfly. Well, I mean, really just say that she's like a larva, she's like a caterpillar, but you want to peel back her cocoon to see her blossom, okay? That's the strategy here. And suck me off once a day and I'll love you. Yeah, dude, me too. This is going on Reddit. First of all, gotta say, it's fucking awesome that the demon won here at the end. That is sick. He couldn't help himself but squeak in that last text. Like, at every moment, he's fighting his urges. He's like, I just want to take care of you. I just want to love you. I'm a good guy. I just want to be a good boyfriend, but what if you sucked it? It's like he's possessed by the Venom symbiote, but the symbiote is just his own horniness, his own libido. But the woman's last response, this is going on Reddit, is probably the worst thing you could ever say. Like, yeah, you really got him, bro. Like, he's gonna get roasted on Reddit, and then he's gonna end up in a Tom Dark video.
It'll be
All
fine.
the YouTubers are gonna cringe at you now. It's over, buddy. I got a question, like, what kind of person is thinking, like, when I have this awkward interaction with a dude, I'm immediately getting ready to post it on Reddit. If that's already in your mind, I don't know. What kind of people are seeking you out? What kind of people are you attracting to yourself? Now, here we have a picture of a lady sitting down on the floor doing something. I honestly can't really tell what it is, but it doesn't really matter. I think she's, like, repairing a chair or something. She's a chair repair woman. But that doesn't really matter. What matters here is the epic comment from a classic nice guy. I love women like this. Sitting down, carefree, not trying to hide their kitty constantly. Most of us nice guys aren't trying to look up your skirt or dresses, so women, please stop trying too hard to hide it. Be like this woman. Comfortable and not worried about what guys can see. Hell yeah, dude. Look, girl power, female empowerment, alright? Let the pussy be free. This guy reminds me of a very classic Stone Toss comic about predators trying to camouflage themselves to look like prey. Except this guy is just really bad at it. He's being a little bit too obvious. If you want to go for the whole male feminist, female empowerment angle, you got to be a little bit more subtle, all right? You got to work it in a little bit, all right? Maybe mention feminism or how DEI is good, like just a little bit, but you don't want to go full bore and be like, I just love the girls can show their pussy now. Now, our next case of a nice guy actually comes with a little bit more of a background explanation before we get to read the text, so we're going to have to understand the full context here. I'm happy to share more of what occurred in the weeks leading up to this to show that there was absolutely no indication that he was like this. We met in an arcade and have mutual friends. Our only chats have been about the arcade or video games, never anything even close to flirting. So you can see that when things started to turn, I was confused. I genuinely thought that this could be a joke, and I did not want to overreact. So she was friendly with him before, they had mutual friends, they interacted in a very normal way. So I'm assuming this isn't going to end as bad as the other ones here. Maybe he'll even play it off as a joke afterwards and just kind of get out of it and be safe. But now that we've set the stage, I think we can get into the DMs. What's up? Nothing. How about you? Just got off work. Gonna take meds and relax. It's Saturday. Come hang out. You can relax here. Ha ha ha. No, I'm sick as hell. What's wrong? Just got some kind of bug. It's going around. Sore throat, coughing, and sneezing. The throat bug? I guess so. You need a throat massage.
We met in an arcade and have mutual friends.
Yes, W fucking Riz, dude. Throat massage. I mean, at least he's creative. I mean, I've never really heard of this innuendo before, being like, you're sick? Well, maybe my penis in your mouth would help you. Honestly, +5 Reddit gold to this guy for creativity and relevance to the conversation. He didn't bring it up out of nowhere. He was working it in. He was being careful. He was slowly massaging it. Well, I don't think so. Are you a doctor? That's what you need. What's your address? I'm gonna come and give you one. It'll be fun. Hurry up. I think my fever's too high to be able to tell if this is just a silly joke. You won't really know until it's in your throat. It'll be better because your throat will be hot. Give me your damn address and stop fooling around. All right, so this guy's going for a bit of an alpha male, bit of a gorilla approach, bit of a forced love approach. And who knows? I mean, maybe some girls are like this, you know, aggression. So we'll have to see how this plays out. Maybe she'll fall to his riz. I think you must be confused about who you're talking to. Nope. You do want to have fun, right? Absolutely not. I'm not interested. Have a good night. Oh, come on. You're just acting shy. What's your address? I'll be there right away. You need some fun. It'll feel really good. You are not welcome here. So you don't want to be played with right now? Played with!
What the hell?
Yeah! Yes, yes, yes. Not now, not ever. What's that? You're sick? You have an illness? You might even have COVID? Common cold, maybe a little bit of the flu. What's your address? I think I could help you out with that. I'm actually a doctor. When it comes to the streets, they call me Dr. Fauci, because I always mandate that shit. Keep in mind, these people have met in real life before. They have mutual friends. Like, this guy is clearly running the risk here of this behavior. Not only, you know, affecting his friendship with her, but also all of their mutual friends could see this and be like, what the fuck's going on, and I don't want to be around him anymore. But he keeps going. Ha, yeah, right. You're a woman. Women love to be pinched and squeezed and stuffed. Dude, this is like that Leafy tweet where he's like, if you're hot and 18, let me know. I just want to stuff you and go home. Stop wasting time, baby. Let me stuff you. Okay, next time I see you, I'll pinch your nipples then. Dude! Whoa! Yes! Don't moan too loud, okay? Admit it. You want me to be sucking on your nipples right now. Don't lie. Give me your address now.
We met in an arcade and have mutual friends.
Wow.
What the hell is
This guy
happening, pedo?
This is crazy. I don't. Is this real? Could this even be
well,
real?
rapist
And then she
more
responds
like, but
to
still.
him basically saying like, "All right, I'm blocking you." But I mean, just wow. This has to be one of the funniest ways to try and get a girl to sleep with you. Like just the obsession in particular with being hyper focused on nipple pinching is just gold. This guy's a real twister. I don't know if his mom twisted his nipples in childhood for being annoying, and that's why he's like this. I don't really know what's going on here, but something happened to this dude that made him this way, and whatever it is, it must have been really good.
Yes, my mother twitted my fucking tip off.
Now this next post is titled, "I'm a good man. I would have treated you nicely," after he threatens to rape her. Now this one has very little context, only the outburst that occurred after an event that we don't really know about. Normally I would say this is a little bit too one-sided to be able to comment on it, but this text message in particular is so bad that I think regardless of whatever happened before, it's probably not good. It's probably not good. Listen, bitch, I waited, like I said, for 2 days exactly. Now that I know you're a fucking whore, here's what will happen to you. I will shove
What
my
the
dick
hell?
in your loose, maggoty pussy, maggoty, like it's rotting. Why do you even want to
Ew.
put it in there if it's maggoty? I will shove myself in your maggoty kitty and ensure you will cry. I will tear your kitty apart. You don't know what my dick is like. It will reach your kidneys and ruin you. I texted you very nicely to come over, but you didn't listen. I know where you live, bitch, and you know what I can do to you. Wow, this is not even just a nice guy. He's being too masked off. This is way more aggressive than I would usually expect. You probably have a torn kitty till your butt since you're a whore, and that's what should happen to whores like you. Keep a lookout for me, bitch. Now that you have proven that you're a whore, you'll get treatment from me. I am a good man. I would have treated you nicely. Even would have bought you stuff. He would have bought her stuff, thank God. But you ruined that with your attitude. Then that's what you'll fucking get. Guys, let's clear the record here, okay? Despite what he said about her pussy being maggoty and saying he knows where she lives, and obviously that could scare her, he did offer to buy her things, okay? He might, buy her some Funko Pops, maybe a Nintendo Switch, maybe like a nice Hello Kitty plushie, and, based on that, I mean, he is a nice guy. I mean, come on. As demonstrated from this text, he's been treated badly in the past, so I think this Reddit is kind of being mean to this guy. Why can't we all just give love a chance? And for our final and perhaps most epic nice guy of today, we have perhaps the worst possible example. I did save the worst for last for you guys just because of how bad it is. This is essentially just a wall of text sent by a guy with a secret that will be revealed after reading this text chain, and you can tell why he was keeping it a secret because of how insane it is. Also, this wall of text, like I was thinking maybe it was AI generated, maybe it was fake, but just because of how specific it is and how in-depth it is, I don't think that any AI could have written this. I don't think this is a text from Dr. Egon Chalakian, so I think this is real. I just took a minute to look at your pictures that you sent me of all the plants, vegetables, etc. you were growing. That's really impressive, and I hope you take this as a compliment. I was talking to my neighbor who's always asking me about my progress in the dating world. He's 17, lol, and he asked me why I was so interested in you, given that other women have showed me interest. I explained to him as a man, your selectivity is key, and those pictures of a very successful garden is a far bigger turn-on to me than any provocative picture of some woman hanging halfway out of her shirt asking me if I think she's pretty. Again, he's 17, so it just didn't compute, lol. My conversations with you thus far have actually been the most enjoyable conversations I have had with any woman on Messenger, and I've stopped speaking to all the others. In fact, I've blocked several. Maybe that sounds a bit brash, but I'm being selective more than ever before. I would say in conclusion that hopefully this is not the last message you get from me, but if it is, I think you should take a look in the mirror right now, stare up and down every inch of yourself, and understand that you're looking at someone who is valued by one of those men that women are always trying to find, dude. You're looking at one of those men that's valued by people that women are always trying to find. You're looking at an alpha male. You're looking at a diamond in the rough. You're looking at a needle in the haystack. You have finally found me. Your entire life has been leading to this moment. Do not waste this opportunity. I hope that compliment rests well on your shoulders, and I hope it brightens your day. I'm about to be incredibly honest with you and equally so vulnerable. So if you do happen to get this message, please take it very seriously. In 11 days, I most likely will not be able to respond to your messages. I cannot tell you why, but I want you to know that although our conversation was rather short, I've been been shown interest by several other women, both in person and the messenger. Most of their conversations, however, reveal quite quickly to me that their interest in what they can gain from me, or perhaps falling in love with the idea of being with a man of my rare personality type, because it emulates something that jumped out of a love novel, or perhaps a BDSM article. I'm not sure which. I'm a pleasure dom by nature. I'm a pleasure... People just need to stop, like, I don't know if people have sex too much now, or they just talk about it too much. I feel like you need to stop microanalyzing what you like in sex and being like, I'm a pleasure dom, I'm a pain dom, I'm a sub 5, category 8, Hurricane Katrina, pussy destroying, ACAB, 9 Inch Nails, Trent Reznor, green screen, stop booting hat, Red Bull type of BDSM, kitty, rope butt. Like, just stop. Stop designating yourself with every, like, just be a fucking guy, okay? Just be a fucking dude who likes sex. Like, every guy likes sex. You don't need to, like, categorize yourself into these 18 different ways, okay? But this is not even close to the worst that is in these messages, okay? Not even close to it, okay? This is, like, just a personal peeve I have. I'm a pleasure dom by nature, but aside that fact, I'm trying to make a direct point about the difference between the conversation that I had with you and those with others. I am almost thoroughly disgusted with what has happened to women, at least. Now, on the surface, yes, these texts are really weird, and they seem very odd, but that's not nearly as crazy as it gets. If you guys remember, he was saying he wasn't going to be able to respond to messages in about 11 days, which begs the question, why? Is his mom going to take his phone? Does he have to go into the military? Like, why can he not talk to her anymore? But if you dig a bit deeper into who got sent this message, you'll find out that the person who wrote it was charged with kidnapping a 14-year-old. So, yeah, our penultimate nice guy today was charged in the grand state of Minnesota with trying to kidnap a child, which is definitely a great way to end this. You know, I was hoping to do a video where there's no trial, but unfortunately, I'm not so lucky. Now, obviously, we saw a lot of varying different types of people here today, and I think that nice guys are so interesting because it's a relatively old phenotype, and it's also one that's been covered so much on the internet, which, you know, a lot of people do watch videos on YouTube. So you would think at this point that if you are like a secret kind of nice guy on the inside, you would know that this kind of behavior is bad and you wouldn't engage with it, if only out of fear that it could be screenshotted and posted to Reddit, right? We live in an age where anything embarrassing you do privately could, you know, go out there publicly. So you're probably going to be worried about this kind of thing if you're talking to a girl you barely know. But in a less aggressive sense, I think, out of all of these people, it kind of like falls down to a different sort of phenotype of person, because you have like the more aggressive guys like this, but then there's also this sort of nice guy that exists out there online. It's like the I'm just a decent person phenotype, which is another really funny phenomenon. You guys know what I'm talking about if you watched my stuff before. I've talked about my hatred for this kind of person. It's the penultimate sort of like modern white dude with a mullet and like hoopy earrings.
At least he doesn't have
and
turkey
maybe he wears,
teeth.
like alternative clothing as alternative fashion, and he kind of really represents himself
That hurt.
as like a girl's guy, you know, a guy who just gets the girls. He is really sympathetic to women. He's emotionally mature, but you know, usually a lot of people like that are generally going to be the most aggressive and evil types of dudes, right? It's like the cringe male feminist stereotype. That is a kind of person. Shredded Nerd has a really good video about this sort of phenotype of people. Now, obviously, I'm not saying that any of these guys are like anywhere near some of the dudes we discussed today, but I think there is some similarities between this phenotype of person and this quote-unquote nice guy archetype. Like a skinwalker, both of these phenotypes put on a disingenuous false disguise to be like something that they aren't. The I'm a decent person type of guy will sort of do the exact same thing as the classic nice guy, but it's more about being emotionally conscious or being a non-toxic person. I'm just a chill dude, which basically translates into being an overly sensitive pussy who cries about everything and just like ruminates on the past, cringes at the idea of their parents telling them to clean their room, or tries canceling a friend because they said the word retard in the 7th grade. It's an evolution of sort of the early 2010s faux masculinity popularized by like flannel-wearing hipsters with beard rings, and they drink like IPAs. They're really into beer. They're really into craft beer. This is kind of like the flip side of that is the response. My best guess is that the brain rot that occurs in Los Angeles has permeated the popular culture and translated to the rest of the world because everybody's just so online and consuming so much media that it's just infected every single town ever. So I feel like a subreddit dedicated to whatever that kind of guy is, whatever that kind of clone archetype would probably be a good idea going forward. I would like to see.
I'm just gonna run for it.
Yes, that's Tom Dark. Ooh, hello. Let me make sure WATP is ready to go. Yes, aka Turkey Tom. Yes, exactly. I know that's why you made that joke. Okay, WATP. Testing my speakers on StreamYard.
Testing the speakers on StreamYard. Sounds like
Cool, sounds like they're working. I will be right back. Give me one moment. Okie doke, I'm back again. And now I just need to put Opera on the screen. Alright, that window's ready. Alright, just looking for something short to watch before the thing starts. OJ's going in the morning. Cool.
Your boy Cobra back out like we never left, son. I got me a variety pack of the Twisted Teas. I've already had an original and a half and half. They're both pretty tasty, man. And I want to try some of that. Which one should we do, peach or raspberry? Let's do raspberry peach. Alright, look. Jessica Boyle's got some problems. In fact, her own mother had to go to her on camera while she was talking with her while Jessica was streaming and say, could you please not parade around the kitchen in your underwear in front of your dad. It's creepy. Stop.
Hell yeah, Max Force gun.
I will say this. I feel sorry for Jessica Boyle's parents. I feel sorry for Jessica Boyle's parents. But they do enable her to a point. It's like Jessica's older than me and she can't hold down a fucking
I'm
job.
so
What's her fucking
happy.
excuse? And before you talk any shit about me saying
Now I
this
can just
crap,
walk through force gunning people for
my ass will
funsies.
get a job, and then as soon as I do get that job, my ass gets fired from that job because my fucking YouTube trolls go, oh, this is where Josh works now. Okay, so let's get him fired from my job. So they'll show him. Again, I will show him what's up. I'm gonna sell my tactical stuff, my t-shirts, my wands, my
Ruined.
music, the occasional cameo, shout out and donations from Cash App and PayPal. And like I said, my t-shirts and my tactical soap and my wands and my music. It's an
My
honest
teats
living.
and my tats and my tiddly
And the more
taps.
famous I get on YouTube, you know, plus I also get my YouTube money too. So it's honest money. Some of y'all wouldn't even call YouTube a job, but I digress and disagree because I got 100K subscribers. And I wish Jessica Boyle would just fucking leave me the fuck alone. She went from getting me kicked out of my apartment to revenge porning me to now threatening me online by threatening to shoot my ass. And it looks like I'm gonna have to get a protection order against her, and that's just what it is. It's gonna have to be YouTube. Also, these
So which way do I need to
are
go?
Fire Sun, 21 and up. I drank 2 of them earlier, and the regular, I've had it before, half and half.
Okay, we're gonna find out. Let's look at the computer.
Then I got peach and I got raspberry. Twisted tea, because we get twisted on the
Oh, we're
weekend.
going that way to the flight lounge. Okay.
I see what Jessica Boyle's like after he broke up.
Yeah, nothing new about
Why
him.
do not
But I
take
don't know
that
what else
out.
to have on.
And what I said to Jessica Boyle got to her, dude. She's still trying to send me fucking underwear after we broke up. Like, this bitch does not know how to take a fucking hint. Like, I wouldn't wash them and then watch my next girlfriend try them on just because she probably looked better in it. And what I said got to Jessica so hard that now she wants to send me another box with some more
Okay,
stuff on hers. This bitch has got mental
I want to
problems.
unlock all the master.
Jessica Boyle has fucking mental problems. And I feel sorry for
All the
Jessica
master
Boyle, dude. She
security.
wanna talk all this
So-
shit. She wanna talk. But how come her daddy hasn't bought her a house?
What's the most rear bay?
Because they know Jessica Boyle couldn't handle living.
Mining and engineering.
And at the
So I guess I can start at the bridge and make my way to the other side.
Pay the bills. So that's why, you know what I'm saying? I feel like Jessica Boyle's parents only put up with her because that's their daughter and they do care about her to a point. But like, Jessica Boyle needs fucking help. She acts so immature and she's so hypocritical.
Damn, that was
on everything she
fast.
says. Example, she claims to be about communication and she would have, instead of trying to start a fight and then filming the whole thing, gaslighting me on her streams, trying to make it out like, what did I do kind of thing, you know? Like, oh, Josh is the one with the problem. It's so fake and everyone can see past her bullshit. And all this could be avoided if Jessica Boyle would just leave me the fuck alone.
Okay, so I need to go to the
Apologize
bridge.
for all the nasty things she said about me and about threatening to shoot me. Maybe get off social media and get off alcohol and seek some head meds.
So to the crew deck, and then go upstairs to floor whatever.
Jessica Boyle ain't shit. She tries to act like she's such hot shit, but she really isn't. Because realistically, what the fuck does Jessica Boyle have that any other chick couldn't provide, realistically? Because all the things that made Jessica Boyle worth keeping, as far as like her good qualities, any woman can have that, dude. You know what I'm saying? I don't need her fucking psychotic shit. Like, whatever Jessica provided, I can find another woman really easily. One who's less psychotic and a little bit younger, like 21 and up.
Wait,
Yeah.
shit, where is that? Okay, so I'm on floor 1.
Jessica tries to act like she's such hot shit, like, oh, Josh is gonna miss out on the best pussy he's ever had. I'm like, bitch, please. Pussy's pussy. You ain't shit. There are plenty of fucking chicks who wanna fuck me. Jessica isn't shit. And she would get
Damn,
so
she ain't
paranoid,
shit.
too.
Can't believe
That's
she
why I
ain't
talk
shit,
to
man.
someone
Why she ain't
she
shit,
didn't know
man?
Personally, automatically, they were associated with Messica. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ, Jessica. You are way too troll paranoid about your arch nemesis. And she'd sit there and go, well, I don't watch her videos, blah, blah, blah. That she recites to me what happens in her videos. I'm like, if you don't watch her videos, how the fuck do you know what the fuck she's doing and saying? Because Jessica Boyle's got a huge lesbian crush on Jessica Messica. Jessica Messica and Jessica Boyle have a huge crush on each other, and it's adorable.
Alright, I guess I'll just try the other elevator.
Jessica Boyle's gonna die a lonely old lady in her parents' house with too many cats, probably have alcohol poisoning from Bacardi Gold.
Yeah, you're one to talk about alcohol poisoning, buddy.
Jessica has now officially hit the wall when it comes to boxed wine and Catland. No. And I love watching Jessica Boyle cry over me because it's so fucking fake, dude. No one's buying it. There's one video she'll be sitting there going, fuck all you guys. I miss Josh. I love him so much. I love my ring. I want my Josh here. And then in the next video, it's like, oh, Josh ain't shit.
There we go. I made it.
Then proceeds to talk all this shit about me. She wants to talk, and then like 5 minutes later, but it's like, oh, I don't miss Josh at all. And it's like, the bitch is so mentally unstable, it's exhausting. And realistically, if Jessica Boyle wasn't such a complete psycho skank cunt, I could put up with her. Realistically, if Jessica Boyle was not a psychotic skank cunt, I could put up with her. If it was just her fucking YouTube trolls that were the issue, I can deal with it honestly because I'm used to being trolled. Real world trolls are nothing but a bunch of miserable fat cunts who sit on the internet and troll other women they don't like some catty high school shit, because they can't get dick, and it's fucking sad. They're basically like the female version of my trolls.
Damn, that sucks.
Like, my YouTube trolls are a bunch of sad, miserable incel faggots who can't get laid, and they simp for Cobra's attention. It's pretty fucking sad. But you know what makes you a little less sadder in life? Put some sunshine in your liver. Liquid sunshine. Yeah. The only way I would get back with Jessica Boyle is if it meant ending all sexual sickos and shits. If that's what it took to end sickos, I'd totally do it. And that's the only one, you know what I'm saying? Like,
How many of these are there?
one of those. That is good, Twisted Tea, and I cannot fucking stand Jessica Boyle. I wish she would just fucking leave me alone. And I'm living rent-free in Jessica Boyle's head, otherwise she
12,
would be in
okay.
a parking lot, getting drunk in public, pissing on the ground like a disgusting Neanderthal. It's just complete trash, man. She's too fucking lazy to go pee in a regular fucking toilet, so she pees in a box in one of her streams. which is sad because fucking she spent hours in the bathroom, but when she's can't be bothered to use it, it's disgusting. The fact that her mom had to tell her on stream, Jessica, could you stop walking around in your fucking underwear in the kitchen in front of your dad? It's fucking creepy. The fact that, you know what I'm saying, she had to say that. No, dude, that's gross. That is so fucking gross. Like, Jessica, dear, your father does not want to see his 40-year-old daughter walking around in her underwear. That's fucking gross. Jessica's got fucking mental problems, and watching her fucking break down and
So, do I need to go back to the crew quarters?
Quiet. It went from like being
Hashtag hilarious.
Oh.
not bad. A lot more. I don't. That's still just like come running up to me with a bunch of asks. It's weird off, which is great.
You guys in offices have it made doing this podcast thing when you get down to that. So it can always be working.
Yeah.
I don't always have that luxury, but I've definitely gotten better at it. Like that right there.
It's a little bit quiet.
Part of my job is cooking.
Yeah.
So that's perfect. Set a timer, walk away, instead of listening to what reviews.
Yeah.
I love it.
As long as I like put stuff into my email, I have like an editing sheet on my phone.
Right on my phone, hey guys.
Can't
really like a show like this.
No, but you can prep the clip and then just back.
Yeah, I could definitely like listen to
so much time.
Yeah. Yeah, I was telling Carl I was listening to the movie.
Come and put on the right headphones. Make sure it's not me. Hi, Trickster Andy.
No.
That's old news already.
That's the question. Did she just do it herself, which doesn't seem like something she? Why wouldn't? If you were gonna set up a channel, why wouldn't you use it? Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, it is a little bit quiet.
And not be like, well, who the fuck is this?
It's like a little kid who's not getting the love from his daddy.
And then the email address that is set up under is.
I have it at my normal mine is 15.
Is her real name? It's like
John Man.
John Man Penis. Yeah, it's just.
Let's see, can I
WATB was very
I was on there.
Interesting this week. The fucking Tony Hinchcliffe set was out of control. Did you watch it? Have you seen it?
No, it's in my queue.
If it was on Kill Tony,
Testing the speakers on StreamYard.
At a presidential rally, it's like maybe dial it down. Pretty fucking funny. Donald Trump is going. Oh. You gotta be like, maybe I would. Big one that everyone's complaining about is being on the worst month. You know, like, yeah, right. It's like, who cares? That's funny.
It makes sense that I'm a garbage human being then. Yeah, you were busy
Yeah.
I caught you on Cardiff's.
I had to pull the ripcord. But when we were getting set up, he said that it was going to be short, and then
that thing went on for 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, did it really? I haven't
Yeah,
caught that.
when it got like an hour in and they still weren't even to the show, I was just like,
Yeah,
I have to eat at some point, guys.
I know exactly, and I'm saying to myself, I'm glad I know what happened this weekend, so I
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah.
I'm just scrubbing through, waiting for some new information.
Yeah. And I turned it back on at like over an hour later, and they were at the poker game section of the poker. I do
Exactly.
I do want to go back and watch.
Oh, I watched the specific hand that Cardiff fucked up.
Yeah.
And yeah, Tukey had a straight.
Yeah.
And Cardiff fucked it up, so they gave it to
OJ.
But
Because it would have
definitely
knocked
did
OJ out. So
Yeah.
it's just like,
It definitely.
keep it in
OJ
the game.
definitely lost that hand.
Yeah.
And the way Cardiff fucked it up was hysterical. He takes their 2 cards. He takes the flop, which is 4 cards at that time, pulls them down, takes their cards, puts them up here, and then puts the river next to their cards. And it was just like, wait, I thought I had a 5. Did I have an 8? Because I thought I caught the thing. And we're all like, what the fuck? Oh, he's like, I'm out of here. You're going to have a smoke. So we're like, oh, don't come back. We're trying to figure this out. It's funny watching that back.
Too funny.
The rest of it was boring, but that was funny.
Especially when I was on.
I love the whole thing of OJ building last. That went on forever. It was fucking hysterical. Listening to 4 men talk about
It's
how they
funny.
shit.
Like, you don't think they clean the place before you show up?
Well, some of these places I've been,
maybe they
it's
don't.
questionable.
Theirs was
Questionable.
below the first year. It was a step down from that.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't see much of the house, but it was. I couldn't figure out how to turn the light on in the bathroom.
It was outside the bathroom.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I was like, well, I better pee while it's still light out because I'm not peeing after that.
That's why they put erasers on pencil.
Oh, that's a good one. Get yarn did that to you?
Yes.
That would be a good one to find, though, if you can track it down.
All right, they're live now.
That's what I'm saying.
For anyone that's still here in my chat.
No, it's official. All right, Lenny.
Is that the one where, is that the grimy episode?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because it's just like, what do you got against Homer? This and this and this and this. Like, my pencils have erasers.
And they're also talking about how they got in with degrees, and Homer just showed up the day they opened the
Yeah,
podcast.
right.
I love that.
When he wins the children's contest, I'm like, yeah, that's pretty good that he won.
Is WATP sound okay, like volume-wise to you?
Yeah.
You went to the moon. You.
Right. You've never been. And a son who owns a factory.
No, this is not a show.
On her spare time.
Next, we're going to talk about season 12 of the Flintstones.
You do that on your own time,
With
Andy.
a great kazoo.
All right. I think we're, let's see what Andy's saying in the private chat. It's a bit quiet. Is
I could be
it?
wrong. I mean, I bumped you up.
Is it
Look.
now?
I'll play center for a middle pistol.
Let's see. Let's see if I'm doing anything on mine. No, that's in the right spot. Oh, you know what? Oh my God. I just thought this. Something the other day. Let's fuck everything up.
Just change it. So.
Yep, it's on the Discord and mixing up the stream. Boom. Woo! That would have sucked.
Does that sound better?
Why did I change that? Oh, because
panicking.
I was recording something.
Killing gamer words on Discord.
Is it better now, everyone?
Sounds pretty much the same, but it sounds good either way.
Lisa Boswell music.
Oh!
Just making sure. Sounds a bit quiet, but not horrible.
This is not a show.
Turbo 7049. I did change things on this board, but not a lot.
Okay, so you put some stickers on there.
No. I mean, dials.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And knobs.
Yeah.
And things.
You would have. Can you dumb it down for me?
All right. People are saying it's fine now. That's what we're going for now. Let's
Imagine having all your skin ripped off in one hit. That'd suck.
let's get this. I don't know. Wait a minute. Give me a minute.
Oh, I get it, because he grows. He's a gardener. That makes a lot of sense. He's produce. Chris. I get it now.
Who I sounded to.
Yeah, right? Someone named Katie. Catherine.
Hey, where am I?
You said it again, eh? Yeah. Ah, hey, there it is. Oh, wow. That's fun. Now, we can start the show. Now we officially have all the things we need to make this happen. Audio is very low, I'm hearing. What the fuck? Check 1 2. Let's listen to a drop. Tell me if this is, if we're quieter than the drop. I don't know if Andy's there. I think she's gone.
Review show. It's a chapter review show.
That's a whole other thing.
You stupid fucking blabbermouth cunt!
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, that's loud. Right?
Maybe
Quiet.
even a little too loud.
Shut the fuck up, asswipe, and suck my
Yeah, those
cock.
are way louder than you, Carl.
Yeah, turn down your computer a little bit.
Hot nuggets.
No further response.
And leave the room.
I just don't. I mean, I have this cranked. I don't normally have it that loud, so I don't know. Check 1 2. I'm just gonna. All right, we'll fix it in post. Brian K says, leave the room, come back in.
It's tough being the
It's gonna
big
be
dog.
good. It is what it is. All the time.
It's the end of Jocktober.
On the Rich Shirt League Show, episode
566.
Are you a boner guy?
Oh, I was a boner guy.
You know what? I miss penis.
What are you talking about?
I'm the one who should call.
Is it going to be absolutely riveting? Is it going to change your life by any stretch? Probably not, but it's going to be at least entertaining, okay?
By the way, for those people that are in the back, remember to shut the fuck up.
Mental illness can literally drive you crazy.
I've been dying to say that.
Cuz-a-roo, slap-a-rooney.
It's showtime.
WATP. Hello, Rubber Nicks and Cuzzaroos.
That's
Welcome
nice and
to
loud
another
now.
episode of Who Are These Podcasts, the
I don't know
only
what,
show that also thinks
why
Puerto
it
Rico
suddenly
is-
jumped.
I'm your host, Carl. With me today,
Shit.
a man who went to Detroit and all he got was this lousy chlamydia. From the All Apologies Podcast, it's Trucker Andy.
Shit.
And producer Chris is here. please go to whoarethese.com. That's where you get our email address, voicemail number, link to our subreddit, to the Discord server, link to our merchandise, link to our YouTube channel, and link to Patreon Supercast featuring 2 exclusive bonus episodes every single month that you can watch. The unedited live shows on Wednesdays and Saturdays, or whenever you want to after the show is done recording. We put out another bonus show just this week. If you're not on there, you missed the falling out with Clay Dabbler. Stuttering John and Clay broke up, and we analyzed that. We also had a bunch of people who were on with us in Detroit, came on to do a little recap of our time this weekend doing the live show in Ferndale, Michigan, and going to hockey games and basketball games. And
what a time.
What a time to be alive.
Hulk Hogan was there.
That's right, Hulk Hogan. Fan meetups. Don't even ask. It's all on there. So sign up, patreon.com/whoarethespodcasts is the best place to go. You get all the back catalog, all the episodes that we've done in the past as well. And we appreciate
So what, do I want to go to floor 1?
It's what keeps things moving around here is that support. So thank you. We also encourage our listeners, give us a 5-star review wherever you listen to podcasts, and then shit all over us in the comment section today. We'll be reviewing a show called The Rich Shirtlift Show, a suggestion from Matt M. You've all listened separately. We got to discuss it with each other beforehand. Let's get into it. This is a show that is hosted by a guy who used to be with another guy.
So I need to go upstairs in here.
The other guy. But then he left that guy, and now he's doing his own thing.
Does this sound familiar?
Yes, there's a lot of that going on in the world of radio. So I want to get into what the show is now.
That way.
But I think, Andy, you brought some research as where it came from.
Yeah, I dug in a little bit.
The Rich and Toucher.
Unfortunately,
Toucher and Rich.
Fred Toucher.
Yeah, is it Toucher and Rich was the show?
Yeah.
Okay. So he was on the show called Toucher and Rich, and they were huge. They were the, I guess, record-breaking ratings in Boston when they were on the radio. Big deal when they were on the radio. And then, what, earlier this year or late last year?
Lame.
All of a sudden, our boy Rich is gone. He's off the show. And so the Toucher show goes on, and Rich has started up on a competing station.
What are they touching now?
With some new people. So I think that's where I want to start, Andy. If you know what you have as far as clips talking about that.
Yeah, number one, this is just the news item of the show falling apart.
All right.
The very popular morning show duo Toucher and Rich have broken up. Fred Toucher confirming the departure of Rich Shirtlieb on the 95 Sports Hub program this morning. It's unclear exactly what led up to the separation, but there were reports of discord and contract issues.
Damn, that guy's strong.
Toucher says his new show will launch at the beginning of next year.
This is big news. Obviously, a lot of sports talk
in Boston
going on. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Boston is like this crazy sports crazed town where, of course, Barstool came out of that, and there's, Kirk Minahan went from radio over to Barstool, and you have all of these shows where personalities, and a lot of it is based on sports.
Right, big teams. They have all the teams for all the sports to get behind. And
They've won a lot of championships in the last couple decades, so people like sports there.
Right.
It's funny how that works.
Unlike our town where nobody wins anything.
Yeah, it's not like Detroit.
So, Fred Toucher, after Rich just leaves the show unceremoniously.
Right. Okay.
Seemingly, they were renegotiating contracts, and then this was the big red flag clip 2 where Fred started to see the show falling.
And that's locked off, so we can't get in there
Earlier this
anymore.
year, Rich said some stuff on and off the air about me I didn't like. So I texted him some things that I've been holding on to from the course of our relationship, which he did not like. And around that time, or around maybe a little bit later, his agent told my agent, hey, like, maybe it's better if the guys negotiate separately. We'd always negotiated as a team. Now I said,
so now we
okay,
can just
fine,
get out of
okay,
here.
yeah, we'll negotiate separately. Now, the prevailing wisdom in radio is if you're a team, you negotiate together because you have more value together as you do.
As we'll soon find out.
Right.
So, they just... Because Fred was a hands-off kind of guy.
So I need to get to the top floor of medical.
Yeah, that's what the person who suggested this said, is that it looks like Rich is kind of more the Opie of the two, and he's really trying to like work every angle and figure out how to maximize money. Fred Tetcher's going, well, I don't really like this guy as my co-host, but we're doing really well in the ratings and people are listening. We're making a lot of money, so he's like, I'm happy to just come here, turn on the microphone, and do my job.
And there was a lot of discussion about how he didn't really know Rich outside of the show. Nobody really knew what he was like as a guy in real life.
Right, and he even said, he asked all his co-hosts, like I watched this too, he asked all his co-hosts, like, do any of you guys know him on a personal level? They're like, no, I'm not at all. And he's like, and I like Fred's approach. He's like, which is fine, I don't care.
Yeah.
You know, if we don't want to be my friend, we don't have to be friends, we can just do a show together.
But Fred was the opposite. He's like describing his colonoscopy and, well, his marital problem. You know, I'm speculating. But
what is it, the Tukey show?
He's more upfront about his personal life to his audience.
Sure.
And Rich is a behind the scenes, like a big idea guy. Let's do this for promo. I saw their biggest video was him going out and addressing Justin Bieber's audience, and it's like, well, that's because people like Justin Bieber. It's not your biggest views on your channel are Justin Bieber's views, not yours.
So we need to go all the way down to the morgue.
He's on Bieber, right? And that's how they're getting views. But Fred is going to bring up something. I really tried to dig around and figure out what this was, but apparently
what's
they
in
had
here?
Some off-air falling out that he said it was public, but this is what drove the way.
Oh, when I was out with the throat issue, remember when I couldn't talk in the beginning of the year, and then I came out and I went to Dr. Zervis, and he said that, you know, you can't talk for 3 weeks, you're gonna have to miss 5 weeks of work. I didn't get paid. When I was out with all that, I got into a problem with Rich that became public. He went to management.
Okay, so where does this
we had a
elevator
meeting that
go?
was very, very bizarre. But after the meeting, I did what management wanted me to do. They asked if I would do something. I agreed. I thought the problem would go away if I, built the bullet.
Damn it, I'm dumb.
And from that point on, I thought it would be business as usual.
So apparently Rich is filming him taking a shit or something.
To flight deck.
It's a weird meeting to have.
So something happened, and basically they just can't work together anymore. Rich's agent says we should negotiate our contract renewal separately.
I'm outta here.
And I assumed walked into the management's office and said, unless you give me X amount of dollars, or I'm not going to work with Fred. And they said, best of luck. So, 2 more just context clips. The reason that Fred got to stay on is because he is a company man.
Yeah, he's easy to deal with.
Yeah.
The management likes him.
Because I want communication to be more open. But I talked to you guys, and Rich didn't discuss his... And this is not an insult to Rich, but he didn't discuss any of this with you guys.
No.
Like he didn't act like anything was going on. So you have to understand, and the reason I'm saying that is I'm being completely honest with you. But I can only talk from my perspective, and I talked to you guys, and he wasn't saying that. Now, I can only talk myself. My negotiation went well. Now, believe it or not, because of the way I've been portrayed, I have a good relationship with management. And part of the reason I have a good relationship with management is because I've taken a lot of bullets.
Okay, so the next one is, this is where you really realize who the villain is, because
we're only hearing one side of this, but yes.
But when you don't have to hear it. All you have to do is go to Rich's YouTube channel. It's called Hey Rich A.
Does it exist? Because I clicked the link and it was broken.
Or what it is all Toucher and Rich content.
Okay.
It's unpopulated with all their old stuff.
Oh, okay.
Because of this clip 5.
To kind of speak of the lack of communication, when Rich pulled the Toucher and Rich accounts and put them in his name, he never went, hey Fred, I'm pulling the Toucher and Rich accounts, they have your name on them and I'm putting them in my name. He never said anything to me about them. When we did the dumb syndication thing that I felt was never going to work, when the syndication thing ended, he told me and Nick and Mike and John at the same time, even though it's my name on the show. But that was just the way Rich was. Like, you know, he didn't really tell me anything, and I went along with it. It was
Well, that was
everything
stupid.
was going well. Like, you know, like we had good rate.
And he's a just get along kind of guy. Like, all right, whatever, I'll go along with it. Things are good. I don't want to rock the boat.
Yeah, that's to his detriment.
Well, maybe not, because he's still on the radio on the current station.
Right.
Where everyone's listening.
Yeah. And Rich takes all the content, goes over to do classic rock radio, basically. That was what I understood. Rich didn't really want
That
to do
way.
sports talk. He wanted to do something different, so he just took all of their content and left, and now it's all on Rich's channel. All the touches and stuff is over there. And he had a short of him showing up to his first day on the job at iHeart on his new radio show. It's the saddest fucking 1 minute you ever. He's just nobody's there to greet him. He's walking in at 6 a.m. Absolutely nobody. He's looking around. Nobody's welcoming him. Nobody's glad that he's there. He walks into the studio and it's just being run by a robot. Like it's pathetic.
Yeah, there's no money in radio anymore.
Yeah.
There's a couple stations maybe per market that are doing well, and the rest of them are just dying.
Yeah. So, not maybe a step backwards. I don't know what Rich thought he was going to get. But.
Well, it's interesting too that because I heard that same thing where he wasn't really that interested in sports, but his current lineup is Ted Johnson, who was a former linebacker for the Patriots, 3-time Super Bowl winner, is one of the co-hosts, and then you have this guy Michael Hurley, who's a sports commentator. And, you know, it's hard to keep up because I looked this up. When they launched the show in May, it was Ted, Michael, and then Charlotte Wilder and Mike Giardi. Those two are gone already. And then you got Kenny Young, the producer. I guess he's still there. But it was surprising to see, like, there's no women on the show, which is a great thing. But there used to be. And she's
So I
already
don't know
gone.
how to
She's
get
already
to
doing
floor
other stuff.
6.
She's also involved in sports.
Seems like he got there. Things weren't what he expected. The grass wasn't greener.
Right.
So now he's just bringing on these sports guys to bring back the good old days of what people want, what people are showing up for.
So now, let's see what kind of spicy talk they have going on in the morning when you wake up with Rich.
Thanks, Kenny.
Grow the beard back. Be a man.
JoJo said he liked it too.
Yeah,
you
have a nice JoJo's nice as hell. He's not going to say anything mean about
No,
anybody.
I mean it though. You have a nice clean shaven face, bro.
Thanks, man.
Ever since, like, I like my men burly. Yeah, come on.
He likes a bear. He
Take
likes a
your
good
shirt
bear.
off, coward. I want you to look like the guy in the Tough Enough video. Put a wrench in your hand. Let's get a little oil on that face. Come on. Do a little dancing with smoke in the background. Squeal like a pig.
Get those clippers out of there.
Just look, you need to be burlier, son. Your family doesn't even like you. Your family can't look at you without a beard. Do something.
Yeah, did
about
you hear
it.
what his wife said yesterday?
So one of the guys shows up with a cleanly shaven face, and they're like, all right, we don't do any prep today. We can just talk about this. This is a guy show. Guys talking about beards and facial hair, and they got some great stories about having beards. And this one is a long one. It makes 0 sense, and there's no payoff. Spoilers on this clip.
I feel you, man.
Yeah.
I've been there before. I have been there before. Like, I mean, there was, as a matter of fact, as, like, when my best friend got married, the one thing he asked me to do, because he thought it was hysterical how fast that I grew facial hair, it was like, I want you to grow a 3-month ungroomed beard for, as my best man. It's the only thing I'm asking you to do. I don't care about throwing a bachelor party. I just want you to have this. And I had a beard where I looked like just a serial killer.
Oh, brother, this guy
Best friend's
stinks.
getting married. He's the best man. And he goes, I don't care about a bachelor party or anything else. I just want you to grow a beard out that looks ridiculous. Does that make any sense? No, of course not. But let's see where he's going with this.
Yeah, I mean, it was down here. It was all scruffy. There was crap in it. I didn't know how to eat right. Like, I'd eat a burrito, and parts of it would just get stuck in it, and I didn't know how to do it.
Smell hours later.
Yeah, and, like, I didn't, like know to cut around my lip, you know, and, like, it was just all hanging out over my lip. I looked absolutely awful. Yeah. And when I finally shaved it, I looked at myself in the mirror, and it looked like my head had grown into the size of a peanut.
Oh, man.
Visually, you're used to someone's head being bigger because of, like, the beard. And even if it's just a little bit of a beard, when you shave it, it is the most unsettling thing, even for yourself, looking into the mirror.
Wow, what a take, huh? So I grew out this long beard, and then I shaved it. I look different.
Nice,
Shaving
good
my
one.
beard.
Think about it. Would this be interesting to you?
Would
you
you
listen
like
to
into this?
This off his mother-in-law.
Yeah, right. Like, what's the point of this? Doesn't make any sense. I'd rather you throw me a bachelor party than grow out your beard. But okay, whatever. So you heard him say right there. He's just like, so what's the deal? Does your like face change when you have a beard and then you shave a beard?
Is it truly a thing that if you've had a beard for a long time and you shave it, that your skin like tightens? Like is your face truly shaped in a different way, or is it just that visually we are used to seeing it one way and it just doesn't look right?
What a stupid question that is. What a stupid question. But I watch you a lot. You ask a lot of stupid questions.
What the fuck's he talking about? What's he getting out
I have
about?
to be right back
Guys,
again.
I feel like my
I
face
have
looks
to use
different
the
than it did
restroom. I'm
before
drinking
I
a lot of
grew
water
beard.
today.
Is there something to that? No. I mean, do you have it out for 20 years? Then, yeah, your face is gonna be different.
Yeah, it
but-
was covered with hair, and now it's not.
Yeah,
That's the difference.
But this he goes on and on. This conversation goes on and on and on. And this is the thing that I think radio people do so poorly or well, based on what they're trying to accomplish, is they can take a mundane topic like facial hair and get 20 minutes out of it. And we're just going to talk about our experiences with facial hair, and it even gets to the point where they got some funny ideas for bits.
You should grow an evil guy goatee. Become evil Hurley.
Dude, I'll Venmo you $5 if you do that. I'm serious.
Just a goatee?
Cool
Yeah,
man,
just
a goatee.
Like
please,
a
I'm
Rob
serious.
Nen mid-90s reliever
Yes.
goatee?
Soul patch?
That guy on the...
Soul patch.
There's a guy on the Dodgers right now with the chin beard keeping it alive for the bullpen guys in the 90s.
It's tough. It's a tough look.
Wow, good stuff, guys. I'll Venmo you $5 if you look ridiculous. Well, I'll do it for $2.50. Wow, that's awesome. This is the first segment of the morning. This is what they're sitting down and
It's not even
chatting about.
It's not even bad. How about $50 if you have a Hitler mustache for a week? Something.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
I'll do it for $0.
Hello, I'm back.
All right. So then this goes on and on. Finally, it's time to segue into the bumper, into the commercial break. And this is a radio pro right here. Has been doing it for decades. This is how you do it.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Start eating a lot of French food. It's
Oh,
weird.
yeah, then you're looking good. All right. Well, 617-931-1007. Someone who does not have facial hair and doesn't need it in order to dominate from the three-point line is Peyton Pritchard. He is a god amongst men, and last night he absolutely lit up the TD Garden. We'll get to that right after this.
Who's gonna take the weight? Who's gonna take the blame?
Every conversation you hold should begin something like this.
Did you catch the game last night?
You are listening to the Rich Shirtleaf Show here on WZLX.
That's like a guy's
Damn,
sports
okay, that
show right
sucks.
there. Every conversation to start with. Did you see the game last night? Let's talk about the game. What else is there to talk about, right? Beards? Yeah, okay. Talk about beards or the game. Or we can talk about nipples. Now, this is interesting because you brought up the
Nipples
social media
are
presence
interesting.
and how Rich is all about the publicity, and he wants to get the notoriety, whether it helps their radio show or not. And so there's people who cut up little segments and put them on Instagram for him, get people excited about the radio show to check it out. And he made an observation on this latest video.
Yesterday, Hurley, you posted 2 videos on our Instagram.
So I
and
need to
Emerson,
head that
you have
way.
this room so effing cold that my nipples... I could have dialed a phone with those.
Should I have blurred them out like I did when you took your shirt off?
My nipples are gratuitously poking through my shirt.
Oh.
on
Next
those
time,
videos.
kid.
So Rich is really concerned about what his nipples were looking like on the Instagram. So I'm like, wow, that must be crazy. Let me check that out. I decided to find the link to that and to see what he's talking about. I don't even need to play the audio.
Wait, no, that can't be right.
What they're talking about. Let's just check out Rich's nips here in this shirt that he's wearing. Okay, so that's it right there. Andy, you put this guy to shame. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I know.
What are we talking about?
I can't relate in any single way.
I can tell that I can tell that he has nipples, but that's kind of where it starts and ends for me. What I love about this,
Not
though,
impressed.
this is my favorite part of checking out these guys' Instagrams, because
Is it here
I know
on
how this
floor
works. They work
4?
for corporate iHeartMedia, and iHeartMedia is going to be like, no, guys, it's really important we get engagement on social media. That's one of the ways that
Are we on
measure the
floor
success of
4?
the show. We sell advertisers on that.
We
so
are.
We want to get a lot of posts up there. We want people engaging in it. So there are 3 comments on this video. And this video is about the Patriots winning a football game, which is, I don't know, it used to be a big deal in New England, and maybe it's not anymore, but whatever. So they put up this thing. It's not about his nipples. This is the observation he makes after the fact. And the first comment is from Mike Hurley, who's a co-host of the show. He says, "Hey nipples, hey," at Hey Rich.
Aha, I found it.
And that, of course, came out a day after this was posted, after Rich made
Tricky.
a comment on the show. And then the next commenter is Emerson, who's also a co-host on the show. I should mention there's a guy named Emerson, another guy named JoJo on there now. And it says, "OMFG, those nipples on Rich are so hard." And then the response to that is, let's find out, it's Rich himself at Emerson.
Oh, with the same joke.
I can dial a phone with those things. Yeah, that's what you said on the radio. It's written that one down, I guess. Pretty good. Dial a phone.
Dude, they're
imagine.
Damn, that guy was tough.
Their engagement on their videos is terrible.
Brutal.
It's through the floor. Shit that is 4 months old has barely.
Okay, definitely not worth the
really
trick.
Well, they
the
have
trek
almost
here.
no presence.
But can't say I didn't
That
100%
bummed
it.
me out because, like I said, I was looking for his YouTube channel. I couldn't find anything. You found some stuff. They had a big celebrity on.
Yeah.
In a little conversation with Zach Wild.
Zach Wild comes on, and all he can talk about.
Exiting
is
zero
you gotta love
gravity.
it when
Yay.
you're a famous guitar player that is currently touring, and all somebody wants to know about is somebody that you played with once that you think this is.
Do a little research.
worst-
Hey, Zach Wild, you met Ozzy Osbourne, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I toured with Ozzy.
Exactly. That's what it is.
Jesus
It's
Christ.
all I know about Zach Wild.
All right. So,
It's a good-
Running around at the speed of now.
It is kind of wild when you think about, like, for the outside looking in, there's,
We're not
you know,
too
when
quick,
people,
we can't
like,
go
first, when you're a kid, there was all these
faster
legends
than
of Ozzy, and, you know, the Dirt, which came out, a lot of people learned about how when Motley Crue met him, you know, he took the thing of ants and just snorted up a big line of ants on a popsicle stick, and they knew at this moment, all right, we thought we were crazy. Ozzy's just the king.
Did you like that?
Yes.
Yeah, I did too. That was awesome.
yeah, Zach wasn't there. The story that he's referring to
I know.
has nothing to do with him at all.
It's so
Embarrassing?
embarrassing for Rich. Just he doesn't know anything.
How do I
At
get to
one
the flight
point,
deck?
Zach's there with his wife, and Rich just starts talking to his wife because he doesn't have anything to say to Zach anymore.
So sad.
And he
The most
doesn't know how
embarrassing
to
thing is
do it.
he doesn't seem embarrassed.
Right, right. You wouldn't pull up a Wikipedia page or something. Like, it's your best-selling album is blah, blah, blah. I don't know.
At least Chris Farley is ashamed of himself.
Yeah, and a fan. He's just, nervous.
If we were to skip to clip 8, this was one of the dumber things that came out in the interview is Zach Wild's children's names. Apparently, he's naming them after guitar players and bands and shit.
Okay. I want to meet Isotopes.
How do I get to the flight deck
So
again?
Hendrix and Sabbath are okay. So or is anyone in your family thinking about, or are they in a band and potentially doing what Dad does for a living?
Well, Hendrix and Sabbath aren't, but my daughter Pussy Riot is fully gonna take up the drums. Hendrix and Sabbath.
Oh, I'm supposed to go here.
Yeah,
okay,
one
gotcha.
more.
Okay.
This is really pissing me off. You could see
Makes
that
sense.
Zach Wild is
Big
sporting
dummy
all of
me.
the Pantera gear. He's got a Pantera hat
'Kay.
on and Pantera shirt. And I am a Pantera fan, and I saw Zach Wild play
Not in
Pantera
here.
songs. Now they're trying to make this the new version of Pantera, and it's upsetting to me.
Okay, I understand. It's no dime bag.
Yeah.
All right, well, we've got Zach Wild in studio. He is going to be performing not only tomorrow night in front of Metallica with the great Pantera, and we'll get into all of that as well.
Pantera celebration.
Man, what a great, when I heard that news, I was like, he's the only one that can do it, and it's not just because he's got the chops, it's because of how close he was to the band. It just felt right. So a lot of people are excited. This is the first time you're here in Boston.
So I need to go to
Pantera.
hydroponics and go all the way
So a lot
down
of
to the
people are seeing
basement.
your version of Pantera. Yeah. So a lot of people, I know you've been touring for a while, but this is the first time in Boston. So you get Metallica, you get Pantera as well. Also, I want to talk to you about the Berserkers Festival.
Wolfie's going to be out there.
Yeah, which I like the new Mammoth stuff.
Wolf and the fellas.
pedals. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, Wolfgang Van Halen's the best Van Halen out of all the Van Halens.
I mean,
and fucking Zach Wilde and the guy from Anthrax. That's the best version of Pantera. It's not like the brothers that are dead made the whole band, and the singer that fucking doesn't have it anymore. They gotta they gotta go down like a step and a half so they can still sing the songs. But yeah, go see Pantera.
Well, it is his job to promote that show, but I understand your anger. Yes.
It's so triggered by Iron Maiden and Pantera.
I know. What are these people talking about?
So
By the
you
way,
need
he
to go
said
up
that
one
he's the
floor?
best guy to be the guitarist for Pantera. Also, whoever the guitar tech was for Dimebag Darrell, probably the best guy to be the.
Yeah.
Because people don't know this. The guitar tech knows how to play all the songs. If the guitarist breaks a finger, the guitar tech can go on there and not miss a beat for the most part.
That was my biggest problem when I saw him. It was just Zach Wilde being Zach Wilde over Pantera. It did not. He had to actively be like, well, I'm just gonna nail this one. Like, I'll play Cemetery Gates the way you want to hear it. I'll play Cowboys.
Oh no, I dropped my thingy, my bobber, my thingy. My thingy, my bobber. It has been dropped. Now I'm defeated.
All right, Andy, we need to get you to relax a little bit. I think what you need are some
I'm very
sounders.
sag.
One of the things we all love about radio shows is there's, usually a guy who's got a soundboard in front of him, has some hilarious sounders, and of course, Rich is talking about his nipples. Now, I personally have never heard a hard nipple sounder before, but they have it covered.
Yeah, he's right, Rich. Like Monday mornings, like you're pretty fired up coming off of NFL Sundays. You were definitely fired up yesterday.
But then he walks into the studio and...
Is that like a fired up meter? It's when I'm poking.
Let's check it.
That means I come walk in and I'm poking, and you guys are like, oh boy, here comes one from Rich.
You were.
Here we go.
Yeah, especially a rare Patriots win. Like your nipples are hard. You go from 6 to midnight. Now, if we're talking like LeBron James playing basketball with the Sun, you go from midnight to 6, and you're soft as hell.
It's like a turkey timer.
Okay. So for some reason, the nipples get hard one at a time, one and then the other. Pretty funny stuff though, right? So I'm fired up on a Monday morning. Nipples are getting hard. That's usually what I think. I see a guy with hard nipples. Oh, you're fired up. So you heard that joke about the turkey timer. Wow, this gets pretty funny. It's a hot take.
It's like a turkey timer, except it's the hot take timer. Just I'm ready to. The takes are ready. The takes are ready when the turkey timers are poking.
What the heck, dude?
Boom! Hot take!
Wow, funny.
Apparently, this discussion that started with, hey, you can see my nipples on an Instagram video, is now it's like, and by the way, that means you got a funny joke ready to go. We can see your nips. Get ready to laugh, everybody. This is going to get great.
Wow, funny, actually.
Well,
hilarious.
What you definitely want to hear, though, is them using the sounder again into the break. You can't let that go. I mean, it's such a good one. You don't want to.
Okay, that was funny. We're out of here now.
You can put a meat thermometer anywhere.
All right, well, we have to break. We'll be right back.
We have to break. We'll be right back. 2 more times. Everyone laughing out there? Hey, JJ's in the chat. And JJ's been a member for 5 months. Thank you, JJ. He says, Pantera was excellent with Zach Wilde at Madison Square Garden. He saw them. He said it was great. He wasn't trying to be Dimebag. Andy says, JJ, how dare you? Andy's not having it, but
Recording loop. This is Elizabeth Crossed. Oh, survivors, kill yourself.
I mean, was it a battle of the bands? Do you know for sure they
Mm-hmm.
won?
No, they were good. I mean, it was fun. But it's just not the same band.
Okay. So then they come into their third segment. Now, they've already talked about beards, they've talked about nipples, and they start up the third segment, and they're like, we probably haven't talked about those things enough.
We kind of ran the gamut within the first 30 minutes of the show. We might have to revisit some of that later on, possibly. Maybe not the nipple stuff. Everything else, perfectly fine.
I got one more door in mine to go to.
Spoiler, they will. So apparently they're like, yeah, wow, we used up all my notes in the first 30 minutes. I guess we'll have to keep rehashing this. But it's also sports talk time. And so they're going to play some audio because the night before, the Boston Celtics won their 4th straight game to start the season. And there's this guy, Peyton Pritchard, who scored 28 points off the bench. Very exciting. And so they play the sports.
I have no idea where number 11 and
the
12
game,
are.
And they react to what he says.
Pritchard magic! The Pritching hour in late October.
Oh, stop.
The
Pritching hour.
No, I like that. I like it. I like it.
That was good.
Yeah, I do too. I like it.
Good.
Oh, shut
Ah, shut up.
Stop.
Stop.
Shut up.
That's annoying. That's annoying.
I'm giving Drew.
Is it annoying?
Thank you.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
annoying.
almost immediately. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who the fuck was doing that?
I couldn't tell. There's too many different people on the show, but someone's just making a loud noise. And everyone's like, stop it. No, seriously. What the fuck are you doing?
Trying to get fired.
Yeah, right. Kind of sounded like Man Cow for a second. Everyone's screaming, I love it. I don't like it. I'm making noises. Look at me.
You got drummer warming up.
So this becomes a discussion about if that's a cool sports call to say the Pritching hour. When Pritchard hit that 3-pointer.
Or be Harlan and be like, a dagger right between the eyes, leading to bleeding from the face until you die 1,000
With no
times.
regard for human
That's
life.
great.
Hey, listen, that's great too. Bang! That's awesome.
Yay,
Love
Ripper
it.
upgrade.
And the Pritching hour. That's great too.
Unnatural. That's called unnatural.
No, it's not. It's called doing
Just like the
something
Pritching
new.
hour.
Yeah.
So this turns into this guy embarrassing himself with like, you know how to do it. You go, wow, like, okay, I guess. Sounds exciting. And then there's some little inside baseball talk right here about why a sports announcer would have things ready like the Pritching hour when it's appropriate to say something like that.
Emerson, you know what that reeked of? Syracuse. That reeked of the Syracuse grad doing Syracuse things. That is something that was written down beforehand.
So it's well known, of course, Sam Roberts went to Syracuse. Syracuse is a very highly known and well thought of communication school. A lot of people go to Syracuse for communications. So I guess he's saying that he got a good education there and learned how to announce games, and that sucks. It's dumb. So that was the big topic. I guess people ought to just take sides on that. I was like, yeah, whatever.
Cringe of the week.
Yeah, it's just boring. No one gives a shit. You would think they talk about the actual game more instead of just like how the guy called it a 3-pointer.
I wouldn't think
But
that.
don't worry, guys. There's more to this. It's definitely a radio show.
But you can win those with Can You Handle the Hurley at 7:30, also at 9:10, the $1,000 bribe. Your first of 13 keywords that can earn you $1,000. Listen for them at 10 after the hour, every hour through 9 o'clock. In studio, Emerson Latzia from DraftKings, who brought us a bunch of free DraftKings swag to cover up my pokey nipples.
Yeah. Hey, don't forget, people can go on the DK shop.
Oh, brother.
DK shop and grab your own swag, dude.
Or just-
shopdraftKings.com.
So Emerson works for DraftKings. He's like, hey, you can go buy DraftKings swag. Why would I do that? You're a gambling site. I don't want to own a DraftKings shit.
And it's also not swag, it's diet.
Correct. Right. That's not how that works at all. I thought that was really stupid. Like, hey, do you want to own a shirt from this company I work for? No. You?
Yeah.
I think I'd be really upset if I lost a 3-team parlay by a point. I'm wearing my DraftKings shit.
I know when I hit a jackpot.
Nope, stop.
At the casino, the first thing I do is go and buy a T-shirt with the name of the casino.
Yeah. Splurge.
What would anybody do that?
All right, here's another feature to the show. It's the talkback. So when you're listening on the iHeartRadio app, there's a way that you can pretty much record a voicemail for you, and then they can play that back pretty quickly.
Let's go to the talkbacks, which you can leave us one over there on the iHeartRadio app. Type in WZLX.
Damn, that is
Leave it.
very
I love it
exciting.
when we get in the morning, and already before 7 o'clock, we are fully loaded. Let's keep them coming. Here's one.
Why all of a sudden do I feel like Emerson is going to be required to wear a Peyton Pritchard jersey in the bedroom?
That's right. Because you had that little king last night. Gets your wife all hot and bothered.
I go, babe, the Peyton Pritchard jersey stays on during sex.
And they'll have to act like, oh, that's amazing. That's really funny.
He's gay for him. It's so hilarious.
Could you imagine, guys? He's having the size of that jersey on, right?
15 more minutes, guys. Come on.
Okay, yeah. All right, let's play another one from the talkback, and this one's addressing the nipple talk.
Okay, apparently I didn't have to go up here.
All this talk about nipples is getting mine ready to cut glass. Oh,
Wow.
yeah. Makes you want to spike a football between Emerson's butt cheeks.
That was aggressive. That is from a Gronking to remember.
Doesn't make sense.
Hilarious.
Fucking thing sucks!
That was really good.
Spike a football between your butt cheeks.
Edgy.
Good stuff.
Your dick
Funny.
football.
I guess they're all like, can you imagine? All right, this is just a rando clip that I have on here because they're talking about this movie called Here, starring Tom Hanks. and I guess it's getting.
More like queer, am I right?
So not
Destroyed,
loving it.
fucking annihilated,
Talking
obliterated,
about
fucking
that,
got him.
And this just jumped out at me.
Ben Franklin shows up. I got deep into these reviews. Our House by the Talking Head starts playing. If you didn't think that was too on the nose.
Chris made the same reaction I did when I was like, Our House by the Talking Heads? Burning down the house is by the Talking Heads. Our House is madness. But I guess that gets confused a lot. People think that Our House is a Talking Head song. I didn't know
Ooh,
that.
there's a shark.
Yeah, weird. Anyway.
A little shark buddy.
No one corrects him.
Look how cute he is.
So they're having this conversation. Now, this is a podcast.
Look at him, he's a little
version they put out,
man.
but I guess they do play music, too, because the
Little
reaction to the song
dude.
that was just being played, and I don't know what the song is, because I didn't hear it. So they're coming out of the song.
What is it, Isaac
and
Shark?
This is just
LOL.
bizarre.
I like the part of that song where the guy raps all angry in the middle. It is the Rich Certainly Show here on WZLX.
Hey, it's like, you suck. This is too whiny. Let me drop some bars.
I'll give you $1
That was funny.
million if you can name it.
$5 for shaving your face and $1 million for naming the singer that sucks in some band. I
Wow.
liked his impression of how the guy was singing. Probably spot on. Probably good stuff.
What's going on my board?
Yeah, hard to tell from the context I heard. Now, of course, this is a show out of New England, so you have to talk about Tom Brady. It's required, just like in Canada, they have to play 50% of their music has to be from Canadian-born artists. In New England, you have to talk about Tom Brady 25% of the time on every talk show. It actually is going to go up. And so let's talk about how hot Tom Brady is. Andy, feel free to jump in with your thoughts on this at any time.
Tom Brady, who we all know probably is just, he's Mr. Perfect. He was born, extremely good looking. He has this football tap. You don't think he's that good looking?
He got good looking. Yeah. I don't think he showed up good looking.
That's
he
a
worked
good
on
point.
it.
That's a good point. Because if,
Get
you
some
look-
help.
if you look at him when he first joined the league, he does kind of have a little bit of the pie face.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
He's got a little bit of a shirt and leap face going on. But then he turned himself into an Adonis.
Yeah, how hot is Tom Brady? This is the talk we want to have on our guy show in the morning. We're not talking about beers, we're talking about how hot Tom Brady is. I mean, he's hotter now than he was. Oh, no, I agree with you on
Yay.
that. 2006 Tom Brady was my favorite. I mean,
He's the Nickelback of quarterbacks. Canadian. Excuse me.
oh, I see. I get it now.
What's funny that in New England, you have to talk about Tom Brady 25% of the time. When Tom Brady's commentating, he has to talk about Tom Brady 100% of the time.
I know. Fucking I finally got to hear Tom Brady doing the color because he did it for the Bills game this past week. I mean, I watch the Red Zone channel. I hear him from time to time, but not like really for an entire game. And every single thing he brings up is like, well, when I was a quarterback and we did this, and I would talk to that coach and he would tell me, blah, blah, blah. It was just like everything was through the lens of Tom Brady rather than just analyzing what's going on in the field.
Give Tom another plane.
Yeah, right. When you're done,
That's why Romo is good.
He's
Romo
the best.
Puts you on the field.
Yeah.
That and, like insider information like that. Brady's just like, oh yeah, me.
I agree. Let's get back to Instagram real quick. I have another example of the videos that they post. When you check out their Instagram page, of course, they're watching the World Series.
But that still was not the weirdest thing that happened. This is Kike Hernandez.
Oh my goodness! What?
Oh yeah.
Dude, that is so weird right there.
That is one guy.
They hip thrust for a high five.
It was a tap.
They knocked their penises against each other.
They were
bumping uglies, Ted.
Like they go like
penis to penis.
Yeah, they go crotch to crotch there. It's really
Hello.
good. All right, who is this?
It's the LA Dodgers celebratory penis.
Oh God, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to be around here.
What's up, boys?
What's up? How you hanging today?
This is some bit. It's almost like when Howard Stern, all of a sudden there's a knock on the door, and it's like, oh, a celebrity's here.
You know what I love doing?
What is that, Mr. Celebratory?
How do I get in
My
there?
celebratory penis against other celebratory penises.
Okay, well, that sounds kind of fun. I appreciate it. All right, there.
Just sitting here rocking and docking.
Okay, thank you so much. All right.
They did it like it was so
Fucking rich. It's like, oh, okay, all right, yeah, fun is fun, but okay, a lot of penis talk out here.
A little blue.
Yeah, let's talk more about Tom Brady and how hot he is. Come on.
synchronized.
The other guy did not.
I'm gonna
He's
hip
like,
thrust.
oh, we're going for a chest bump, huh?
Oh,
No, there's one guy curling and one guy like,
holding up their laptops and shit. This is the budget that we were talking about earlier.
How do I
Andy,
open
when you were
that?
saying he showed up and there's fucking no one there.
Yeah.
There's no production. They don't do a video version of the show like everyone else is doing. They're just dying on the vine
On iHeart,
right now.
you have a budget to facilitate. Well, you were just watching another one that was like this dude. They're just holding up their laptops to each other.
Yes, that one out of North Carolina, whatever it was, Charlotte, I think.
YouTube is your friend, guys. You can figure it out.
It's terrible. So you heard that there's a trivia segment to this. Of course there is, and you won't believe what they choose as the topic for trivia.
Who bumped penises?
All right, Jim, here we go. Your category today is, in honor of Michael Hurley, dudes who look absolutely hysterical without their facial hair.
Yes! They're still talking about facial hair, guys. All right, the first caller you're going to call, we're talking about facial hair.
Yes. If you didn't hear it, Hurley shaved his face, and now, like, his kids can't look at him. They, like, don't like it, and they want to leave the room. It spooks them out. He's got a 1-year-old who doesn't call him daddy anymore.
He's so much easily hateable.
No, he just looks way different. He does. He looks
I
good,
can't
but
stand him.
It's the evil Michael Hurley?
No. If he had a goatee, then it would be evil Michael Hurley. He's got to grow a goatee.
Yeah.
Now he's just like
Uncle Gary.
No, yeah, he's like.
I love to see these guys' notes. He's got like 6 bullet points for a 4-hour show. All right, let's see. Evil goatee. What else do I got here?
I think they belong over.
What are you getting through this entrance?
You know what? I have a lot more on this clip. I'm going to kill it. That's enough. We get the point.
Speaking of
Okay,
what's
right through
going on over
here.
at Gephardt's, do you want to hear an expert on the subject of,
Yes.
Of radio
Floor
falling out, what
3.
his opinion is?
I happened to check this out too, and I was doing my research. I saw that you pulled it, so
That's
I appreciate that.
super interesting. But
No, it's not interesting at all. And actually, I should point out that Christian Blatt had blind Mike on who are these broadcasters when these two broke up, Toucher and Rich. And so Mike analyzed it and broke it down. He's from that area. He's a big radio guy. So
I
Mike's the guy to talk to
don't
about
fucking
this
get
stuff.
it.
Not Opie, apparently.
Cold take, Opie.
Not fucking Opie, who has to get himself involved in this because, well, it doesn't have to. Someone asked him the question. But what I want to point out here is that he's the one who decided that this should be its own video short on his YouTube channel. Because, of course, people are Googling this. And so, Opie's talking about it? What's Opie going to say?
What do you think about Toucher and Rich falling apart? It happens to a lot of radio guys, man. A lot of radio guys. Toucher and Rich.
I'm gonna
were
Google
very,
it.
very
See what's the name of
popular
this
radio
room.
show after me and Anthony left Boston, and they had a hell of a run, obviously. And now what? They're on the outs. A lot of radio guys, they end up on the outs. Without getting
Deck
into
B
the drama, what
processing
happens is,
lock
like,
door.
Why say something interesting?
Without getting into the drama. That's all you talk about is the drama between you and Anthony and Jim all the fucking time. Do you have insights into their drama?
It's a pressure cooker to do a high-profile radio show. You're with the guy every day for hours. You're really uber focused on trying to get something done. You pretty much see your radio partner more than like your family. And then the pressure of doing it every day and entertaining an audience, and then you got ratings coming out. If they dip a little bit, then you're feeling that stress and that pressure. And I think, I've said it a bunch. Like I said, without getting into the details today, because I really am trying to do less of that stuff. But unfortunately, every day it's what people want to talk about on my live stream. But without getting into like the specifics, the Opie and Anthony show in the end just wore me out. In the end, it just wore me out.
What does this have to do with the original question on this? What are we talking about here? Guys, just so you know, like when people work together closely for a long time, like they can start to despise each other. Yeah. Thanks, Opie.
Inevitably, you start playing Candy Crush.
Yeah, right. Wow, you're such an expert on this. Thanks for your insights.
And I think the same thing probably could be said for Toucher and Rich up there in Boston. I bet you doing that show every day and the pressure of it, I bet you just wore those guys out as well. And there you go.
Honestly, they didn't have that much pressure. They were crushing it nonstop. They were blowing away. Someone in the chat was saying the highest rating of any show in all of the United States on radio. They were destroying it. And that's what when we were watching Fred Toucher earlier, that's what he was saying too. He's just like, listen, it was a fucking sweet gig.
Broken window. Okay, I'll go back and look.
Happy, so it seems like a good deal. Well, I know that Opie has hot takes about a lot of people, and I think he's going to have some hot takes about the guy who's going to be featured in our
Cringe of the week. Cringe of the week.
Because my buddy Mike pointed this out to me that Howard Stern had Bruce Springsteen in studio. And not just Bruce Springsteen, but the E Street Band. And they're performing a song here, and Howard fogs off.
Ah, there it is. Sweet. Thanks, Reddit.
Beautiful. What a band.
Rue bright, stars through light. We're down here in the water in a stone.
Yeah, right. Howard really knows this music really well. So they
Okay,
just
how do I
that
get to
little
floor
fault-finding
one?
thing. Howard said immediately, wow, you guys are great. Bruce is laughing. They get to the end of the song, and Howard is humiliated.
Anyway, I'm going home. Goodbye. I interrupted your song. That's so humiliating. You guys.
That was so funny.
I suck. Oh God. Get me out of here. That has a
All
beautiful
right,
jazzy feel to it too, man. I love it.
All right, so that's what went down last week.
Okay.
And Mike was telling me about this when we were hanging out the other day. So then it turns out, he messages me, he goes, oh, Howard addressed that on the show this week.
He's still beating himself up.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Guess what? It's no longer his fault.
oh you mentioned it.
Can you imagine whose fault it might be?
Bruce Springsteen.
Gary. It's Gary Delabate's fault, of course.
But it was a great day, and I loved it. And although I'm pissed off at Gary a little bit because
What did Gary do?
Gary.
that could
well,
piss
he
you
knows
off
what
on
he did.
such a
Do
Gary.
you know why I'm mad at you?
I don't.
Okay, I'll spell it out for you.
It's so bizarre that Howard has to turn everything into I'm mad at Gary. It's getting so played out now. You just heard that was 100% on Howard to recognize. And you always see it when you go to live shows. The band will have a rest somewhere and people will start applauding. You can tell when the musicians are done and when they're ready to keep playing.
Oh, absolutely.
Even if you've never heard the song before, you should be able to tell that. But let's see why it's Gary's fault.
So the
Okay,
interview
we
was
don't wanna
perfect
go in
except for
here.
the faux pas that during one song, there's a big pause in the song, and I played that song many times on the radio when I was a disc jockey. But they stopped, Spirit in the Night, all right, and then they stop, and I was like, whoa, that was so good. I was really overwhelmed by
Okay,
it.
where am I?
And Bruce wasn't done. It's a pause in the song, and then
So I want to go through the other door
I
and
felt
go
bad
into
and everything,
that
but it was
one,
kind of
right?
funny and it worked. We all were laughing.
But I don't want to go in there.
But then afterwards, Gary turns to Jason or somebody and goes, I can't believe balls fell for that, the false ending on Spirit in the Night.
All right.
Everyone always does.
No,
I was like,
I didn't say I can't believe you fell for it. Everyone
now
always does.
Gary was at the rehearsal. Gary
70
knows
other
about the fall.
people.
Gary goes, everyone falls for the false ending. You think Gary would have said to me, hey, by the way, I know they're playing Spirit in the Night. Be careful. There's a false. The guy never, the guy never takes care of it.
Oh, Gary.
Jason, tell the truth. You heard
Is
it.
that a stretch
Oh my
or
God.
what? Why didn't you tell me I was going to screw that up?
Yeah.
You wanted me to
Oh,
screw that up.
Baba
You didn't even tell me
Booey,
not
you
to.
silly.
That's insane.
Gary stood up like he was going to start applauding, so I just figured the song was over. That would have been a better
That would have been
excuse.
something, right?
All he said was, people fall for that all the time, and he fell for it. That's what he said.
Wow, he's gonna say that he didn't say that Jason's making that up. Now, Jason is the new Stuttering John on the show. He's the guy who's gonna
Okay,
stir the shit.
we made it back down to the
So,
bottom, so we need to
who
go in
knows What
here.
Gary actually said. You're gonna hear him complain about this.
And
but
go to
I
the
just can't
right.
believe- I brought this up the other day, but it reminds me again of Biff in Back to the Future. The way that the movie starts off, just, I can't believe you love me your car without telling me there's a blind spot. After he totals
Yeah.
their car, it makes it their fault. How would you lend some guy a car without telling him there's a blind spot?
Never
What'd he
said
say?
everybody falls for the false ending.
No, that's not what Gary said. He came out and he said something very along the line of, "Oh, I knew Howard was going to do that there, or I knew
I
that
did
was
not
going to
know
happen with
Howard
Howard."
was gonna
Yes, you did.
Oh,
and then
Jesus, that's worse.
If I knew, I would have said something.
Well,
No,
then
you
I,
wouldn't.
because then I followed up
And
in
by
your
the way,
office.
I called Gary into my office in the morning before the Bruce interview.
Yeah.
And I said, Gary, any of your thoughts? You know, you were there at the rehearsal. Is there anything you can share with me that might be useful? Well, boss, I saw that. It was the best thing I ever saw. It was better than anything I ever saw.
Nothing
Bruce
you could
did
use.
Nils was sitting and setting up. He was singing to himself. It was like a fucking concert. It was all blah, 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 blah. Now,
Gary's the biggest Springsteen fan. I mean, so we got to watch rehearsals. They sound fucking amazing. Everything's working. Everyone's happy about this. No problems. He wouldn't go in there and be like, all right, here are the following things that you might screw up while interviewing him. If he did that, I'd be like, fuck you. I've been doing You don't think I'm a professional?
That's how Gary got fired. for doing
Right,
that.
yes.
one mention of Spirit in the Night has a false ending. Not one. Not one, Jason. And then he says to Jason, what did he say? Give me the quote again.
The guy, like, I knew Howard would do that there, or I knew that would happen there. It was something like he knew it was coming.
Well, if he knew it was coming, why wouldn't he say it was bald?
Jason's just bald-faced lying.
I am not just lying. And Gary, you remember, I followed you into your
air. Don't you have enough?
Yeah, I'm dying to get on the air.
You are. You're like a fucking douche.
We got to find this guy's podcast when he leaves the Howard Stern show. Jason Kaplan. He's going to be another one.
You really are.
That is true. No, that is true.
I mean,
I followed
so
you
Jason,
into your
you think
office.
that? Jason,
I
shut
think
up
we
for a
actually
second.
did it.
You think that I absolutely knew and wanted Howard to fail? Is that the premise here?
No, but you didn't think to tell me.
You didn't protect.
Okay, so what about
if
the director and every other fucking person that was there the night before? That's
Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go.
I didn't pull them in to
Elevator's
ask
so
them for
slow.
Yes.
I didn't pull them. I pulled you
who
in.
else was there?
Howard, after he said that, I was sitting there and I'm going like, wait a second, what? So then I walked into Gary's office and I said, hey, maybe this was an impromptu thing. Maybe Bruce just played this song on the fly and Gary didn't know it was coming and therefore wouldn't have a chance to tell you. So I asked him that. I go,
Gary.
You know? And he's like, no, Bruce planned this. He showed me like the sheet of Bruce's song, so he knew the song was coming. That's why
So I was a
asked
little.
Gary.
I mean, I was a little mad at Gary, but other than that, everything was fine. Could have given me a heads up, but it's all right. I made it work, as I do whenever there's a screw up. But other than that, it was perfect. And I mean, admittedly, I felt bad, but it was kind of funny.
It was funny.
Let me ask you,
I
Gary.
thought the song was over, and then they started playing again, and you had already sort of said thank you for that.
Gary, if I was walking and there's a banana peel like 10 feet in front of me.
Banana.
Do you just, like in my pet
Gary peel it. Gary peel it.
Would you just say nothing?
Ooh,
And
yeah.
then, and then afterwards go, but I saw that banana peel from 10 feet away.
I knew he was going to do that.
Well, listen, we can couch this however we want. I would not want to put you in harm's way, and I
know. It's all right.
Good for you, Jason. Have a great day. Go for it.
This is Gary. He got beat up for enjoying music on vinyl for years, nonstop. So it's not surprising to me that Gary wouldn't say something to Howard about, hey, just so you know, there's this false ending part.
Get made fun of.
Would have brought him on the air and been like, Gary doesn't think I understand Bruce Springsteen or know his songs. I've been a DJ. I spun records for all these years.
It would have been an even longer bit.
Yes.
It's just like that stupid thing with the beard from the last show. They're just looking for something to pick on. It's like bully mentality. But you should be glad that it's unintentional. Something funny happened on your show.
Excuse me.
Right, yeah, finally something funny happened.
By accident.
On the Howard Stern show. You should be happy about that. Who would have thought? Shocking. All right. Action Boys.
Hang on.
You
I
guys
want to
remember
go
we
check out what's in
reviewed
that
the
room.
Action Boys.
Yeah.
And Gabris, is that his name? John
Gabris.
John Gabris.
Incidentally, John Gabris used to do the
More like John Gabich. Got him.
for a good rating.
Okay.
I remember I listened to High and Mighty. He beat you to it, but it's a good concept.
Before we move on, just I remember for 1 month, the Duke John's cat Xavier says, this Howard Stern is very stuttering John-esque with not taking blame for anything. Yes. The Clay Dabbler shit. This week has been...
My name is Terrence Kine,
So, yeah,
and I'm time
John
to give
Gabris
you
was on
the
Murder
face, or
Brian,
the spaceship.
formerly of
Dang, I
Street
whiffed
Fighter
that.
Radio on this podcast called Shocktober. I guess it's another show inspired by O&A. And a beloved channel let me know that they're talking about Don and Mike. And John brings up our view of their show. And this is what he says about who are these podcasts.
Just recently, one of my podcasts, The Action Boys, was featured on a radio show based out of Rochester called "What Are These Podcasts?"
Oh, I know.
Show out of Rochester? Close.
Those
like
guys.
that?
I know that.
You know those?
No, they know. Yeah, we backed that up. Let's see if I can find good stuff on that.
Are these podcasts?
Oh, I know those.
Like
guys.
that?
I know that.
You know those guys.
Oh my God, dog! I listened to the full episode of them roasting us. It is so fucking funny. It is so embarrassing. But their setups are exactly the same. They're like sitting at like what seems like a work computer and they're like they got that weird side angle that they do. Like I'm a radio host. Shoot this way at me. Yeah.
And it is my work computer. That's what I do for work.
And they were so, it was just so funny to hear them. Hold on. You're going to love this. I guess the bit here is that they're just like riffing and laughing. It's like, we do 3-hour podcasts. It's definitely mostly riffing and laughing.
Wait, how do I get in that room?
It's so crazy that they come for
Hi,
us.
Mondays.
Then they only play.
They're doing jokes now on it? Okay.
They're only playing us riffing and laughing without any context, and they're like, listen to these assholes, and it is funny to be like, yeah. If you heard what we're laughing about, you'd be able to make fun of us even more. Like,
Do you know those fucking guys?
Oh, I just never
man,
went into this bathroom.
They're like
Oh, okay.
Kumiya Barnacles, which is that's a tough place to fucking be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We are Kumiya's cucks. That's fun, though. I like the way he was enjoying our review of their shows, the whole thing. And we did listen to it all the way through. We can't play all of the jokes and things that you guys laughed.
Those guys were very durable.
We have to clip it somewhere.
That show, I gotta admit, I did listen to that, and it was so popular that they put it behind a paywall, and then I stopped listening. But when they were talking about Roadhouse, other Predator, I got a kick out of it, and they were like, "Oh, everybody likes this? Now you gotta pay for it." And punched out.
That's how they get you. This show is still free wherever you listen to podcasts. You can download Who Are These Podcasts every Sunday and Thursday. We do a bonus episode, so you can check out behind the paywall. Andy, you have an update for us on our friends Lisa and Helga.
Oh, Lisa Boswell! I'd kick your ass to hell and back. Lisa Boswell! Nobody cares. Lisa Boswell! You're gonna have some retarded babies. Lisa Boswell! Lisa Boswell! Lisa Boswell! Shit, that way if you don't get any pussy, you can buy it.
It has been too long. Now, the last time we talked about them on the show, I believe, was when we had JJ on.
That's when JJ's in the chat.
He's in the chat. Yeah, he was the one talking about Pantera. He is their producer, and the channel got horn bombed and nuked, and it was the Helga Man channel. It's been Helga Man forever. They changed everything, but eventually everything was taken away, and all of the archived videos and things were gone. And then we did that interview with JJ, and he says, "I had nothing to do with it. I don't know what happened." And lo and behold, like a couple days later, they have a new channel up that JJ is managing. So Lisa had fired JJ, Lisa Boswell, my girl. And for whatever reason, Helga, Lisa, and JJ are now working together again.
Yes. I would say that it's because Helga and Lisa don't want to do anything. And
well, they don't.
Hey, Mondays, do you know what this battery's for? Everything in the hangar is already powered up.
They did one episode.
I just said erection.
Yeah, I did. like Rich's nipples. But they came back for one episode. I think it was the same Wednesday right before we went to Detroit. So we just kind of weren't in a position to talk about that. So it comes back for one episode under JJ's other channel.
Okay.
Now, and that was like, Trainwreck Resurrection, episode 1. And then 2 days ago, it comes back under a completely different channel, and it says Trainwreck Resurrection Episode 1. So they're trying to bury the hatchet, or maybe put it under the bridge, as some people might
Right.
say.
So they built a new channel.
Yeah, clip 11. This is them trying to basically a JJ redemption arc.
Okay.
We're back.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
We are back. I don't know how many.
Microphones.
Yeah.
Microphones. Put them in front of your faces.
Political disagreement should demonstrate.
Okay. Thank you for summing that up. I didn't know what Lisa was trying to say there.
But
so that's interesting because Helga put out a note that she believed JJ was the one that nuked their channel. So apparently they've had a discussion since then, and now she's saying, "Oh, looks like he was hacked, and so it wasn't JJ's fault." So they've all made up.
According to the conversation that they had with JJ. Yes.
Okay.
So
Do they ever put the microphones in front of their faces in these clips, Andy?
Well, I did start boosting
Thank
the
you.
audio, so hopefully it's good enough. But
Okay.
yeah, the audio is fucking god awful. They do need somebody there to
It's
tell them
weird.
to at least put the microphone in front of your fucking mouth.
It's weird how many times they fuck that up, and it does. They don't think about that ever. It never occurs to them. They're like, "Are we doing everything correctly?"
Hi,
But I made the
Kendra.
same mistake twice. I'm so pissed at myself. Like, I've already made that mistake. What am I doing? I mean, if they drove, someone would have fucking boosted the audio before they uploaded it.
Yeah, I mean, they're back to their old tricks. They don't have anybody helping them here. This is not even on JJ's channel.
Right.
We'll get to that. In clip 12, this is more justification about why it happened. Mystery solved.
What my department sent me here to do. Even if the Valor couldn't help me out like I wanted.
Department? Oh yeah, the guy.
I work for EarthGov, cleaning up a very, very old mess.
He got hacked too. He got damaged.
I told you and Hammond that Aegis 7 was off limits.
They took his Twitter.
The planet was one big government experiment.
Figured out
The
how
marker,
they did.
this divine artifact, it was built by human hands.
Tracking cookie. Impossible. It's an alien world. The miners dug up the fucking thing.
After it was planted here a few hundred years ago. Even Kind didn't pick up on that.
I
They found the first marker in
They
some
used a
crater
tracking cookie
That
to get the
one.
pass. All right, let's. I'll
was
keep
real.
this thing. This is so
Alien.
stupid. All right.
Enough to inspire unitology.
But
Oh, was that the end of the clip?
well, that's the end of that.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought I was pausing it.
Yeah, but again, I mean, you could tell
They
these
needed
two
somewhere
anything.
to test it.
You could tell them that space aliens did it, and they would be like, "Oh, that makes sense."
You've seen the
That would
results.
make more. That makes more sense than a tracking cookie.
Yes.
To be honest.
See, I'm just saying, just talking over their heads about technology, it's good enough for Helga because they need.
They
They
sealed
want
off the whole
somebody to
system,
do it for
buried
them.
the records nice and
And
clean. Until
now,
CEC got
in
greedy.
clip 13, we're going to hear about
Those
maybe
idiots tore
why
Aegis 7
this
apart
happened.
and woke up with the old research team left behind.
So EarthGov sends you to sweep
It's
all over the
identity.
marker.
Your
Damn it,
standard
we
identity.
have to return the marker. If anyone else
It's a
stumbles
part of
across
identity.
Aegis 7,
It was disappeared once. We can do it again. I've seen how
What do
the
you mean
marker fits
identity
with your
theft?
head.
Yeah.
Are we calling Lisa Bill now? I don't think so.
But that's the whole. I think
Or is
that's what,
JJ Lisa? Is JJ going representing that he's now Lisa?
That's what everybody's problem is with this. Nobody wants to steal Lisa's identity.
No.
Nobody has a reason to do this to them except for somebody that well, the only
Got
person
fired by them
that
after a big
had
fight.
fucking reason to do it. That,
Now,
there's nobody else that would have a reason to do it.
I'll say this. there are people on the internet who just do shitty things because it's fun for them. There definitely are. There could be other people who know about this channel, and maybe they're political views, maybe they're just stirring shit up and just want to be assholes. So
They know how to use cookies to
tracking
Twitter.
cookies to get passwords for sure. Yeah.
And last one, Lisa.
And because of that, why I made the election. That's why I thought that JJ had stolen this stuff from us.
Damn.
But JJ didn't. I found out. And I blame myself. I blame myself because I've always fired people.
Well, you tend to be quick on the trigger. Click on the trigger, slow on the draw, man.
Great stuff, ladies.
Yeah.
All right, glad to see that they're back.
And
in
they
regular
did. There
form.
was another episode today. It was under 15 minutes long. Still on another channel. Now this channel.
It's not live, right? They don't have a chat they can respond to. Okay.
Nope, it's recorded.
Yep,
And
like it used to be.
what's weird about it is that it's somebody. The channel is named somebody's full name.
I want to be done, please.
Helga's real name.
It's Helga's dead.
Yeah.
How do you know that? Because I don't even know what Helga's dead name is.
Bring back the marker and return it to
Carl.
Do you have tracking cookies?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't think that if Helga was going to start her own channel, she wouldn't use her name on the show, like something that has some notoriety already to get people back that maybe missed the show and now they want to come back and find the show. Why not call it the Helga Man channel? Or Helga and Lisa,
or Trainwreck,
or any
or
100
that
other
reality
things,
show.
except for
No
the
one
name
said
that you
that she was
don't
smart.
want to go by anymore.
Yeah.
With an email address that is that the first name, you know, a girl named blank. I'm not gonna like throw it out there because I'm not an asshole.
what you're doing.
But nobody would set that channel up like that.
Weird.
So
what? Do you have a conspiracy theory on this, Andy? What do you think? What's going
I
on?
think it's still another fucking low-key troll.
They're getting trolled again. Well, that would be kind of fun.
So
Maybe if they keep getting channels news over and over again, then I'm like, oh, now it's funny again.
I don't know. It just doesn't. That doesn't make. That also doesn't make sense.
Right.
None of it fucking adds up.
Yeah, it is a mystery. I do have to say, I'm intrigued by this whole thing because even JJ coming on and us having the questions for him, he didn't have a lot of answers. He sent me some stuff following up with that. But yeah, it is.
Let me leave now.
It is a mystery. So for Dabblecourt. Yeah, well, that's right. Dabblecourt coming up. We'll keep an eye on that. Oh, that's interesting. Because I've talked about the show No Agenda before. It's one of my favorite podcasts to listen to. With John C. DeVore, who's actually a host on this show. We got him on as a guest host one time. And Adam Curry, who a lot of people know from his time as a VJ on MTV. And these guys get together and they analyze the news. They play clips of news reports and newscasters, and they break it down. It's a big influence for this show, actually. The way they set up clips, play them, and then analyze it. And so they're on the show, and I'm listening on my earbuds as I'm going for a walk, and they bring up someone. I go, oh, that's interesting. It's actually, every now and again, different verses collide or overlap. And
All
I
right,
think that
time to get the
happened
fuck out of here.
on No Agenda this week.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. I wondered if I could ask
All
you about any
right.
communications you've been having with the Trump campaign
Hopefully,
about this.
I should say that they're playing a news reporter interviewing Mayor
See,
Eric
let's get
Adams.
one saving real quick.
Because of course,
And this is the one I can
Trump
go
had
back
the
to
big,
actually 100%
rally
the rest of the game if I want to.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. I wondered if I could ask you about any communications you've been having with the Trump campaign about this rally or otherwise, and if you believe, as others have said, that the former president is a fascist.
As a journalist, can you believe that you're sent down to the press conference for the mayor? Now ask him, do you think Trump is a fascist? Here's the question. It's like Stuttering John level questions.
That's a good analogy, Stuttering John.
That's what Stern used to, back when Stern was Stern, he would give Stuttering John crazy questions like that. Hey, do you think Trump's a fascist? And everyone would be laughing about it. And now it's just a serious question.
So, I thought that was funny. They're like, these questions are so ridiculous now. It's like it's
Annihilated.
Stuttering John Melendez. And they're asking these questions. And John's been brought up on Joe Rogan and stuff too. It's always about him on the Howard Stern show.
Hooray!
No one knows what he's up to now. No one talks about him on the Tonight Show. No one even knows that happened. But it's just funny to hear people don't know about the Dabbleverse discuss Stuttering John.
Hey, remember that dipshit? Oh yeah, I remember that dipshit.
I'll be right back real quick while this happens.
Oh yeah, the fucking idiot. Yeah. That was fun. So I have a quick update for us. Yeah. Now it's surprising. The Yankees made the World Series, and yet for some reason John's still in Florida. If you remember, he goes, well, if the Yankees make the World Series, I'll be back in New York. So he's talking about going to the Belmont Tavern, having that big dinner with everyone.
Hell yeah, I'm afraid.
Obviously, I'm going to go to a Yankees game during the World Series. It's been pointed out that John talked to the guy who hooks him up with tickets. And the guy goes, yeah, I can get you tickets to the Yankees World Series games. I can't get you a discount on them. You got to pay price for them. And John went, what? Never mind. World Series tickets are pretty expensive. And too expensive for the millionaire John Melendez. So, unfortunately, John didn't make it to New York to see the Yankees. And, who knows? Maybe they'll win another game tonight, right? Tonight, the next game? Send it back to LA for game 5 or game 6. We shall see. Exciting game last night, though. That's for sure. All right. Clay Dabbler was already back on the show, so we did a bonus show. The three of us were all there. We did a bonus show on Monday, and I showed the falling out between John and Clay Dabbler, where basically what happened is John didn't understand the facts of what happened. He was accusing Clay of doing something that Clay didn't do. And Clay was pissed about it. He's like, John, stop lying about me. I didn't do that. John's going,
oops,
yeah, but
wrong
maybe
button.
you did. He's going, I did. Yeah, but couldn't you maybe have done that by mistake? He's like, no, I definitely did not do that. And so as Clay was explaining that this guy's the legend who gives John money that John loves, as he's explaining that guy's a little bitch, John kicks him off the show and then proceeded for the rest of his show and the whole next show to argue with Clay Dabbler.
Where am I looking at? I'm looking for OBS.
Which is a bitch move.
Cool.
He's a pussy.
There we go.
John Melendez. And it's crazy that Clay comes back on the show and John goes, all right, look it, man. Let's just be friends again. And Clay's going, okay, but, you know, obviously, can you just admit that I didn't do the thing that you said I was doing? John's like, you might have. It's just like, fuck. John just can't stop himself.
We're back.
Yes, he will never admit he did anything wrong. And John even had this thing. I don't have the clip, but I was watching it on Uncle Rico. John even had this thing where Clay pretty much proved to John that he didn't block him and he couldn't have blocked him because the guy wasn't blocked, which is the crazy thing. The guy was never even blocked. So Clay's like, you kept saying I blocked the guy. No one blocked him, obviously. He was never blocked. And so Clay's just like, can you just admit that I didn't do that? And John goes, well, I guess you're perfect, Clay. You know, some of us have flaws and some of us make mistakes, but I guess you're just perfect. It's like such a deflection. You just imagine being married or in a relationship with a guy like that. It's just like, just saying I'm perfect. I'm
nah, I would have to
lying
kill
about me,
myself.
that you were
It's like the
wrong
only
about this
option.
thing. Can you please just apologize and put it out there? You were wrong about this one fucking thing. But Clay came first. Which is crazy. He doesn't know what's in it for him to do this for. Okay. What I want to get to, though, today is an update on what's been going on in the last 2 days in Stuttering John's world. Because John, of course, is always talking about the Shuli Network and what happened with Iso Do, the former producer, being caught with 6,000 videos and images of just the most horrendous child exploitation, child pornography you can have. It just seems really awful. And so John keeps claiming this.
I mean, let's face it, Muttering Jay, his slogan should be observe and report, because Lady K has not said word one on the pedo network. Lady K, you're a liar, you're a traitor.
What's happening to him?
You stand for nothing. You know, you probably, from the rumors I'm hearing and This is just rumors. Allegedly, you had dinner with Isolino at your house. But you are all mum. You ain't saying word one, you fucking douchebag.
This is why John's so dumb. He doesn't watch the show. He doesn't know what we're talking about. We've addressed this so many fucking times. The reason why there's a rumor about that is because I came out and said when I found the news, I was like, holy shit, Iso was over at my house recording a podcast, and then we all went out to dinner afterwards. I talked about it. That was the first thing I talked about. He didn't have dinner at my house. We went out to dinner.
You ever heard of
It's
jokes?
not a rumor. It's what happened. I had no idea that he was into that sort of thing. He was Shuli's producer. He lives in this area. Shuli was in town for a comedy show. We did a podcast together. Then we all went out and got dinner.
He was
Typical.
Like, pulling out his phone, going, "Check this out."
Yeah, it's like, I'm not into that, but that's cool if you are. Like, none of these things. There's a rumor going around. You had dinner with the guy. It's not a rumor. I had dinner with the fucking guy before
Now
the
what?
comedy show.
That's why it's so shocking.
And then we went to the comedy show. Fuck.
You had a good time.
Yes. What do you, John? I address it all the fucking time on this show.
I never met him.
I think it's horrific. I hope he's. I think it's horrific. I hope Iso's locked away for forever. I hope he never sees the light of day again. Because that is the worst thing. The worst thing you can do. It's still going on. It's still going on. So now John is going to take a victory lap. Because remember, he got a text from Anthony Boone. Oh, right. And Anthony said, John, you were right. I'll never go on Uncle Rico again. Shuli, that whole network, the bad dudes, that's me. I want nothing to do with that shit. And so John's like, fine. Kumia's coming around.
Muttering Jay did the proper reporting. And Missy B has confirmed, Vince the lawyer, you dumb fuck, that was Anthony Cumia's text to me. And we are all good. More bad news for the Sandusky
Well,
Network.
that does suck for
Who would
Shuli.
have thunk it? That the Duke and Pocky are now fine.
All right, so that was Tuesday. John goes, fuck you. I'm friends with Kumia now. We're good. Everything's good. This is a guy that he's been talking mad shit about forever. We're going back to the old episodes we're doing on the Patreon, Living in the Past with Centering John. And even those episodes from 2018 were all about Anthony Cumia, what a piece of shit he is. And it's been nonstop ever since. He's a like every word you could use to describe the guy. It's bad. He's been using it. And now because he got this text message, he's like, we're good. I got no problem with the guy. You know, as long as he
So he just called him Pocky.
He did call him Pocky, which is an insult. He doesn't love that. Nobody cares, but it's definitely an insult. So then later on that same day, Tuesday night, this is what happened on the Uncle Rico show.
Out that.
Well, look who's here! Oh my goodness! Would you look at that?
I'm in the Duke's camp now. Look out!
Oh, what a fucking idiot he is. How fucking stupid does this jerk off have to be to actually think, after everything he's done and said, the backstabbing, low-life loser that he is, that I would have any fucking thing to do with this dope? He was worked again.
I love it. So John once again falls for it. Hook, line, and sinker. So I was curious. You know, he did a show today just before we started doing these podcasts. Like, how's he going to respond to this? Have you guys seen this yet? No. Do you have any predictions?
I saw this today before we did this show.
Yeah.
And I didn't even want to bring it up because I clipped it. He did, but you don't have time now.
Right.
So I'm so glad that you got all this.
Oh, yeah. I was watching this. And it's great because the victory lap goes on for, 2.5 hours, but really the first, 25, 30 minutes of it, where everyone's just like, oh, thank God Anthony's still doing this show and he's still on board. Everyone's still in on this stuff. So that was really cool to see that. I actually did know that's what was happening because Shuli didn't let me in on that, but I wanted to see how it played out, and that was fun. And so this is John's response. I remember Tuesday. He goes, we're all good. And
I don't
fuck
remember
you,
this
Vince
part.
The lawyer, you're trying to say that this is a work and Kumi's against me, but it's not. I got this all figured out. So let's see what he's saying today.
He doesn't look happy.
Speaking of
Now I do.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we address the ridiculousness? This show is called Petals of a Feather Flock Together.
Oh, that really flows well, John. Who came up with that one? Oh, I bet it was you.
Yeah.
If I had a guess, I bet John came up with that
does
one.
look proud.
Fucking idiot.
Now, again, another work. Now, the funny part about this one is
that you fell for it again.
Yeah.
That you fall for
It's
it every
always the funny part.
Yeah, that's the funny part is that you fall for it every fucking time, John. That's the funny part.
much like all the others, like Quad Fathers and
Come on.
Cardiff, Cape Meany, Dud tapes, and everything.
And where's the stupid
These
third
works
one?
never amount to anything.
The Cape Meany Dud tapes. I'm not gonna let that go by.
No, don't.
John threatened to sue me. He threatened to sue Blind Mike. He threatened to sue Shuley. He threatened to sue Bob. He threatened to sue the Comedy Club. He threatened to sue Vinnie Paulino. The week of DabbleCon 2, he got some drunk at the bar with him to call the Comedy Club, pretend he was an attorney representing John to scare one more time. Maybe they won't play these tapes. And now John's actually like, there was nothing there at all. Yeah, you're pretty nervous about it.
Kate Meany's mom.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot suing Kate Meany. That's still on the table, according to him more recently. Kate Meany's mom. Yeah, anyone who has money was associated with that.
Calling her.
Come on.
In a horror. Yeah. Good stuff.
It was nothing.
It really is amazing. I get the sense, and guys, tell me what you think about this. I think when John says this stuff, he really believes what he said. I think that he forgets how worked up he got, how he tried to ruin people's lives, what went into all of this, and then when it's like a month or two later, just like, yeah, that was nothing.
He has to, or he would realize what he was doing.
Correct.
He isn't feeling that as he's in loser.
His personality disorder will not allow him to recognize. I don't know, what do you think, Chris? Do you think he's just lying?
Well, I don't know where he's going with this list that he's building here.
Okay,
But yeah, it exactly sounds like
Okay, did I make it through? Yay.
Saying I've been duped by this person.
Yeah, why are
this
you bringing
person.
it? That's a good point, too. He's like, he's trying, the way he's starting this whole thing is just like, guys, I've been worked over many times. Let me list them all down.
He has to be the hero of his own story.
Well, yes, of course. I mean, his name is Hero of the Stupid, so it makes sense that he'd be the hero of his own story.
You're not going to take down the Duke. It's impossible. The
No
Duke.
one's trying to take you down, John. That's not the goal here. We want you to do shows for infinity.
Yeah.
Duke only gets powerful, more powerful, with each time you try.
Good.
And so he's picturing himself like Hulk Hogan when they're still punching him in the head. He's just like, oh, you don't want to
He's
do
an
that.
unstoppable beast. You can't beat him.
Oh, just getting up slowly.
Getting stronger.
Yeah, so stupid.
He's the king of the
So
Duckleverse.
again, the Duke looks good as usual.
Yay!
You don't usually look good.
The Duke of the Duckleverse.
Let's see how he spins this one.
The
The
Duke
Dinkle the Dunkleburst.
looks good as usual, while the
Oh, sorry, I was trying to pause it. The players would prove it doesn't look good as usual.
losers at the Sandusky Network, they just continue.
Hooray!
Now you'll say, well, how are they losing, John? Well,
He's a loser, baby.
question.
So why don't you kill him?
Even he's just like, this sounds stupid.
let me explain to you exactly how they're losing.
Okay. Let me buy
Preach.
myself some time.
Yeah.
Because I forgot what I was going to say. So then he's like, nervous laughter into chugging.
Yeah.
More water? What, did he just spit out the water he drank?
Oh, I think someone's at the door also.
Don't answer that, Mom!
I haven't thought of anything yet.
Yeah, you find a lot of time for
Elephant,
yourself.
water.
Let me explain to you why it's actually those losers who are the losers and not me. And away we go in just a moment.
Here is how they lose.
Give me a couple hours and I'll figure it out.
The Stuttering John Show shirt that is very poor quality, the logo will be washed away. Throw it out! Remember this is the guy who said he has too many shirts? Stop wearing that one, it's embarrassing.
So, Now, we all knew that the Anthony Cumia thing was probably.
Oh no, my game
fake.
froze.
One
I hope
thing
it didn't.
know,
I hope it
was
didn't
really-
actually like stop.
We
Stop.
all
Oh
knew
no.
That the Anthony Cumia thing was probably.
Okay, well I'm gonna end the stream. I'll pick up the game after WATP,
Well,
hopefully
the
before I
fact
go live for
that-
the game.
Look at this guy.
Anyway, thanks for joining
The
me.
fact that he
Until
was,
next
like,
time.
Done with Shuli and the Shuli Network.
Oh,
See ya.
So
I'm
that's
pretty sure that I definitely knew.
right. Yeah, because we all knew that it was probably fake. 80-20, 70-30.
Some of us knew it was definitely fake.
51-49.